We're good?
Yep, we're good.
Very few times in life an opportunity strikes to do something great. When you think of the 80s, what rock star do you think of?
Axl Rose?
Vince Neil.
I think Bret Michaels. The man with 3 hits, 3 Titan songs in a 2-year span that has carried him his entire life. Poison is the name of the game. Bret Michaels comes from the band Poison, and today we are going to be talking about a love show. Dare I say, the greatest love show of all time. People talk about The Bachelor. Boo. People talk about The Bachelorette. Boo. Right now we have shows like The Button on YouTube where it's dating shows. Boo. Bored. The early 2000s gave us amazing shows. One being Rock of Love with Bret Michaels. I expected applause. Bret Michaels, a hero to some, a hero to many. You might remember him from the 1986 album, Look What the Cat Dragged In, with their one popular song off that album, which I'm pretty sure was Talk Dirty to Me. And followed up with that weird album where there's like a leopard chick on it that looks really cool from 1988, 2 years later, which gives us the 2 other great songs, one being Nothing But a Good Time, and of course, Every Rose Has Its Thorn. I remember recording this show on like TiVo or DVR back in the day. Me and my sister were obsessed with it. It was so funny. But for the life of me, I could not remember almost anything about it besides some of the classics. But it got me thinking, we should talk about today Rock of Love Season 1 and do a breakdown beat by beat. You know, we've done it with other shows. Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, Gypsy Rose, and that clown has another season. It's airing right now. And I want Bret Michaels, who I'm pretty sure is like 87 years old now. He has diabetes. He's gone through like a heart surgery or
Whatever
something.
that is.
I don't even know what the hell that is. But we're going to be doing a breakdown of the entire first season of Rock of Love. And I'm also, along the way, we have a couple rules. One, we have our contestant board here. And of course, we have Big John, Bret's security guard. But I have my own, Big Jacob. Jacob, come on out.
What's going on?
Nice to see you.
My
check
didn't go through.
You don't need to talk about that. Jacob here is a lexicon of rock and roll knowledge. Who's the guitarist for Guns N' Roses?
Slash.
It's a steel trap, this one. But he's going to be our Big John here. He's going to help me out with the lanyards because there's one thing that Bret Michaels does is he gets lanyards from John. And as you see here on our board, we have our own lanyards. John, go ahead and read us off our beautiful contestants.
25 of the most beautiful girls in the world.
You'll hear that immediately as the first episode starts.
25 of the most beautiful women in the world.
Bret Michaels has to say 25 of the most beautiful women in the world. And let me tell you, he's lying. Even by early 2000 standards. I think Bret might be fibbing just a little bit.
One, we have Raven, Aaron, Dallas, Krista, Tiffany, Tamara, Mia, Kimberly, Jess, Kelly, Lacey, Bonnie, Magdalena, Brandy M, Lauren, Samantha, Meredith, Krista, Brandy C, Jessica, Tawny, Rodeo, Heather, Faith, and Pam.
Whoa.
Did I do a good job?
That's why we pay him the big bucks. That's why we pay Big Jacob the big bucks here. Okay, we have 3 boards. Well, damn it, Jacob. Switch the thing so we can see the faces again. So we have 3 boards. This is how this is going to go. We have our contestant board where we're going to be able to talk about the contestants as well. Whoever we think is going to lose, or as contestants do lose, we're going to move over to John's sloppy seconds. And then, of course, we have our winner board, which showcases the beautiful, ever luxurious Bret Michaels, and who we think is going to win and who we will crown the winner. Between the episodes, we're going to guess who is going to win and who is going to lose, and then we are going to move them and place them accordingly. 11 episodes. I want to be in the mind of Bret Michaels by the end of this. I want to be able to choose by episode 2 who Bret's going to end up with. All right? 25 women. That's a lot of women. But without further ado, let's get into Rock of Love, Season 1. It's the early 2000s, so it's all about looks.
Still is.
Well, they say that it's not, but back then it was just very in your face. You're hot, you're staying, or you're ugly, please leave. Not even please, get the fuck out. So I have to choose 3 people here who I think are going to stay. It's odd, they all kind of look the exact same. I don't know if you guys are getting that as well. You know what, already I'm getting a big Faith vibe. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. It's like all like early 2000s fake plastic trash. I guess I'll say Heather. She looks like she would be in early 2000s porn. So that's got to be worth. That's got to be worth something. Going Heather.
So this is even before we watch the show.
This is before I'm even watching it. I'm just saying that, listen, I'm guessing, and then by episode 2, I'm locking in. That's what I gotta say. I'm just saying right now, gut reaction, if I was Bret Michaels, I am Bret Michaels. I'm gonna guess who I think is gonna win the show. They're all revolting. You know what I'll say? I'm gonna say another one, Brandy. Brandy Mahoney. I don't know about like the last name, like Brandy Macaroni. She kind of looks like she has like that early 2000s like look. It's kind of, once again, I feel like in the early 2000s it was all just like you would want to look like you're in a porno. She also kind of has like a weird like if Avril Lavigne was like white trash, and like maybe Bret Michaels would like that. So we're doing that. And last but I gotta just be fast with this. I'm gonna say for now, you know what, Tamara, because she looks crazy as shit here, but she's also super hot. These are my 3 people who I think are going to win based off this, but I can change it, all right? I have until episode 2. So without further ado, let's get into episode 1. Which episode 1 of Rock of Love, you see the people show up, all the beautiful women show up. It's very stereotypical of any other dating show. All the girls arrive. You hear little blurbs about all the girls, you know. It's so surface level shit. Usually all of them are just like, oh my God, I love Poison and Bret Michaels.
I'm so in love with Bret Michaels. I used to like kiss the album and spoon it all the time.
Mind you, this is 25 years after Bret Michaels has had a hit, okay? I just want to put that out there. I always thought that was a funny thing about this show. This show and Flavor of Love.
Inside this Hollywood mansion, 20 women have gathered because they all have one thing in common.
It's like both men are severely past their prime. Bret Michaels in this is what, early 40s, mid 40s?
I think he's right at 40.
He's right at 40. So these are all women who are, I would say the median, which is kind of surprising. I thought they'd be younger. I would say the median is like 30.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be like 22.
I thought that they would all be like, because there's a couple of contestants that are 22, 23, whatever. I mean, he's a rock star.
Right.
Right? It's going to happen. But in this one, it's like 30 years old, but goddamn, dude, you look at some of these women, and listen, dude, look at me. Yeah, I'm a sex machine. I'm sex appeal. I get it. I'm attractive. Some of these, don't look at my boots. Some of these women, like immediately starting off, my girl Heather here, who I did pick up, didn't realize this, 32.
Yeesh.
I would have expected that. I thought she was her 40s. Hot dog skin. Back when tanning was really big. You don't hear much about people tanning anymore, do you?
Gives you cancer.
Fun. So the first episode, Bret Michaels keeps repeating 25 beautiful women.
25 of the most beautiful women in the world. We got 25 hot women. 25 more beautiful women in one place. 25 of the most hottest women.
He says it so much that you would think that they had him do multiple takes of the first line, and they just kept all of them. 25 of the most beautiful women. And immediately all the women simp over Bret.
I want to fuck Bret Michaels, and I'm not afraid of it. I'm going to get me some rocker ass.
I love rock star stuff. Really, almost to where I think 90% of them have no idea who Bret Michaels is, which is justifiable. I didn't know who Bret Michaels was until the show came out when I was younger, if I'm being honest. I mean, everybody's heard the Every Rose Has Its Thorn song.
One of my favorite songs was Every Thorn Has Its Rose.
Yeah, I never even really heard of Poison.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't tell me that, like, who Bret Michaels? I'd be like, who the fuck are you talking about? But before they even meet Bret fully, they are all lined up outside, which also they rent this, very stereotypical, they rent an LA house. This is definitely not Bret's house. Let's just get that out of the way. Because sometimes I think that they make it seem like, this is where I live. They really don't even break that facade. He's just like, this is where we're doing the show. And they're like, okay, he's a rock star. Let's put light gaffing, like all over, like just like pipes where you could hang lights, like a stage, to where it's like a very mediocre LA house that's just covered in scaffolding. And they have a little stage outside for them, and they're all sitting there. And that's whenever we get to meet probably the best character of the series, Big John. who is Brett's security guard since the Poison days, I think. I don't know. He's a large man.
So my first impression of Big John was, wow, this guy is big.
He basically gathers everyone outside. It's 25 women outside, and he points out 5 women. Granted, just to let y'all know so far, no woman has even met Bret Michaels yet. You have gone through the trials of signing papers to be on the show, done all this stuff, you've packed a suitcase, and now they've come. And then now John picks out 5 women, and then I'll have my own John pick it, or my own Big Jacob come out and help me with these answers. He picks out 5 women: Meredith, Kimberly, Kelly, Pam, and of course, Tiffany.
Do you think he was just like, you guys are way too go?
I think that the people on the show definitely brought in a little skunkier people to come in, and I think that they were making a bit of a fools out of them.
Pam, Meredith, Tiffany.
Big John's job doesn't seem so easy now, does it?
Who are you looking for?
Which one are you
It was
missing?
Bonnie, right? Yeah.
Who is it?
Bonnie.
No.
It's not?
Meredith?
Pam, Kelly, Kimberly, Meredith, and Tiffany.
Pam, Meredith.
And then he tells them immediately to pack their bags and go. Actually, that their luggage is at the end of the fucking driveway. They couldn't even give it to them. So go ahead and put them up on Big John's sloppy seconds. Ruthless,
Gladly.
unbelievably ruthless tactics here. 5 people immediately before even meeting Bret. Can you imagine? And also, I just want to say this because this is based in LA. Not all of them live in LA. A lot of them are like, yeah, I flew out from Chicago. Imagine flying out to LA and then basically being like, you're the ugliest person here, go home. That's what happens. That's also why Rock of Love with Bret Michaels is one of the best. What other show does that? And don't correct me. No other show's done it. There better not be another show that's done it. All right, you can go. I really need your fucking game to step up, though. But you know what? One of the girls, Tiffany, does not accept to go home. She refuses, and she bangs on the door so much she pisses off John. She comes back, she's just like, I think she's already drunk.
Yeah.
She can tell she's already smashed, but she comes back, Tiffany's just like, I'm not gonna fucking go. She bangs on the door a bunch, disrupts everybody.
So I'm standing there, I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Then she begs Big John to be back on the show. And you know what? Big John, because he has a heart of gold, he says, you know what? Fine, dude. I'll let one of the fucking dogs back in.
I was a little pissed because, how the hell did she get back in the house? What did she do? Suck someone's dick to get back in?
So you gotta come back in and bring Tiffany in. Don't touch me. I'm the talent. You can't touch me. Tiffany's back, which I'll be honest, out of all the women, I would have kept Tiffany out.
Well, she's the drama queen.
She's not even a drunk, she's a drunk. She's a drunk. She's like a 52-year-old drunk woman who's just like, I want to meet Bret.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Oh yeah, that's her catchphrase. Don't threaten me with a good time. Jesus Christ.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Too much. Says it way too much. Which if you look at this, you definitely also think that you bring a girl back in because if you start off the show, the season, the series, and immediately John is like, I'm taking the 5 ugliest women and sending them back off, I don't think anybody's gonna like John. And he is a cornerstone, a pillar of industry for the show. So you know what? You show his sympathetic side, his human side, he lets him back in. Already redeemed. Even though I would have said, you know what, John, you're just doing your job. From here on in the first episode, the girls play with their boobs together, which, to give the show credit, the girls, at least it's more appropriate to his age. I feel like a lot of times now it would be like, you would think early 2000s would be a little more exploitative. Like, I'm 18. Because all the rock stars make songs about 15 and 16-year-olds and shit. And Bret Michaels just like, just old enough, or something like that. But Bret's classy. So then the girls finally get to meet Bret, and goddamn is it monumentous.
Hey, Bret! Hello, everybody.
I don't think any person, I'm wondering if any person, this is no shade to Bret, because I love Bret, I love you, Bret. Don't think anybody would have that visceral reaction if Bret Michaels walked into any room. Like, I feel like Bret Michaels could walk into a Starbucks and the world would be fine. I don't think any chaos would happen. But people are losing their minds, they're very excited. And the first thing that Bret does in the show is he's got to take pictures of them for their lanyards. He's like, show me your sex appeal, show me your sexy side. But really it's just a way for one by one for people to come in, grossly make out with them, and then they kind of like do some very white trash. I don't know, they spread their pussy lips or they show their boobs or something. So, some of the girls just flash the camera or they do whatever, and you get Bret's, you get Bret sitting down in his green room thing, and he's just like, oh, she's a firecracker.
I gotta be honest with you, I was having a lot of emotions pouring through my member. I'm feeling extremely horny, and I'm telling you, I'm ready to explode.
And then you gotta hand him off to Big John, and he does who God knows what with him.
Adds him to his collection.
All right. Yeah, it makes them all little Russian nesting dolls. I love girls in a cowboy hat.
That's what he says.
That's what he says.
I love a girl in a cowboy hat. It is just purely sexy. And I knew even if I didn't want it, she was gonna have a piece of me.
He then goes out to make out with every single woman, and Brett makes the weirdest noises when taking the pictures. Pretty much he's just like, oh, yeah.
Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah. Oh, damn. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Jesus. Coming his pants pretty much. He's just like, oh, baby. Oh, fuck. Oh, oh. And all the girls are just kind of waiting on the staircase like, you know, wow, I wouldn't have done that. I'm not that trashy and desperate. I hope Brett notices. And then they go up and like, spread their asshole open. I'm one of the classy girls. But one of the girls, Heather, fucking from the 3 already. Heather, who I have deemed already a winner. She tries to impress Brett by flashing her tits, which let me tell you something. Don't remember that from the show. Why it felt so weird is because if you watch the show on Amazon Prime, which it is on Prime, it's all totally uncensored. So you get to see her tits, which is really weird because they'll like cover middle fingers and stuff that wasn't, that was censored before, maybe the broadcast or something, or some words might be censored, but full on tits, ass, all that stuff. Back then they're definitely like, oh, just do it. You know, it'll be censored. Brett will like you more. That kind of stuff, and now it's on. 2007, no one even knows what the fuck a streamer is, you know what I mean? But after the pictures, Brett talks with the girls to get to know them more, right? He's very down to earth. Bret Michaels, I'm gonna tell you right now, episode 1, season 1, he's a charmer. I think Brett is a good man. He's a classy guy. It's very hard to not like him. I guess that's what it is. Charismatic, that's the word.
It's the diabetes.
It is. He also talks, that's one thing about the show, Bret Michaels brings up his diabetes a lot.
I've been juvenile diabetic, right? I take 4 shots a day since I've been 6 years old.
He doesn't say diabetes, he says diabetes. And it's obnoxious. Every time. Yeah, I got weird diabetes. I'm acting up. They'll be doing a challenge. I have to sit down. I have diabetes. But one of the girls, while he's talking to all the people, one of the girls gets jealous. She's not getting enough attention. And there's a lot of jealousy. I think Cabin Fever, like once at a blue moon, is really fun, especially during the Halloween season. Hits that niche really, really well. I love it. And also, I had Raw for today as well, which is another, I think it's another Canadian director, much like Cronenberg. This director gets compared to Cronenberg a lot, but this is all about a movie of a girl who is a vegetarian, and then all of a sudden she tries meat for the first time at her veterinary school, becomes obsessed with eating human flesh. And it's just an amazing character piece of this girl, kind of like, it's like a college film, coming of age movie that is just all disguised as a cannibalist movie, cannibal movie, which is just a lot of fun. You get a lot of the tropes of like, oh, I think I like boys, but I want to eat off his fucking face. Oh, I love this director though. She's awesome. She also did the movie Titane. Love Titane. If you want to see a girl f a car and get impregnated by a car, that's the movie to see. Very, very good.
What?
She does an amazing job with body horror. She's been compared a lot to Cronenberg, and I think rightfully so. She does amazing work.
After that, for day 14, I want to recommend an anthology, because we all know I like my anthologies, and I think one of the best anthologies to come out for recent years. For day 14, we have VHS 94. So the VHS series is honestly one of my favorite, like, still running horror series. Not all of them are perfect, but all of them are fun. Maybe with the exception of VHS 2. VHS 94 is my favorite. It has 4 shorts, and then it has the connector, you know, the bookend. But every single short is fantastic. Every one of them has something that I took away from it. Of course, it has Ratma. I believe the name of the episode was Storm Drain. But I mean, what hasn't been said about Ratma, right? One of the best original horror movie monsters to come out in recent years. The whole section's done well. It has a great ending. But then the others are fantastic as well. The Empty Wake is very underrated in my opinion. It is so subtle with how few characters it has. It's so well at the tension building of effectively a zombie in a coffin that slowly makes itself known. Such an inventive idea, and it does great. There's The Subject, which is insanely over the top because every VHS has some just like gas pedal to the floor in a crazy episode, and this one's about like someone who gets converted into a camera head monster. And then of course there's The Terror, which I think me and you have brought up like 3 or 4 times on Creepcast. Like a group of rednecks who try to use a vampire to bomb the ATF headquarters. Like
it's really it's so fun. The way that they utilize that, like, oh, when vampires in light, they explode. So they've been harvesting the blood of this vampire, because vampires are immortal, they'll like regenerate, but they shoot this vampire in the head like every day, collect his blood, and yeah, they're just like this. They're gonna go blow up the ATF. It's just, I love that take on vampires. It's so fun.
Yeah, it's, I mean, like, it's, for one, the vampire looks great. It looks absolutely terrifying. The effects are well done, but just the way that information's fed to you too, because you don't don't know it's a vampire at the beginning. It's just you have this group of militia who just every day kill this vampire over and over, but you don't know he's a vampire. They're just executing this guy who keeps coming back to life, and it's not until you see them put the blood in a rabbit to watch the rabbit explode you actually know what's going on. It's just such a well done short. It's such an inventive idea. But yeah, everything in the series does well too. I even like the connection between all of them. The SWAT team breaking into like this cult that have like just taken all their own lives. Every short drips in aesthetic. It's one of the best anthologies I've seen come out in the past decade. Highly recommend VHS 94. But if some reason you don't want to go with that, another anthology I recommend is Trick or Treat, which to me, Trick or Treat, not maybe best quality wise, but tonally, I've always considered it the most Halloween movie ever made. 3 of like the past 5 Halloween parties I've been to, Trick or Treat is on the TV. Like, just like, yep, turn it on. That's the movie. That's the movie you turn on at a party. It's fun. It's cool. I remember going to a haunted house back in Tennessee, and at the line to walk in, they just had Trick or Treat playing on loop on the way. Because, yeah, it's like that's the kind of movie that you would play on the way into a haunted house. It just works between the vibe, the characters. It has a fun ending. Like, it's a great party film for sure. But yeah, VHS 94 is my anthology pick for October, so at least for the 14th.
I mean, VHS 94, the VHS series has become something where it's like, it's hit or miss at times for me, but I think it's still something that every year I look forward to seeing the new iteration. It's like just a great Halloween jam. But I think Trick or Treat, yeah, it's definitely up there with one of my favorite. The same way that like there's some movies where you're like, oh my God, this is just like the quintessential Christmas film, like Jingle All the Way or whatever. Trick or Treat is that for Halloween for me. I think it's just everything about that movie just fucking oozes beautiful October magic.
Yeah, it just works.
On day 15, we are at the halfway mark of the month, you're going to want to watch a Spanish film. The Spanish film I recommend is Rec, or Record, whatever you want to call it. I think Rec is up there with probably one of the best found footage films of all time. I think
I'm just gonna say it outright. In my opinion, Rec is the greatest found footage film ever made.
Oh,
yep,
really?
Definitively. There has not been a film, found footage, that has done so well what Rec sets out to do. The claustrophobia, the setting. I remember first time watching that movie, it did such a great job of setting up its environment that I was remembering as they were running up the staircases all the different doors they had to look out for. And sure enough, that's where the threats came from. It remembers everything it does. It makes the horror so personal. You might as well be in the room with the people. It uses the found footage aspect to its benefit. And yeah, I haven't seen a found footage movie that does it better than Rec, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think justifiably that's true. I think it's extremely effective. It's also extremely original. All about an outbreak that's happening in a basically an apartment complex in the middle of the night. We're following the found footage element comes from a person doing a report on firefighters. And it has a very organic way of like people because that's the kind of thing with found footage films is why are you still recording? That question can pop up in your head and you have to have a way to answer that. To have some person kind of already be recording something and to kind of like, well, it's my job, it's already here, I'm just going to keep recording, I think is really interesting. But we get a lot of great characters that we get behind with these firefighters that have to intervene in this kind of outbreak. Another thing I love is when characters kind of start to turn on each other, right? You have people who are like, I don't fucking trust this person, I think they're sick. Very much The Thing, which I love. You know, one of my favorite Humphrey Bogart films, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, kind of does that too. I remember that cemented my love for this kind of deception with man and each other and kind of like looking after yourself. And Rec does that perfectly. And also too, you get all these like beautiful little vignettes of entering people's apartments because you're like, they're checking on them. And you get all of these awesome, just brutally scary and attacks that happen only to have probably like one of the creepiest endings to a horror movie ever. And it's like just such a beautiful cherry on top at the end. Like I love the ending. It's so fun. And I think also for Spanish as well, I think I'd be doing a disservice without recommending When Evil Lurks, which is by Demian Rugna. That's like a pretty new movie too. It came out last year in 2023. And it's like a weird ghost movie. And this one follows a similar theme of like possession and it's very odd. It's throws you forward. But man, it hooks you so quickly with the practical effects, with kind of like the viciousness of some of these scenes and the kind of like tumultuous family dynamics and the kind of drama that's going on with this family and how this guy is just trying to help his daughter. But yeah, Rec is my Spanish one, and then also When Evil Lurks.
For day 16, we want to keep the found footage vibe going. with one of the scariest found footage movies I have ever seen, the Poughkeepsie Tapes. So the Poughkeepsie Tapes effectively follow this long manhunt for an incredibly prolific serial killer who has an obsession with filming all of the murders and crimes he commits, from the stalking to the kidnapping to the torture to the murder. And this is all happening in Poughkeepsie, New York, hence the name of the film. The Poughkeepsie Tapes is a absolutely horrifying movie. Like, there's been a bunch of screenshots of it that'll even float online every now and then, and people will pass off that it is a true picture of a kidnapping in progress, or that a serial killer got out. It's so believable a lot of the times because of how menacing the film is. There's a couple scenes that stick out to me. One is one where he kidnaps this woman. He has her in the back of a cop car and he's driving her away, and he's threatening her, and the threats are so terrifying and her reaction to it so visceral, it bothers me to this day. And then the ending of the film is awful. Like, it ends on the most depressing, sour note I think it possibly could, but it's fitting because the movie is sour throughout. It is a nightmare, and it really is about him developing an obsession with this one particular victim and her kind of mirroring Stockholm syndrome of him. It's just about that absolutely evil person, and there's no supernatural elements to the story or anything like that. It is just
I think this movie should have been so much bigger than what it was, or it's lived in so much infamy that that's also what made it big.
Yeah,
it was supposed to release in 2007 under MGM, but it was removed entirely. I don't know if that's from perception, because I know that was a big problem. Was I think a lot of people thought that a lot of this was real. There's so many, you've probably seen a snippet, but this never got an actual theatrical release. I think it was just on demand in 2009, and it wasn't until 2014 or 2017 or something did it actually get a physical release. So it's only ever been available on digital. So it's just it was such a pioneer, in my opinion, right before also Paranormal Activity. Found footage has always kind of been in this realm of being, it's capturing ghost stuff, right?
Yeah.
Which is fun. I do love that. One of my favorite ones was Ghost Watch, and I think that's an extremely inventive way of bringing in that found footage vibe in such an organic way. But I think the Poughkeepsie Tapes is just so evil. It's just such an evil, sadistic movie. There's even a part where he gets out and you almost think he's going to kidnap this girl, but instead he just punches her in the face and runs off and gets in his car and he's laughing. It's so petty and stupid, but it also just shows he probably was going to take that girl.
Yeah.
Because you can hear her mom at the end yelling. The little vignettes of this movie and the kind of mystique they put around this monster, this criminal, is something that's it feels very similar to a Zodiac. The way that people build this obsession around this guy, but it's just so masterfully. For an independent film, it's so good. I'm so curious to see the universe where this gets a theatrical release. Even Paranormal Activity, that being made for next to nothing. Does that ghost movie? Do they get inspired and make something else that's similar to this? I always think it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
But I love Poughkeepsie Tapes. It's a beautiful one. Found footage is probably my if not my favorite, one of my favorite genres.
I mean,
so
if you do it well, it's so effective. If you play your cards right, it works so well.
It is the high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
There's so many bad found footage movies, so many, a sea, especially after Paranormal Activity, so many horrible ones. So when you find a good one, it hits so much harder, it's so much sweeter. And one that I don't think gets nearly enough praise or people don't talk about enough is Leslie Vernon Behind the Mask. And it's all about a fake documentary these people are making about a serial killer, from a movie, a Jason Voorhees or a Nightmare on Elm Street kind of guy, where in this universe, those people are real. And this guy is trying to be as infamous as them, and it's getting to be with this person when he does all the kills, and him setting up the kind of stereotypical tropes that you would find in a movie, and this film crew getting to know him. It's so good, it's so effective, very reminiscent of Man Bites Dog, which I also have on my list for today, which is them following a serial killer as well, and a film crew following it. Man Bites Dog is way less campy. Man Bites Dog is much more cold and a much more brutal watch. It's a French film. Those French fucks don't hold back, but Leslie Vernon is it's such a love letter to horror films, especially the slasher genre. The way you get bought into Leslie is so nice for the film to accumulate to his kill at the end. It's a really fun one. If you haven't seen it even yourself, Isaiah, you should check it out. It's a lot of fun.
I haven't seen it, but it's been recommended, so I'll check it out this month, I think. And then another one I really want to recommend that I skipped over a second ago but want to bring up is The Final Prayer. I believe The Final Prayer's its English title. I believe its British title is Borderlands. That's one of my favorite twist endings to a movie ever. You go into the movie thinking it's a possession film or some kind of exorcist demonic thing, and by by the end of it, it is not that at all. And it is very cool. It is very Lovecraftian, if I dare say so myself.
Dude, I feel like Final Prayer might be like my favorite found footage movie. I have rewatched Final Prayer. God, I don't know. I reference it. I draw from it all the time. I fucking creatively love it. It's right up my alley too, with like the religious stuff and just I don't know. I love Final Prayer. If you haven't seen Final Prayer, you're doing yourself a disservice. You gotta see it.
All right, after that, we are on to day 18 of Halloween. We're gonna keep the found footage vibe going with another classic recommendation, this one being The Tunnel. So The Tunnel is an Australian horror flick that, if I recall, the setup for it is there's a homeless population beneath the city that is going to be flooded. So a journalist decides to break into this underground tunnel system to try to make a piece about the homeless population of the city that lawmakers are not interested in the well-being of. And what begins is that quickly becomes that maybe it's not the homeless people they don't care about. Maybe it's they're trying to flood it really quickly because the tunnels are full of monsters.
Yeah, no shit.
Tunnel is very terrifying, and for one, just the setting of like underground tunnels beneath the city is always fun. It's the kind of thing that we see mimicked in found footage films like As Above, So Below, things like that, right? Which is another classic to check out. But the tunnel involves these people being picked off one by one by these monsters down there. There's a lot of really fun stuff it does with the found footage principle. Like there's this one scene where someone sets down a camera, and then we see from that camera's perspective as something picks it up and moves it away. Creatures themselves are very terrifying. A lot of the violence in the film is very well done. It's just a great movie all around. Can't recommend it enough.
The Tunnel has this great moment where it kind of is it's like the starter pistol for the horror of the film, where they find this kind of, it's like a alarm, and immediately you see the sound guy, his like XLR cord whoosh, gets whipped out, and it's just them like running in a panic trying to find this guy. But it's so haunting. It's so crazy.
There's a couple more I want to recommend while we're still talking in the found footage genre is Lake Mungo. It's set up as a documentary about a husband and wife who lost their daughter in a drowning accident and are convinced that their daughter is trying to communicate with them from beyond the grave.
In my opinion, Lake Mungo is the best Australian horror film. It's so well acted. It's so well put together. Such a tragically bleak movie. It's just harrowing, but it's an interesting film about like a family trying to find closure in their wife and their daughter's absence. You know, Lake Mungo 2 was one of those movies where I got the DVD and the cover looked so terrible, and I think that was a huge deterrent to maybe like why it didn't get as many. I don't know. People don't really know about it as much, but Lake Mungo is awesome. It's not over the top either. I wouldn't even say it's a slow burn, but it takes its time getting to where it like wants to give you that like real horror at the end. Like, I mean, it like really takes its time. It's great.
But yeah, those are a couple of great ones to check out that you could substitute anywhere in here. But yeah, check out The Tunnel for sure. That's our day 18 recommendation.
On day 19, there will be a funny. It's the day of the funnies. I think it's a great day to watch Shaun of the Dead and Tucker and Dale versus Evil. Shaun of the Dead, I feel like it's probably that you don't need to talk about it. I don't need to talk about it too much, but I just think Shaun of the Dead, I watched it again for the first time in years. God, probably up there with like probably my favorite Edgar Wright movie. I love Shaun of the Dead. Edgar Wright as a director is just unbelievable, and him paired with Simon Pegg, I love that dynamic. It's so funny. The zombie stuff actually feels threatening. It's one of those movies where the comedy accents the horror. There's a lot of comedy, but there's also a lot of horror, and I think they play it in such a fun way, and it's just brilliant. I love that movie. And Tucker and Dale is just like a very schlocky, stupid movie. Once again, kind of a movie that's playing on horror tropes, but it does it in a great way where you really love Tucker and Dale. Like, I think that's like they're very charismatic characters, and if you haven't seen that one as well, it's really funny. Like, especially if you get annoyed with horror tropes, it's a great movie that kind of like points fun at horror tropes. So it's a great one.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, especially like there's a lot of violence and stuff, but it's all kind of played for laughs.
Sure.
Tucker and Dale's a ton of fun to check out. For day 20, we're going to be recommending a couple of series. Not a lot of series in here. We've all got our films, maybe our anthology films, but these are actually a couple of series. So I'll talk about one, and Hunter can talk about the other. I want to talk about The Twilight Zone. The Twilight Zone has a very special place in my heart because it was one of, if not the first, horror thing I ever came across. I remember being like 7 or 8 years old, and my dad would show me episodes because he would grow up with the series. They kind of relied on their twist a lot of the time. Not all the time, but most of them, you know, there'd be something revealed in the last couple minutes of an episode that changes everything. But some of them were just so well done that I never got tired of the convention. I remember the episode about the one everyone talks about, the one with the nuclear bombs going off. He drops his glasses, making him unable to read all the books he had amassed for years. Or the very first episode of the entire series is about a man who comes back from the moon to Earth, only to find the Earth's abandoned. And then at the very end of the episode, we find out that this never happened. He was just in a simulation and his mind broke down. They had so much fun with these little terrifying vignettes. I remember this one episode as a kid. I believe it was a woman who picked up a hitchhiker, and then you find out midway through the episode the hitchhiker's death, and she's afraid to drop him off, so she just keeps driving and driving across the country. Little stuff like that. So well done. It's understated horror that works so well. But yeah, I can't recommend it enough.
My favorite episode was always It's a Good Life. It's a episode about a child who has godlike powers, basically. And the whole thing is, people are like, hello, Billy. How you doing? He's like, why'd you say it like that? Why are you being so weird? He's like, I'm not being weird, Billy. That's a beautiful coloring book. It's like a coloring of like a pig getting disemboweled. He's like, beautiful shading. Because if you upset the kid, he'll just make you fucking disappear, or he'll have you like meld with animals, or like all the kids in the town are gone because they're all afraid of him, and they're like, oh, he doesn't want to play with me, so he's killed every kid in town. Basically, they're just gone. No people.
It's like a malevolent god. Just
oh my god, yeah. But it's a 6-year-old kid or like an 8-year-old kid. It's fucking unbelievable. I like on these days too in October to just watch like 3 episodes of a series. And mine, I always like, and I do this a lot anyways, but Tales from the Crypt I think is probably my favorite horror series of all time. The amount of money they must have put into like making sets and like making these episodes is unreal. It feels like a beautiful evolution of Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone was very like stark and very like kind of serious. I mean, like all the time. Like Twilight Zone is like it's like a very dark show. Yeah. And it looks a little more comical now just because I mean the show was made like the 50s or 60s.
There was an episode where William Shatner was on a plane.
Something on the plane.
Yeah, and was convinced that there was Bigfoot hanging on the wing of a plane. So not all of
it's fucking horrifying. Yeah. It's horrifying though. He like looks out, he's like all sweaty and shit, and you like look outside the plane, and you're like, oh my god! It's like a full-on thunderstorm, and this thing is just on the wing of a plane. It's fucking unbelievable. The guy's freaking out. Since the show is in black and white, it's so cold. Like the show is just so cold and evil and dark, and I think it still holds up today. And the acting is so good. I love watching Twilight Zone episodes because every performance. You didn't order merch? Then you're dead to me, dude. Everyone in here who ordered merch, just to let you know, you're my favorite little pay piggies, and I love you so much. You seriously helped me out so much. I appreciate you. And everyone who didn't, guess what? I want you to go home, and I want you to that's what I want you to do. I ordered some but already returned it. Come on, man. What the fuck is up with that? Come on. Rude. Rude little pigs is all you are. She cheated. Should I give her another chance? No. What? That's a real thing? No. Move on, dude. Because also how... it doesn't matter. No. I heard that they have a popular force in Japan. Okay. All right. We're not talking about that. Okay. Bro, I'm 5. Then get the fuck out of here and go to bed, baby. Next year I'll order merch, probably. That's real disgust. That's upsetting that you would be that fickle. Hey Hunter, you and Wendy should look into the Yearwalker. This isn't Creepcast, bro. Not reading that. Played Fear and Hunger yet? Would you play on stream? No, I'm not gonna play any. If I played games on stream, this is what I would. I'm not playing games on stream. Moral of the story. I'm not good at games. I play them over my Twitch, or I used to play them over my Twitch, just because I felt less embarrassed. I'm like, if you show up to my Twitch, that you put this on yourself, right? But here, I want people. We're just chatting, right? We get to have an actual interactive thing. It's nice. Oh my god, I burped. burped. It tasted like I had spaghetti earlier. Wow. Oh God, my word. Make some merch from a mobility scooter. That'd be awesome. So these are actually hubcaps we're making for mobility scooters. If any of my fans want that. Who's crazier, Swifties or Disney adults? Disney adults. It is with great regret that I admit that you are one of my favorite YouTubers. That is unfortunate, Taylor. You should really reconsider that. Do you like Postal? I don't know, like the USPS, like my postal service. Might have missed it. Any plans for tattoos for other hand? Actually, yes. If you guys would like to see the tattoo I'm getting, I can show you it, but you can't be weird about it. Okay? Do you guys want to see the tattoo I'm getting in Japan? Would you guys like to see? Would you like to see the sick, twisted fucking ink I'm getting? The absolute vile ink I'm getting. Oh God, just shit my pants. This is the ink I'm getting, boys. That's right. This is what I'm getting. For those of you who don't know what this is, it's the Junji Ito Long Dream Face. It'll go over my hand as well. Will Allison be doing any more Witch Hound animations? I hope so. I think she is. Yeah. Now, why the fuck would you do that, Pops? Because it's my favorite short story. I love it. I thought it looked sick. All right, I need some positive affirmations here, right, guys? Come on. Dude, why is it mid? Is the art is sick? What are you talking about? You can't just say mid. This is why I hate doing this. This is why I hate you all. Come on, man. It looks like you. It does not look like me. How do I do a poll? Do I do /poll? Fuck. How do I do a poll? Oh wait, here it is. Here it is. All right, the poll has been started. I expect to see people voting in this poll in a favorable light. Okay. All right. Looks too patchy. So does your dig hair, dude. Come on. Can you please reenact the long legs scene, Daddy, Mommy? No, don't like long legs. It's shit. There, I said it. No, I said it. Look at that. Look at this nice poll here, boys. We got a lot of votes in here. A lot of people, overwhelming. I just want you all to know that I can see who voted no, and everybody who voted no is getting fucking banned. All right. And let me trust you. I know you can't go a day without watching this juicy content. So you better vote yes. You better vote yes. Okay? Miss Reed, can you tell my girlfriend Chance that she is not getting anything for Christmas because she has autism? We love the content. Keep it up. Hey, Chance, I would run away from Tyler because he's fucking weaponizing your autism against you. So I don't know. You know, do what you can with what you have. You know what I'm saying? Take that big, goofy, autistic ass and go somewhere else. Baby Gerald. You know what? Whatever. I gave you all my love and dedication, and this is what I get in return is this. All right? I'm ending the poll because I've won. We've won. Boom. Boom. Will the tattoo be the traditional style you have? If so, dope. You know what? I'm just kind of letting the artist go. The artist go for it. I kind of said fartist there for a second. I say go for it. For the barn. For the barn. Thank you. Miller Time Outdoors. Thank you for the $4.99. Papa, you're not old. I just went to Japan and the toilets at 7-Eleven are clean with heated seats and play music when you flush. Really? I've heard this. I've always heard that 7-Elevens overseas or like in Europe or basically just everywhere else besides America are wonderful. I don't know how true that is. But I keep hearing even like in Asian countries, 7-Eleven is like supposed to be fucking dope. They give you a prostate massage. I like that. I like that a lot. Do I like Arcane? I've never seen it. Thoughts on the band Gorillaz? I don't know. Is that like an independent band? I've never heard of that. Like, is that like a small band, like an indie thing? Do you like the Tales from the Crypt TV series? I am obsessed. Absolutely obsessed with Tales from the Crypt, dude. You know? Homophobe? I guess if you say so. Whenever you and Isaiah start to do more live tours, could you possibly have one near Mississippi or even Memphis, Tennessee? Just curious. Well, we had one in New Orleans. That's close to Tennessee. Hey, Bobby, my girlfriend, Crystal, is high as fuck sitting next to me, zoned out. Can you say something to get her attention? Crystal, what happened? You used to be so bright. Like, I don't know. Like an impossibly bright star. And now just, I don't know, look at you. You haven't been the same since, you know. Maybe just put the drugs to the side and start over. I think I can say safely that we're all rooting for you and that we want the old Crystal back. Miss you. Hopefully that worked. Had Totino's Party Pizza tonight in your honor. Oh, good choice. And I know for a fact right now that it was not a bad choice, was it? Markiplier goat brain on OnlyFans drop. You better believe it. If Markiplier asshole would have dropped, that would have been insane, man. Would have been absolutely insane. Bro, Totino's is awful. THT Sean, you are not allowed to type in this chat anymore. What a despicable thing to say. Barnet Thonland was a blast. Fucking scroll. Fuck. Barthon was a blast. Miss you on Twitch. Enjoy your trip. Thanks. The tat is fucking sick. Would you give my wife Jessie a call out? She has the biggest crush on you. Jessie, you got a fucking husband here. What the fuck are you doing having a crush on me? Did you not realize you know how morbidly obese I am? I walk around. I look like a fatter version of Jelly Roll. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, dude. Have some standards for yourself, dude. Can you shout out my wife, Sydney? What the fuck are... No more. I'm not shouting anybody. I don't know you all, okay? No more. No mas. I'm done. Cut off. Have you ever been to Guarfest? I have not. How's your mental health, Hunter? Love you. God, dude, couldn't be better. You should play Harvester. How about no? Bro, how's the wife? Bad, and she's gone. Have you listened to the 2 Indian metal bands in Bollywood? I have not. Please make Melvin Pride merch. Melvin Pride, like a rainbow flag, like an LGBT pride thing. Dude, I don't believe in that shit. Come on. I'm gonna make whatever the opposite of that is. All right, because that's what woke America has done to us. I'm kidding. I'm joking. It's a fucking joke. It's a joke. I'm playing. Age reveal for $300. Sure, buddy. Colton, send the $300 and bring it on, and I'll tell you. Can I get a shout out for my new puppy, Bella Bear? She loves your videos. Keep up it. I hope her dog eats a ton of chocolate. That's what I hope for Bella Bear. I'm joking. I'm kidding. Give her a nice boop on her snoot. You look like an 80s era wrestler mixed with a slug, and I love you for it. I feel like that's a compliment. I'm going to take it as a compliment. Who's your favorite champion in the league? Probably Heckram. Hey, from Western Australia. It's daytime here, so you don't tell me, boss, I'm watching. Other than the long sleeps, what would be your favorite Junji Ito story? Will Minxie? I'd have to say probably the crack at Amigara Fault. Or I'd even probably say Grease. Those are two of the favorite ones, but I do like Long Dream the most. Good day. Appreciate you. Permission to vomit on your cock? God, please, Bobby. When are you going to Japan? Sunday. Nice KSI impression. Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean, mate? What fun? Hello, Final Flesh. Can we get a Charlie on Creepcast? Nope. Try Scottish accent, but you can't do it. I really can't. You're not using your brain. I just know that they roll off the tongue a lot. It's kind of up in this and I can't do any of the, like, yeah, I can't. I tried. I can't do it. It's terrible. Can you shout out my girlfriend? No. She has IBS just like you. Gross bitch. That's right. There's your shout out, Marie. Gross bitch with IBS. Who are your favorite comedians? Dan Ninen. You should really be watching the On Cinema at Cinema, the extended universe. I love it. There's a 10-hour long video on YouTube right now that has a bunch of the On Cinema at the Cinema, like seasons 1 through 10 or 1 through 9, and it's fucking amazing. What headphones you rocking? I think these are the Audio Technica or the Sennheisers. I can't remember. Where are you going in Japan? We land, and we go to Shinjuku first, and then Osaka, and then I forgot where else. We're there for about 2.5 or 3 weeks. You're killing it with the mustache. Thank you, Kyle. Thoughts on Kazuo Umezu? God tier or mid? To say Kazuo Umezu is mid is nothing but ignorant. He is God tier. He is the father of Japanese horror manga, and he just passed away, and we will not be talking ill of his name. If none of you have read The Drifting Classroom, you should do it. What the fuck are you doing? There's also Onochi. Those are two that have actually been translated. So you know. All hail Space King. Fucking true, man. What's your process with creating art? Tips? Be sad and have an anxiety attack. Just then asking for a daddy, please forget the long legs. I hate it. I can't do it. Saw you in Boston. So funny. Love the Ari Aster bit. Thanks, man. I'm glad you liked it. Hey, did you ever get my Melvin BBB body horror painting after Creepcast, Nola? I believe so. I'm almost positive I did. We got a lot of stuff, so I'm almost positive I did. Dan Ninen is the wrong answer. You know this. Sam, don't put that on me. Dan Ninen is always the right answer. I'm moving in with my boyfriend of 5 years. Any advice? Suck his cock every morning. You'll have a beautiful, beautiful relationship. Bobby, you summoned the bug fans in your last video. I'd love you to know that my insect taxidermy art while I watch your videos. You know what? I just don't care for bugs. All right? Can I at least... I don't care for bugs. I will say, though, that I like bug taxidermy in frames and in art. I think it's very aesthetically pleasing. Come to Hawaii or else? Nah, I'm good. Thought on 27 Years Later trailer. I haven't seen it. Bunger Hancock, can you shout out my 1-year-old puppy Bagel? Fuck you, Bagel. Can't believe Fat Man and Little Boy are going to Japan 1945 all over again. Okay. All right. Can you shout out my right hand? It won't pleasure me without your approval. Ooh, sticky icky. Don't like that. Baraska 5. I think in the new year we're going to try to do Baraska Part 5. I'm pretty sure. Any other manga artists, writers you'd recommend? I always recommend Hideshi Hino. He's also like a popular one, but I don't think a lot of people know him. Junji Ito really outshadows a lot of those guys, but Hideshi Hino is one of my favorites. If you look up Bug Boy by Hideshi Hino, that's like a direct... I was looking at that as influence for Melvin. I really love how he did cartoons and stuff, and I wanted to pay homage to that guy in old Japanese manga, black and white manga. That's why Melvin's black and white. What am I drinking tonight? Water. Opinion on Arcane? Haven't seen it, bro. React to Jinxie x Mr. Beast. What are you talking about? Chin reveal? Maybe when I lose 50 pounds, you'll see it. You're one of my comfort YouTubers. Love you, Papa. Thanks, dude. Favorite metal band of the year? I really liked Gate Creepers released this year. Like 200 Stab Wounds released this year. There was a lot of good stuff this year, actually. Job for a Cowboy had an awesome release. I'm not sure. There's a lot of good stuff. Say something nice about your wife, please. She's so sweet. Nah, fuck that bitch. No way. I'm a jeweler, and we're slammed for the holidays. This live stream from my favorite Marine on YouTube is a lifesaver. Good luck with all your jewels, my friend. God, I just shit my pants. It smells horrible in here. Holy hell. Can you, Papa Meat, bless my wife? Paola, she had a job interview today. Well, hopefully you did good. Hopefully you got the job. Thank you, Mr. Poigle. Video about Hello Kitty girls, they're vile. Is that still a thing? Is Hello Kitty girls... Are the Hello Kitty girls just in Japan, or is it like outside of Japan? Hello Kitty girls. How's the kitty cat? Rocky's doing very well. Thoughts on the Luigi Mangione situation? I don't know what that is. I don't know if you're into it, but indica or sativa, I'm not into it. Me and my friend Cello, hope I said that right. Love watching you. Can you call her a stinky motherfucker? You stinky motherfucker. Can we get more backyard baseball? No. What's your favorite episode of SpongeBob? I don't know. That's a good question. I'd have to see. There's so many good episodes. Anything from the earlier seasons is so good. My fiance and I saw you in Phoenix. We got engaged and we were from DSM. Do you have any clip where you guys shouted us out on stage, please? I'm sure we have it somewhere. I thought we put that in the episode. Did we not, for the live show? We put up a live show episode. Bring out Rocky. Dude, he's sleeping downstairs. I'm not going to fuck with him. Are you getting your tattoo done in Japan? Yes. Yes. Papa Meat body tier list? What are you talking about? Your vids helped me get through my digital artwork, load and fursuit making. Hope you're staying creepy for your holidays. Same to you, buddy. Gooning later, Hunter? God, I hope so. I absolutely hope so. I need it. Hunter, tell me happy BD or I commit tax fraud. Have fun with your taxes, buddy. The IRS has that recorded. Happy holidays, Papa Meat. What's your favorite typo negative album? Bloody Kisses or October Rust for me? Yeah, probably October Rust. Papa, you the best. Yeah. I was shitting and jump scared by my boyfriend Tyler sending a super chat weaponizing my autism. Love your content. Well, hope the fucking stink pickle came out okay. Good luck, buddy. You autistic freak. I'm kidding. I'm playing it. I'm joking. That made me laugh. I made myself laugh there. That was a good one. You know what? I enjoyed that. Which world would you rather live in? Star Wars or Lord of the Rings? God, dude. I don't know. I don't know. Fucking Star Wars, because they have bathrooms and fucking toilets and cell phones, probably. TV show recommendations. If no one here has seen Barry, you should watch Barry. It's on HBO. It's one of my favorite shows ever. I fucking love Barry so much. Please watch Barry. It's so good. Das Bier is gone. Yeah. You make very good content for new viewers. I recommend watching Baba Beat. Oh my god, I almost threw up. The House of Horrors and the Worst YouTuber Apology and Swifties are tearing themselves apart. Thanks, man. Oh my god, I actually almost threw up there. What brand of fentanyl do you prefer asking for a friend? Tylenol? Nova goes to an alpha male camp video would go nuts. That's actually a great idea. Melvin going to an alpha boot camp would be a lot of fun. That'd be pretty good. Hi, Papa. Hi, Emily. You a Junji Ito fan? Thoughts on Cosmic Horror? I'm a huge Junji Ito fan. I love Cosmic Horror. I love H.P. Lovecraft and all the Lovecraftian goodness. So those are SquarePants 2 or Infinite Annihilators, Blasphemy, and probably SpongeBob SquarePants 2. Ever seen Nicolas Cage in Deadfall? Nope. Basic bitch voice.
Shout out my basic husband, Zach.
Why didn't you play D2 football at William Jewell? Because I am obese and I am not competitive in the slightest. Yes, oh my gosh. All right. Well, I think this is a fun stream. We've been doing this for an hour. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're done. I think we've had enough. We've had enough here. Thanks, dude. That was fine. Just a girl came in. They're like, okay, what is this?
Well, now you're crossing the line.
Now you're crossing a line.
Why don't you just call it the Scouts?
What are you gonna do? Have heterosexual sex? I'm bored. There's still plenty of boys to have sex with. I know. This is so stupid. This not only caused the overall enrollment to drop significantly, but also severely worsened their already terrible finances and pushed the organization to near bankruptcy. Most recently, the Boy Scouts have escaped bankruptcy and have changed their name to Scouting America. This has led to another outrage, which people believe is the final coffin, with the phrase "go woke" or "go broke" being thrown around.
So the reason they changed their name was so they could be more inclusive. You can be a furry or a transgender or a female or a boy or whatever you want to be and come to and join the Boy Scouts.
I can't win. It's bound to end eventually. It's going to end. It's just such an outdated thing.
Oh, the Boy Scouts?
What could you possibly do to make it?
Gotta make them tech Boy Scouts, like tech bros.
You had to almost change it to where it's just like useful stuff. Back in the day, it's like in the wild, in case you need to support your family. Now you need to have like kids come in and be like, you're gonna learn how to code. You're gonna be an AI engineer.
Well, now you gotta do doomsday prepping.
Oh, see, or you have two extremes. You either do, you want a job when you're out of college, we're gonna help you get there with AI Imagineering or whatever. Or you go super the other direction. It's just like, God's gonna kill you and you should be afraid. And also AI is gonna kill us. Doomsday preppers. And then you get you have to attack the kids' parents.
Yeah.
And they force the kids to go. And you basically just keep the cycle going. You know what it's like, what it's gonna be like? It's gonna be hell on earth. You should be scared. Then they're scared all growing up and they send their kids. There's a solution. You're welcome, Scouting America. Even with all the controversy, many Scouts have a lot of insane stories to tell that often show all the good times they had while in Scouts. Every Scout has their stories, but some are more insane than others. Scouting is supposed to prepare young boys for life in the outdoors by teaching them necessary skills to survive. However, they can't always teach common sense. While out on patrol, an older scout returned to their campsite to find the rest of the troop making fried chicken. When he entered the camp, the entire area smelled like bleach.
Bleach chicken.
And upon closer inspection, he was horrified to learn that they're attempting to fry their chicken in Clorox bleach. Bleached chicken comes back again, dude. It tastes okay, but... Scout leader, I can't see. He quickly removed the chicken and told them not to eat any. Though many of the younger scouts were upset that they didn't get to have some of the bleached chicken.
We worked hard for the bleached chicken.
He's blind. Why can't I be? I have ascended scout leader. Where'll I get my badge, scout leader?
Hold on, what is the thought process?
I taste mercury in my mouth.
Do you think they got bleached chicken badges at least?
They better have gotten a Clorox badge at least.
Clorox.
And they fucking ingested bleach. What else could you do to not fucking, you know what I mean? Come on. Need a new badge. One of the major events every scout looks forward to is the Pinewood Derby. Which is the only reason. That's the only reason I even joined, because I saw it one time and I was like, whoa. It's a simple race where scouts build and customize small wooden cars, then race them down a short wooden track. What is meant to be harmless fun turned into a biohazard when one scout broke the rules. In 2004, Quail Run School had to be evacuated after a Cub Scout slipped a vial of mercury onto the car. When it hit the bottom of the track, it crashed and spilled the toxic material everywhere. Over 70 people were exposed to mercury and had to be tested to make sure none suffered from serious poisoning. All right, that time I'd be like, what was the mercury for? I thought it just looked kind of cool. Scout leader. He's got to be blind too, right? I dipped them in my eyes so I can see like God. Scout leader. I want to see heaven, scout leader.
Yeah, where did he get the mercury?
Thermometer.
Oh, thermometer? Yeah.
Probably. It is believed that the child's parents were responsible for the modification, which was installed on the car to increase its weight despite it being against the rules. So they wanted to raise the weight by putting mercury on it?
Don't you? I thought everyone weighs their cars.
They do. Unless they're like, oh, you gotta, no, let's add the weight now. Put a fucking like marble in it. You have the thermometers? Yeah. What the fuck is happening? After all the hazmat cleaning and ventilation was through, a fine of $5,000 was issued and the event was held the following Saturday. We will start up next week. It is not over. All the kids. Ooh. All the blind kids. Oh, thank God. Lawrence Machida was an assistant scoutmaster for Troop 183 located in New York until he was arrested for sharing drugs with a young scout. If it's weed, if you're like, he's 18, you're like, he's 15, you're like, you want to hit, that's not a big deal. What I see in my mind is a guy being like, whoa, you look like a wizard. He's like, yeah, it's called PCP. Oh, PCP, that sounds weird. It's angel dust. Remember, you're Christian. Oh. According to reports, Lawrence had invited the 13-year-old troop member to his home, where he gave the teen LSD, marijuana, and alcohol.
13-year-old, come on.
13 years old.
Are you trying to impress a 13-year-old?
Yeah, I mean, I got some like crazy stuff at my house. You want to go back? I mean, what else does that look like? He was charged with 2 misdemeanors of unlawfully dealing with a child and failure to exercise control of a minor. After his arrest, he was removed from his position and charged $5,000 bail, which he posted with $2,500 in cash.
Oh, that's a young scout leader.
So he's just young. He's just like,
he was probably 18.
He was the kid when he was 13. All the other people were like, oh, you're not going to be able to drink and smoke with us because you're a fucking pussy. Yes, sir. Yes, Scoutmaster. And now he's in control and he's just like, I'm going to give you the experience I've never had. But he just comes across as like, you know, a freak. LSD? If it was weed and alcohol, I'd be like, hey, probably like, you want to hit of a joint and beer? I'm not saying that's appropriate. I'm just saying LSD's insane.
Yeah, for a 13-year-old
Put this on your tongue. Oh, Scoutmaster. Is this hell? Is this death? He's like, he first bleached chicken and all of a sudden LSD. May I have one for the road, please? Another scout leader was ruining the lives of their troop by embezzling all of their funds. Amy Jo Modi had held numerous positions throughout her local Pennsylvania troop and was trusted with full access to all their financial accounts. Uh-oh. In July of 2023, another leader in the troop notified their bank of suspicious activity and inconsistencies in their finances. And after further investigation, the police discovered that Amy had stolen $5,962 and spent all of it on herself. Receipts showed that she had used the money to pay her Netflix subscription, paid for multiple tattoos, and paid for all of her DoorDash orders. And after this discovery, she was arrested and charged with felony theft by unlawful taking. Amy's not the only scout leader to get a felony. Glenn Taylor and David Hall took their troop to Goblin Valley State Park in Utah for an outing when they came across a protected rock formation called Hoodoo. Show Hoodoo. So wherever we're getting ready to get into, it was there. These kinds of formations are very rare, can take 2 million years to form, and a major tourist attraction in certain parks. After coming across this natural beauty, both men decided it would be a good idea to push it over. Why would that be a good idea? Yes, sir. Thank you, Scoutmaster. So David pulled out his phone and recorded Glenn toppling the structure while kids could be heard celebrating in the background. Yay! The recording soon went viral and earned both men felony criminal mischief and $5,000 fines apiece. The legal trouble wouldn't end there because just before the viral video, Glenn was suing a father and daughter for a car accident that supposedly caused him life-debilitating pain and sucked the joy out of his life. The father, who was being sued, saw the video and tried to get the case thrown out because there was clear evidence to show that Glenn suffered no injuries. Motherfucker was clapping and having a good time. However, Glenn's legal team argued that Taylor's quick recovery did not undo the medical bills and pain caused by the accident. After everything was settled, both men took a plea deal, which allowed them to avoid jail time if they followed the terms for 1 year. Many parents enroll their children in the Scouts to teach them discipline and skills that will prepare them for the future. One family tried to do this because their son was getting into trouble with his scientific experiments. But in the end, it didn't help. Ever since David Hahn was young, he had been interested in science and chemistry. His favorite book was the Golden Book of Chemistry Experiments, and he often performed small experiments from it. One of the more notable experiments told him how to make chloroform and instructed him to smell it, okay? Causing him to pass out for an hour.
You gotta smell that. You gotta be like,
is this right? Fearing that his experiments might get more dangerous, he was enrolled in Boy Scouts to try and discipline him, but it only made him want to experiment more. After completing his Atomic Energy Merit Badge, David became inspired to try to create a nuclear reactor at home. He began stealing radioactive materials from smoke detectors, camping lanterns, batteries, and old clocks. He would then go back to his shed and use a Bunsen burner and a hollowed out block of lead to try to create a reaction. While he never successfully created nuclear energy, he was still exposed to dangerous levels of radiation that could be detected down the block. His experiments also caused his skin to burn, his hair to turn green, and he occasionally passed out from his condensed amount of radiation in his backyard shed. This kid kind of fucking rules, actually. It all came crumbling down in August of '94 when police stopped David and searched his vehicle, where they found a toolbox with an odd gray powder. And after asking what it was, David told the officer it was radioactive. And they immediately called the EPA and NRC, which led to a search and seizure at his home. A few months later, the EPA deemed the home a Superfund cleanup and removed 39 barrels of radioactive waste, which were taken to be stored in Utah. Officials also tried to get David to get medically evaluated, believing that he suffered severe damage from the major radiation he was exposed to, but David refused. I'm fine. Hair all grain and she looks like the Joker. I'm okay. Do I look weird to you? After all the media attention died down, he would join the Navy and get honorably discharged. Following his departure, he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. He also had another FBI investigation after someone claimed he was hoarding nuclear material, but agents found no materials in his possession. Fucking Iraq all over again. All they learned was David had started using cocaine and stopped taking his meds, which made him believe that people were out to shock his genitals with their brains. A few months after his interview with the FBI, he would be arrested for stealing smoke detectors in his apartment building with the intent to remove the nuclear material. At the time of his arrest, his face was covered in burns, believed to be caused by exposure to nuclear material, and he was sentenced to 90 days in jail.
Damn, he looks scary.
Which David, unfortunately, would die in 2016 due to an overdose of fentanyl and other drugs.
That took a turn. I wasn't expecting.
What do you mean you didn't expect? Motherfucker was... How from a young age are you that obsessed with nuclear energy? He's like, yeah, David also recovered perfectly and he's a normal No, I mean, he's gone. He's gone. Who knew the Boy Scouts could be so weird and insane, right? It's crazy to see what was supposed to be a fun way to get young boys in the outdoors turn into a hellscape of corrupt leaders and dangerous outings. With such a wide variety of threats and drama, it's no wonder that enrollment is at an all-time low. Which we didn't even scratch all of the weird sexual abuse and everything that happens. I mean, it is obvious, you know. Usually at these points, I say it's a video for another day. I'm not touching that. We already talked about, we got David in there. David's enough. All I gotta say is if you're in the Boy Scouts, run away. I'm sure there's some motherfuckers that had a good time in the Boy Scouts.
Our Boy Scouts is just like a club. We never actually did the activities. We just hang out and play video games.
Your poor dad, dude. You seriously just keep painting him more and more as a monster. Yeah, we never went on camping trips we said we were going to. We just went back to my house.
We went to the snow one time, the mountains, for a day trip.
He didn't tell anybody. We just went. Okay, that's our Boy Scout video. Hey. Thank you, Scout Leader! We will see you next time, Scout Leader! Hoorah! Mom is the main character. She's being torn by her love of this brother, and she's had to settle down with the kind of plain Jane that she married, this guy. He's a kind of family guy. You know, now he's like, by the way, I'm fucking back, and I need you to bring me people.
Yeah.
And he's just been like killing people and like sucking up their blood so his body can reform. And it's this like insane deception and like this give and take of this like weird family drama. It's like this odd family drama of like a girl being like, I don't know which brother I want to be with, and it's just totally fucked up. One of the best horror movies, if not one of the most iconic horror movies of the 80s. Hellraiser, so good. To caveat that too, Dead Alive, Peter Jackson's cartoonish masterpiece. I'd like to include it on this day because Hellraiser is, the whole movie is very slow, and you have like a bloody guy, and he's like, oh, fucking feed me, whatever, and then it gets into, you know, it's crazy, gory nightmare realm. Dead Alive is just from beginning to end just so cartoonish and over the top. One of the goriest, funnest practical effect movies, and it's so funny to be like, this guy also went on to make Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, if I recall, Dead Alive for a while was the world record for most practical blood used in a film.
The parts of like this guy, this kind of sheepish guy, being able to kill all of these like dickhead zombies that have been, or like people that have been turned into zombies movies, the kind of creature his mom becomes. It's very, very cheesy. Like it's very like at times, in my opinion, borderline almost hard to watch with how cringe like the character is, and like, some of the dialogue is very comical. It's such a fun movie. Like it's so fun building this character to the point where when it does get to the part where he kind of like he takes care of himself, it feels so earned. It's a lot of fun. And also too, it's just Peter Jackson, just such young ambition, like just such a young director that just like explodes with creativity on the screen. On the 27th of October, we move back to anthology and I want to talk about my favorite anthology movie of all time, which is Creepshow. I love Creepshow. The brainchild of George Romero and Stephen King come together to make a bunch of fun horror shorts. George Romero does a nice little zombie film about a dad coming back to a life for his birthday cake, even though his family hates him. Comes back there. Stephen King plays himself as like a redneck who wants to sell an asteroid, but gets turned into a veggie man. But The Thing Under the Stairs is probably my favorite short of any anthology series of all time, of like a weird crate found under the stairs of a university. The monster is so scary. The acting is so good. The guy is just beaten down by his wife this whole time, and he devises a plan to feed her to the monster. It's so good. And then you have the crazy guy who's like a sanitary nut who has cockroaches come over, and it's just this gross insect. Man, it's just so effective. And it's also really leaning into these like freeze frame comic book moments that are blasted with saturated color. It's just, I mean, I don't think you just can't go wrong watching Creepshow. It's a classic for a reason. It's on the little tippity end of the list here.
So I will also mention, while we're talking about our final anthologies, I have to mention VHS 2. I talked about it before. For me, that's what made the VHS one of my favorite modern horror series. I always go up to people, I'm like, oh, what's your second favorite VHS short? Because I already know what the first one is. It's always Safe Haven. It just does its concept so well, executes so well, the effects are so great. And it's here in VHS 2, but I like the other shorts of VHS 2 as well. I like the one about the dog.
That's a fun one. That's a fun use of the found footage format. I really like when people find justify the found footage. Like I know I said, like, why are you recording? But to make it something where it's like, oh, we're playing with our dog, and you put a camera on him. Because, I mean, people do that. You want to have like funny footage of your dog running around. So it's just from the perspective of the dog the whole time. It's pretty funny.
I also like the other one, Ride in the Park, the zombie that has a GoPro strapped to its head, so it like attacks a little kid's birthday party. Like, it's just fun. And like I said, Safe Haven's probably the best. It is the best in the series, in my opinion. So yeah, but like if you're looking for anthologies to sub out somewhere, just put on VHS 2 while we're through day. And the nice part about the VHS films, because they're anthology horrors, you can start anywhere. It's just its own vignette of horror. So start with 2, start with 94, start with wherever you'd like. So for October the 28th, we are moving very close to the date itself, so we have a very big classic, and that is The Exorcist 3. If you've seen the original Exorcist, which I imagine most of you had, or you're at least familiar with it, then you know it is a staple of horror, blah, 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 one of the classics of the genre. What you may not know is that the third one is, as some may say, equally as good, or at least equally as scary. The Exorcist 3 follows the investigator and one of the priests from the original film, obviously not the one who threw himself out of the window, but that goes without saying. It's more of a mystery, really, than a lot of other like possession horror flicks. It's kind of about this investigator trying to piece together this crime and then deciding if the devil has something to do with it or if it's just a killer at large. But some of the scares in it work so well. It has this one very iconic moment of a nun walking across the hallway with the syringe, I believe.
The scissors, the giant scissors.
That's right, the giant scissors. Yeah, across the hallway.
Arguably the best jump scare of all time.
Several have coined it the best jump scare of all time. It works well too because the scare of that moment, the jump is in the camera rather than the scene. So the scene's able to breathe, do its own thing, but you still get that jump scare effect out of it. Yeah, The Exorcist 3 is a classic. If you haven't checked out or have only seen The Exorcist, recommended. You can skip 2, don't worry about 2, but just go to the third one.
The first movie was directed by William Friedkin, who is like an amazing director, one of the best of all time. He just died recently, very sad. The interesting thing about Exorcist 3 though was it was written as a book called Legion, a book by William Peter Blatty, but he also directed it, and it wasn't even supposed to be an Exorcist film. They were just like, yeah, I mean, we have to fucking sell this thing. It's the third one, which is weird after the second one flopped so hard. The first movie is so good about the desperation of a mom trying to take care of her kid, and it's something too where it's like the religion aspect is the absolute last resort. She does all these things of like going to scientists, does these tests, all these crazy things, and then finally she's just like, it, I have no other options. I'm going to call in the priesthood. And what's crazy about that movie, it's like, that's like the very close to the end of the film. It's like just a haunting movie of a woman who's just like, I don't know what the fuck to do. Like I'm so lost. And I think I like it so much just because it's another movie about faith. George C. Scott, who gives like such a great performance, just screaming the whole movie, angry as shit. And then he is met with his friend who he desperately, like, you're just like, has deep respect for, who is of the faith and stuff. And the weird thing is it's like a weird murder mystery. Like some of the events that are happening remind the investigator of a killer called the Gemini Killer, who is played by Brad Dourif.
Yep.
God,
a
I love
legend.
Brad Dourif.
Legend.
God, people, if you're not a horror fan, he's Wormtongue in Lord of the Rings as well, but he's also the voice of Chucky. Brad Dourif in this movie is so fucking evil. It's unbelievable. The way that he just, like, he takes so long to say anything, like the way he just screeches out these words. Anyways, I'm harkening on it too much, but it's an amazing movie about faith and the dichotomy between the priesthood, the Gemini Killer, and the investigator. Like, George C. Scott just goes through the fucking ringer in this movie, and it's awesome. If you've never seen this film, you gotta do it. It's
Especially
so
if you hate George C. Scott and want to see him suffer. Go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you will see George C. Scott definitely suffer in this film. There you go.
So if that's what you're into.
The last 3 days, these are the ones where I'm like, I'm knee deep in it. I'm neck deep in it. And this day is It from the 90s, the TV movie, and Fright Night. I wasn't a big fan of the new It movies, I'll say it. I think it's just because I have such a love for the old ones where I was just like, why the do I need a new one? Tim Curry, you can't beat Tim Curry. The old TV special too, horrible. Like, it's like a really poorly acted, but it's so fun. I love it. The kid version, once again, way better than the adult version. But even still, the adult version still has this level of cheese and grit to it that's so fun. And also, I mean, dude, when I watched that when I was younger, I could barely fucking take a bath. I was so afraid of the drain in my bathroom that it freaked me out. I had horrible nightmares about it. Tim Curry is just so good, man. Such an iconic performance, and I feel creeped out by him and some of the scenes in this. It's just such an effective and also such a simple outfit.
Yeah.
But it's so good.
Also, the original It, to me, the concept is never that scary. I understand how if you're a kid, like Stranger Danger stuff, it's scary. And I think it is creepy for sure. But to me, it's never been that terrifying, the idea of like the It clown and stuff. To me, the film works better as almost like a Sandlot-esque horror movie, right? About like kids experiencing stuff, the time in their life, which for me is why I like the 90s better than the new one. I understand that the new one is objectively scarier, but to me, the scares were never the thing that was attractive about it. Still has that special tone.
Especially as a kid watching it, it's so creepy. And also too, like the whole thing of it it's like a weird alien or like a like bug alien or something.
Yeah, that kind of kills it a bit.
But it's just so much fun. And also to keep the momentum up on that, I think it should be required by law. In October, you have to watch Fright Night. I like Fright Night more than I like The Lost Boys. I think Fright Night is the most 80s aesthetic, especially like that time frame of teenage kid, no one listens to him, and there's a weird guy across the street. It's so good. Fright Night, I think by law should be required to watch.
Taking your high school girlfriend to the theaters back in like the 80s to see Fright Night had to be like a soulful experience. Could you imagine?
Oh my God. I can't. It must have been amazing. It was good eating in the 80s, dude. Taken for date nights at theaters, that was good eating.
For October the 30th, one day, this is All Hallows Eve, the day before the big one, right? We have a couple of classics that are kind of in their self parodies, or at least respective of the entire genre. We've got Scream and Cabin in the Woods. So Scream, I mean, we all know it. The classic. There's two killers. The movie about that there's a serial killer and they go through all the rules of horror movies. You know, never be alone, never hook up, stuff like that. And then the twist that there's two killers, and it's classic performances from all around. I remember, I think this was the first thing I ever saw Drew Barrymore in, and she's like, you know, a classic staple of 90s films and stuff like that. Scream is like the final boss, especially if you're doing this list and you watch all the horror movies. Scream is the final boss of like, oh yes, a horror movie that understands it's a horror movie and exactly what that implies. And it has such a fun job at it. So can't recommend Scream enough. And also Cabin in the Woods. Cabin in the Woods is to what Scream is about like slasher films. Cabin in the Woods is for like monster movies. So it's about a group of teens who are stuck in what initially appears to be a cabin in the woods that just has creepy stuff happening around it, only to find out it is effectively like the SCP organization that contains all of these supernatural threats and is performing
fun.
these sacrifices to an old occult god. And the scene where all the monsters get out and start killing everyone, oh, it's so good. It's such a great scene. Cabin in the Woods is great. Scream's great. Highly recommend both if you love the horror genre, or even if you hate the horror genre. It picks fun at it, which if you do, I don't know why you're this far into the video, but still.
The idea of Scream is so fun too because it's Wes Craven who made Nightmare on Elm Street, and he was like a huge benefactor, but kind of was him critiquing the kind of genre that he helped create. So it's like just a fun thing of it's so oversaturated, but to have it reinvent it in that fun way, is just awesome. And then Cabin in the Woods is, I think, like it's such a love letter to horror films, and to see Chris Hemsworth die in that really funny way. It's just a great treat right before he becomes like the biggest actor. And then lastly, on Halloween Day, I always watch my two movies I always watch on Halloween Day is Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, and The Thing. I'm not going to talk about The Thing. I've talked about The Thing a million times. Yes, it's my favorite movie of all time. There it is. I think Halloween 3, Season of the Witch is the epitome of Halloween movies. I think aesthetically it is perfect. It's like what Halloween should have been, which is just like an anthology film each time. John Carpenter came out with Halloween. They're like, that's awesome. And he's like, this would be an awesome trilogy, or like it'd be an awesome anthology of like every year we do a new Halloween thing. And then Michael Myers blew up and they're like, that, bring back the pale-faced bastard. So Halloween 3 Season of the Witch was like just this continuation of this idea of kind of like new story every year or every couple of years, and it's just I love it. The first time I saw it, I was disappointed because there was no Michael Myers, and then I kept watching it because it just fits that great like vintage mask vibe. The whole idea of like kids buying these masks and the kind of like commercialization of trick-or-treating.
Plus, I mean, it's such an interesting historic point, you know, because it's like, oh well, Halloween was going to be like once per year, almost anthology type, like a different spooky Halloween story every year. And then Michael Myers was in the first one, and that's not what the series became. Because then the second one, they're like, okay, well, we'll finish up Michael Myers' story. And then they tried for one movie to make it its own thing with Season of the Witch, and they said absolutely not, and jumped back to Michael Myers, which it's funny. It's a weird historic point in filmmaking, but also just the fact that it is so Halloween-y. It's about jack-o'-lanterns around town, like killing people. Like you can, it's up there with Trick or Treat for me for being like the quintessential Halloween movie. So if you're gonna watch a movie, if you're gonna have a party, you're gonna have friends over, you're gonna watch something fun together, Season of the Witch is a great option. I'll also say the song that was made for the movie by Donovan is on my regular playlist I listen to every day.
It's amazing.
That's how good it is.
Holy shit, that's 31 films. So now you can't complain. You can't complain.
Now you have to shut up.
I don't know what to watch.
Now you have to shut up and watch the movies. We even gave you the exact date. So today, start off the list with Willard, dude. Sit down tonight, watch Willard, and just let the things go. I'd love to hear you guys, rejoice about the movies or even talk shit on them. Maybe you fucking hate them. I don't know. These are just recommendations. And Isaiah, or Wendigoonish, I should say, thank you so much for coming and recommending some movies with me, my love.
Well, I had no other options.
That is true. He was forced at gunpoint.
If I wanted to get paid, I had to be here. But no, unironically, Hunter's a great friend. Always happy to be on the channel. Appreciate it, my guy. And thank you all so much for watching. And let us know what you think about these scary films, because they certainly mean a lot to us. So either, agree with us in the comments or be mean and make Hunter cry. That's fine too.
Please be mean and make me cry. I love that. Enjoy your October, everyone. This is the best month of the year. Let's stay scared. And also check out Creepcast. It's a great show, I swear.
It's okay, I guess. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, you want a beer?
Or do you want to smoke some pot?
Or we can have premarital sex.
I'm laughing.
He's laughing. Yeah, when I go see a funny movie, I do this the whole time. Sam and Magdalena and Brett are out on the patio and watch a slideshow of Brett growing up. That's a date.
Yeah, they say, yeah.
By the pool. It's a poolside date where he's just like, yeah, this is pretty much me when I was young. It's like, lucky girls. Lucky. Brett made sure to put on the Rasta wig for the occasion. It's poolside. It's tropical. He's got to put on the Rasta wig. If he doesn't put on the Rasta wig, why even buy it?
Didn't Adrian Brody get banned from SNL for that?
Adrian Brody got banned in SNL for what?
Wearing a Rastafarian wig.
Dude, let me tell you something. People, I think, good. Good. Let Adrian Brody get canceled for it, and Bret Michael walks free. That's what I say. Sam, I'll tell you something. She's got like a little gap or two. A little trashy. I like it. Just what's in that verb the noun kind of era. Trashy vibes. Bet she listens to Cradle of Filth. Also, she wore a Pantera shirt that one time.
Probably loves Atreyu.
Oh man, loves Atreyu. It sells a Paper Anchors album and shit. God damn. She's like, yeah, bullet for my Valentine. And you're like, nah.
I'll accept it.
That's fine. Yeah, that'll be fine. She's sitting there and she's like, I mean, Bret's been making out with all of these women. And then he's like talking to her and he's trying to kiss her and she's like, oh no. Like, and he's just like, it's just a kiss.
It's just a kiss.
That becomes a big meme. Is listen, fucking relax. It's just a fucking kiss. Are you gonna be this uptight, really? John? Oh, you don't want me to get John? It's a kiss. Which, it's weird whenever they kiss, whatever, because in the edit, they add these moans in the background. It's like making out, whatever, and you just hear, oh. I never understand the idea of like wanting people to be hard while they're watching TV. But Sam says that she wants to have an orgasm, so Bret kicks them both out of his room.
When Sam said to me she wanted an orgasm, from that point on, my date was over. I just wanted to get on Sam. I mean, I'm willing to do that.
I don't think I should have brought up the orgasm because now Bret's extremely turned on.
And Bret's like, oh, oops, my diabetes. And he basically has to kick him out because he's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. So I was kind of creeped out by that. He's like, I'm Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. You don't know who's gonna come out tonight. John, get my insulin!
I really felt like I was starting to connect to them. However, after Sam told me she needed orgasm, I was about ready to pop.
The next morning, Big John comes out of his cave. How dare, who fucking wrote that? Shame on you. Next morning, Big John comes out and gives a letter once again to the girls from Bret. And this time, Rodeo and Brandy M hop into a Hummer limo. Super early 2000s. I mean, when I saw that, I was like, God, this is so trashy, dude. I'm pretty sure at our prom, there's people that had like Hummer limos, and it's like the kid who's like, my dad has the biggest plumbing company in town. Rodeo and Brandy M hop in the Hummer limo with Bret to get tailor-made bikinis.
Tailor-made?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Every girl's dream, he's like, every girl's dream is to get a bikini customized. You're like, where the fuck did you come up with that, dude? What do you mean? I'm actually almost positive he says it's every girl's dream to get a tailor-made bikini.
Just about every girl's dream. I'm going to get them the hottest bikinis ever, tailor-made to fit their body.
That's why you love them. Which they have dinner on top of a hotel, and you find out that Rodeo collects swords and has had 5 blood transfusions when she was a baby. Basically, this is where my faith in Rodeo kind of was slipping a bit. She's just a bit too chatty.
My favorite position is doggy.
Is it?
Somebody says something and then Rodeo's just like, yeah, me too. One of those people, don't you hate that?
Yeah.
I really like bicycles. Yeah, I have bicycles too, I'm a champion.
This one time, this happened to me with a bicycle.
Yeah, so this actually happened to me one time.
Just turns it around to make it all about herself.
But at the same time, that's the kind of guts and glory you need to have to win. Happy she's in my circle, that's all I gotta say. Later on, Bret gets Lacey and Dallas on the back deck because there's a bunch of drama once again about like animal abuse and all that shit. And they're talking about it, they're like, yeah, I don't know why she's doing that. And Bret's face is just, you can so tell he's like, was the paycheck worth it? He's like, I just don't care. I don't care. But for the elimination this round, Bret comes out in all leather attire. I told myself if I was ever super, super skinny in shape, not buff or anything, just slender, I'd wear every suit that Robert De Niro has in Casino, and I would, seriously, my everyday outfit would be Bret Michaels outfits in Rock of Love. They're so good. I love them.
Give him the bandana.
Yeah, Big Jacob come out. And this time, unfortunately, Bret has to send home Dallas and Krista. Which I'll be honest, I thought Dallas was gonna stay a bit longer. She had a crazy time on the racetrack. And then yeah, Krista, who the fuck even, has she said a word yet? I don't know.
One man's trash, am I right?
Whenever Dallas leaves too, she just fucking leaves. She has the only honest response in this whole thing is she walks out and Bret's like, what, not even a hug?
No hug.
You're like, dude, fuck off. What are you talking about, man?
Looks like Big Jacob already picked his girl.
I think I'm gonna keep Dallas.
Whoa!
Oh wait, Dallas got killed?
Stop saying killed. She was eliminated. I just was talking about
She
was,
this.
what the fuck are you talking about? Why don't you take a nap or have a fucking glass of apple juice and get back down to earth with us, dude? God damn. God damn, that Jack's fighting me a little bit today. I haven't had anything to eat. You really are a little apex predator, aren't you?
I'm eating.
He's a little vulture. He's like freshly killed.
Freshly killed it.
Also, I like how in the end of the episode, he's just like, why don't we all just fucking have a brewski, huh? Because he's at the end, he's always like, come on, ladies, at the end. And they're all drinking, and it's definitely like Busch Light or something, but they have to wrap it in Bret's Brew.
I want a can of Bret's Brew.
Dude, if anybody is seriously out there, we probably have enough of this push now. If anybody was a staff member on Rock of Love and they have a Bret's Brew can, I just send it to me. I'd love it.
Please.
I would cherish it forever. Also, just want to point this out. We're almost halfway through the season here. All 3 of my picks are still here. But anyways, on to episode 4. All right, episode 4, which everyone starts getting fucked up again after the elimination. I cannot tell you enough how much alcohol is consumed in the show. And right off the top of the episode, Rodeo starts breaking down out of nowhere about missing her son. You've been gone for 3 days. 2
Very
days.
ugly cry.
Well, not only a very ugly cry, it's like she's so buff that when she cries, you see like every vein in her body, and she's like, I don't know what's it. You're like, hey, eat a few more chalupas and then start crying, dude, all right? We need a little more. It's like watching Jack Skellington or some shit cry. It is haunting. I don't know. Did you ever watch that Gargoyle show on Disney?
Oh, I fucking love gargoyles. I used to have the toys.
Yeah, it's Keith David.
Oh, what? Yeah.
That's Keith David as the main voice. The black guy in The Thing and They Live and shit. Yeah. I love Keith David.
That's awesome.
I don't know why I thought of that. I think it's just because I was thinking of a gargoyle. But Brett understands Rodeo because he has 2 girls, and of course, he has diabetes. Brandy C is laying down outside Brett's room because she's trying to get in, which Big John happily stumbles upon. Big John's kind of pissed. He's like, what the fuck are you doing? I love that part. What are you doing? She's like,
I'm just trying to meet Brett.
What the fuck are you doing?
Waiting to see Brett.
fucking creepy, man. And I love the mid-2000s. Bret Michaels band in the MySpace band font on his bedroom door. On his bedroom door, it's like red doors, and it's just such a relic, dude. Take me back. Like, just fucking take me back. Just when I was younger, man.
It's classic.
It is classic. Dude, every time you go to your MySpace page and a song would immediately play. That's what I thought was sick. I wish that they would still do that somehow. The song that I had on my MySpace page was Determined, Mudvayne.
Good song. Not Bret Michaels.
No, I'm just giving it brevity for a second because letting people take that in.
Not a Bret Michaels song?
Well.
What was your MySpace theme?
I think it was Cthulhu or something. It was Cthulhu or it was like some other like horror thing like that. I can't remember. I had 4 friends on MySpace. Tom was one of them.
Mm-hmm. I shared a MySpace with my brother and Joey.
It's cool, man. That's awesome. Brandy starts crying. Okay. I don't know how I'm supposed to. You have anything else you want to say there? Or is that,
no,
okay.
That's about it.
All right. Brandy starts crying, and Big John says she's not getting into Brett's room. I love that. This is when, once again, I mean, Big John's always been a fan favorite of mine, but I just want to say this solidified it. He's a bodyguard. You're not getting in. You're not getting in. The next morning, everyone wakes up to Brett fake playing a harmonica, which is pretty fun. He's sitting there. He's putting my entire life on it that he is not playing this harmonica.
There's music going on upstairs.
The next challenge the girls have to do, they have to make up lyrics to one of the 2 backing tracks on Brett's solo album. Oh, God. First off, I like how the show is just presenting like making a song is easy. Once again, it's just like a humiliation ritual after another. And there's 5 teams of 2 people. So it's 5 teams of 2. We get through and Rodeo's lyrics are super fucking odd. Like, I want to watch the kids play under a rainbow of never-ending love.
Our kids play under a rainbow.
She was stoked about that.
And she's like, yeah, because me and Brett have kids. I think I know who I'm getting rid of in episode 5. It's too much. It's too much. Also, too much motherly stuff. There's too much wild stuff going on. And Brett, yeah, he has kids, never talks about them.
Nope.
Never talks about them. So I think when Rodeo's like, yeah, I love my kids, I think Brett's like rolling his eyes. Cool, dude. Dead meme. Hey, God, all the songs are just fucking terrible. Like, not even in a funny way. It's like grating.
From complete darkness, I am the light. Yeah.
The show is very rewarding in a lot of ways. It gets you hooked, but then it really, I mean, like death by 1,000, like, you know, needle pricks or whatever.
What am I thinking?
What am I thinking? What is that? Death by what?
1,000 cuts.
I think needle pricks is cool too, but Jess and Brandy are like, once again, dude, Jess just became my love, my muse, my flame. Don't tell my wife. They like are treating it more as a joke, or they're just like, we're just gonna have fun with it. And they unironically have the best song and performance at the end. So much better than all the people who took it seriously, and you're just, it's bad. Lacey and Aaron are the first to perform, and Aaron can't hit a tambourine on time. It makes me, I just don't know how you can't just do, tss, tss. You just bop your foot. Tss, tss. But it's a different fucking time. It's signature. I don't know. Like, why would they give them guitars to play? They don't know how to play guitars. So people are just holding guitars and you're like, what the fuck are you doing? Rodeo won't shut the fuck up about her kids. It's really annoying. And Brett questions if Magdalena is a drag queen.
Magdalena sings. Sounds a little like a drag queen.
Brett.
I'm like, why the fuck would you? Yeah, she's just like, Brett, my bro. Why, Brett, bro? And you could tell that the producers are definitely just like chortling to themselves and rubbing their fingers together, thinking of all the different ways that they're humiliating these women on the show. I wonder too if Brett's just like, I'm going home. Between his shoot, he's there for like an hour a day and he's like, I'm leaving. Which Heather and Magdalena, Sam and Brandy C tie for the win. So 2 teams tie for the win, which I think is bullshit too. And some of the girls are like, what the fuck, just choose one. But you see that with Brett, he's indecisive. Might come back later in the season, I don't know.
I don't know. He's got a heart of gold.
He does have a heart of gold. Can we at least give a round of applause for Brett real quick?
Why are we giving him applause?
And like a broken record that night, because Brett. That's why we did. Like a broken record that night, Rodeo's crying again about her kids. It's like, dude, you've been gone for 3 days. 3 days, bro. I can't handle it without my kid. Like, you crazy old bitch. Good Lord, dude. Brett is always on double dates with the girls. It's pretty funny. He's like never alone with anybody. He's always just like, you and you, come on. Brett gives Heather and Magdalena Chinese Fender guitars on their date. These are definitely knockoffs. They're not real. They look cheap. They're like, cool. I'm never gonna play this in my life. Awesome. They get back from the date and Brett is completely trashed, telling Heather to get her tits out and smash a guitar, which is very, very pog of Brett to do. And she does. They're naked. It's fucking chaotic. It's one of those things where, as a cameraman, I don't know how you sit there and are you just like, once again, none of it's sexy. It's just like, yeah, someone's naked, but you're just like, yeah, I don't know. At least they didn't smash the Chinese Fender guitars. What would a Chinese Fender be called?
Chinder.
I hate the smirk that you had on that. Because I can't see his eyes, I could just see his mouth, so I just saw Chinder. And it was like the screen was blocking it, so Chinder. But that night, Brett may or may not have fucked Lacey and Brandy C in the same night. He was trashed. He was trashed. And he even says, I'm only human, damn it.
I'm only human, damn it.
Real cute. The next day, the other girls are pissed that, they're like, did you fuck Brett? And she's like, I can or cannot confirm it. Just say yes. Yeah. What the fuck? But Sam and Brandy C find out that their date is riding horses with Brett on his ranch. Because Brett also owns a ranch in LA. Sure. Yeah, Brett owns land. Sure. Yeah, I mean, can you fucking imagine that? Yeah, every rose has its thorns carried me this far. That gravy train only goes so far. Yeah. But it's a good gravy train to be on. I'll give him that. That was my wig. Okay. Rodeo's devastated because that was her dream date with Brett. And she's like, that was what I wanted to do with my date with Brett.
My dream date with him was to ride on a horse in his land.
Me and my kids and Brett. She starts fucking crying again. You're like, God damn, Rodeo. You know what? I'm already moving her off. I'm moving off before episode 5. I don't think she's going to be gone yet, but still. Actually, you know what? Here, move that out of the edit. I'll keep it up. I'm conflicted. Brandy C, just to throw this out, Brandy C's horse that she's riding looks borderline retarded. Just going to put that out there. Keeps dipping his hoof in the water. I have my own horses, and let me tell you, my horses don't do that. So, there you go. Brett then gives them, it's just weird, he gives them more guitars, more Chinese guitars. It's just one of those things which, once again, every time that a girl's given a guitar, they're like, yeah, cool, a Chinder. It's awesome. Sam is wearing a really sick Harley Davidson t-shirt. It is actually fucking dope. I want that, once again. Vintage Harley shirts, they're hard to come by. I need some, please, someone send me some. In 5 or 8 XL. Sam confronts Brett on fucking Lacey. Why would you do that? I thought we were all here. Which I'll tell you what, Sam's become kind of a favorite of mine. I don't know why, the Pantera shirt got me. It was really the Pantera shirt, and then ever since then, she's grown on me. More so, she seems like an actual human being and not just a drunk slob all the time, so that's nice. But she's just like, hey, Brett, why would you fuck Lacey? And Brett explains that he also had trust issues.
Started telling her, just things that had happened in my personal life, the reason I have mistrust issues. I think me and Sam are really starting to connect right here.
But he's also fucking every girl in the house. He's like, listen, Sam, I have trust issues as well, okay? And she's like, all right, so you fucking lined movie. There's not a wasted second, and Jeff Goldblum does such a great job, along with Gina Davis. Every great memorable horror film, in my opinion, is a simple meat and potato story of something that is like, it would have worked as a non-horror film, but then you throw something on top of it and it completely elevates it. A scientist who becomes obsessed with his work in this new relationship to be transformed. I mean, it's like basically a drama with a couple. It's a new couple. It's like a nerd, Jeff Goldblum, when you first see him. He's extremely nerdy and he's just trying to get some pussy at the beginning of the movie. And he's just like, well, I can show you what I'm working on. And she's a journalist who's like, okay, fuck it, I'll chase the story. I mean, God, his transformation is so gross. It looks so good still today.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason Cronenberg is known for what he's known for. It's not hard to see. Everything still holds up about it. And yes, I do agree that this is the one that if you haven't seen a Cronenberg film, you can like show this to normal people and they'll be like, yeah, I enjoyed it, versus his other stuff where it's like, you just have to be ready for the weird.
Using October as an excuse to just watch classics is a great excuse.
Yeah,
like there's,
I agree.
If there's any reasons to do stuff of like, I've never seen Creature from the Black Lagoon. I've never seen, you know, any of these other staples where you've probably seen the poster or seen it mentioned or you've seen the design a billion times you've never taken chance to. This is the time to. So if you've never seen The Fly, please do so. Moving on, I'm going to do number 9. Day 9 of October is my A24 day. I think The Lighthouse is probably one of my favorite newer age movies, if not one of my favorite A24 movies. And I think my favorite director to come out of A24 is Robert Eggers. I think that he's a perfect hitter right now, with The Witch being probably one of the best folk horrors I've ever seen. Along with the Northman, him caveating out of horror and doing this like a mythological tale, like Viking lore that was just beautiful.
The Lighthouse is fascinating. A lot of people kind of do the whole like, oh, it's a myth retold, but like really, I absolutely love like taking the myth of Prometheus, right, and then putting it in the setting of this old lighthouse town, and it's so obscure, it's so abstract. It's like you're seeing almost like a dream of like the stuff that's happening on screen, but once you kind of get in the vibe of it, it works so well. I love The Lighthouse so much. The Lighthouse is one of my favorite movies in recent years. One of my first YouTube videos I ever made, actually, back when I had like 1,000 subscribers, was me breaking down what I thought the movie was about.
No shit, that's cool.
Yeah, like that movie was incredibly inspiring to me early on.
You'll find with me, I like monologues. I like people. I love a great performance with just a very flavorful monologue, or like an actor who is just like oozing their character onto the screen. And Willem Dafoe, basically this poetry he's basically speaking in the movie is so well done, and the whole thing reads like a folk tale. You would tell this story to sailors moving forward about stuff, and there's even like rules in the movie about him, you know, killing seabirds, and how you look up afterwards and see in sailors like the souls of lost sailors are supposed to be reincarnated, or they're supposed to be represented in seagulls and those kinds of things.
Yeah.
You even have moments of like sirens or mermaids in this, and the obsession. And I love also small character pieces. There's only 2 people in this whole fucking movie, and it's them stranded on an island.
William Dafoe's whole scream, he has, you know, hark, Trident, hark, that whole speech is one of my favorite just character pieces of the last several years. I love it. I think about it all the time.
Stylistically, it's even in a square format, black and white. It has this grit. It really makes you feel like you're watching a movie from a time where they're supposed to be set from, because I want to say this is like early 1900s. I think we're like just got out of the 1800s into the 1900s, and you're kind of following a guy with a shady past that isn't totally given to you. And Willem Dafoe is kind of playing this old veteran sailor who is having to babysit this newcomer, and it's just the clashing of this is awesome. And also, as I know it's the meme, but very Lovecraftian.
Yes, it is very Lovecraftian. That one you're fully allowed to say with it, because I think that was the intention.
It is a lot of iconography and symbolism with the light itself, and how they perceive this kind of like
the ending's so
this
great.
Obsessive quality.
The going to the light and reaching for it, and like the cast back down the tower. You know, it's so. Every time I see it, I get something else out of it. So yeah, I recommend it. Very much so. So now we're going to move on to day 10 of October, which for day 10, we've got a special one to suggest for you. That is Martyrs. If you're the kind of guy that likes to watch bad things happen to people, and a lot of really bad things happen to a lot of people, then Martyrs is right for you. It's been a while since I've seen it, but isn't it they get kidnapped at the beginning of the film. Is that correct?
First off, we need to clarify this is the French version. Do not watch the English version of Martyrs. It is a total waste.
Right.
It is a mind fuck of a movie. It's like all about this, like the movie starts off basically in a regular suburban house, and then someone comes in and murders a family. And you're kind of like, okay, this is another one of those movies you don't want to completely spoil. It's a movie where you think you know where you're going, and then it takes a right turn all of a sudden. And then it takes a left turn. And then it takes a right turn. I mean, this complete divulgence into a weird, rich society and this cult who are kind of this like high-class society who torment people for a certain gain. French hyperviolence is, without a doubt, probably the best. I don't think anyone does it much like the French.
I will give, like, it is a great film. It is very terrifying, especially if you're into body horror. I will say, though, be prepared. There is a reason that this movie shows up a lot on people's like most disturbing films of all times list. It is very graphic, but if you're okay with that kind of stuff, I think it's certainly worth it for what the film does with that graphic, because it's not just like violence for the sake of it. It actually, like, you know, ties into the plot, stuff like that. But yeah, Martyrs is a great film. It is very heavy, but I think it does something with that heaviness, so therefore I feel it's earned.
It's a very interesting take even on the martyr concept. It's funny when you hear the name Martyrs, you're like, okay, you know, you think of kind of other figures in time who have been labeled a martyr. It's another movie that touches on faith in a way, and it's just the exploitation, creating your own martyr, like fabricating it. It's just gruesome, and it is, you know, like, you know, and I think that you're right to, you know, warn people. I know some people they get kind of upset with certain themes in movies and stuff. And Martyrs, though, French extreme, you can't get as extreme as French. Your day 10, that's a bit of a heavy hitter. Day 11, though, I like to go into my guilty pleasure stage. Two of them, Stay Alive and Jason X.
I don't think I've ever heard of Stay Alive. I'm pretty sure.
Stay Alive is so good. Stars Frankie Muniz and like a bunch of other notable actors that you're like, oh, I remember seeing him in that movie. It's kind of that kind of film.
Malcolm in the middle.
Yeah, it has Malcolm in the middle. And the whole movie is about people who come across a game where if you die in the game, you die in real life.
Oh.
And who's the woman in history where she like would bathe in people's blood?
Bloody Mary.
Exactly. Well, yeah. How could I have fucking forgotten that?
Yeah.
It's kind of like a video game take on that, and it's just like it has all of the normal tropes of, you know, people getting separated and people playing this game. So you have like really shitty early 2000s video game graphics that are like, you know, them running through, all right, I'm down in the tunnel or whatever, and they're playing the games, and it's so cheesy, but I cannot recommend it enough. It's so fun. It's like, it's one of those movies where it's like a perfect popcorn, hang out and like laugh and have a good time. It's not horrible either. Like, it's an entertaining movie and the performances are fun. There's a lot of great actors. Like, you'll be surprised by the amount of people you're like, oh, fuck, this guy's in it. And then Jason X is arguably one of my favorite Jason, like Friday the 13th movies. Jason X is so stupid. God, it's dumb. I mean, it's just literally Jason in space. It has one of the best kills, though, in it, where he puts the woman's head in dry ice and smashes her head. It's amazing. But you have people fighting Jason on a spaceship like he's a xenomorph. And then there's even a part where Jason flies into the Earth's atmosphere like a comet. This is a good day to have a couple drinks and watch some shitty horror films and just have a good time.
I'll add a guilty pleasure on there as well. I mentioned earlier that I like just monster flicks of any kind. I've got to say, Eight-Legged Freaks. That's always been just like, I just want to have fun. Yeah. Watch people get into a fight with each other for no reason.
Giant spiders.
Yeah, like giant spiders. There's a scene where I think I talked about last time we talked about this stuff, but there's a scene where a spider is hitting a guy with its feelers and it's making like the stock movie punching sound effect.
Yeah,
like that is so insane. And it's like people held up in a mall shooting spiders and stuff like that. It's fun. I love stuff like that. So yeah, I definitely understand the guilty pleasure thing.
It's a great palate cleanser, especially whenever you watch all these like serious movies back to back.
Oh yeah,
like it can ruin your mood with some of these.
If you're weak, if you're a child, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
If you mean less.
But luckily, there's a lot of movies that are actually just fun, which I think all of these are fun, but in their own way. But this one is like legitimate. Like you have the lights on.
It's fun in the way normal
you're having some
people
drinks,
would say it's fun.
and you're
All right, so after that, we're going to move on to another horror classic, if you're strange like Hunter and I, and that is Day 12. We have From Beyond. If I recall right, it's actually based off of a Lovecraft short story. So
Yeah,
this time,
a
Hunter,
short story.
let that word fly as much as you want. Lovecraftian.
Lovecraftian.
Because it is truly Lovecraftian, because the story is about a group of scientists who develop a machine to see into greater realities or things beyond our understanding. And when they go tapping on the glass, something immediately taps back. It is such a fun movie. The effects of this are fantastic. From the body horror to the creatures that come out of the beyond. It's schlocky in some ways, but it also like delivers on this classic idea of like the things we can't see or the things in another dimension beyond our own. It does it in a physical sense. It does it in a fun sense. So if you're into body horror and just like cool practical effects from back in the 80s, highly recommend.
Yeah, From Beyond is probably my favorite Stuart Gordon movie. This is the classic Stuart Gordon, Brian Usna. It's just it's my favorite Stuart Gordon film. It's probably my favorite B horror film of all time. If I had to be honest with myself, just the beautiful pinks and purples of this mad scientist. You have Jeffrey Combs saying one of the cringiest, funniest lines of a horror film when he does. He ate her brain like a gingerbread man.
Bit off his head. Like a gingerbread man.
Which is one of my favorite lines. And the whole idea too is it's like very sexual in nature. The whole thing is them touching onto their pineal glands, which is supposed to be the gland, I guess, that makes you horny. But it gets so horny that it literally jolts out of your head like a cock and like looks around and you get like weird, like, oh, which I love movies like this too, where it's like, it's beautiful, but the technology wasn't back then to make it look good. So it kind of just looks like a shitty VHS filter with like Predator heat vision thing. And he's like, it's beautiful. And then the only way that he can feed is he has to suck the brains out of people's eye sockets. So you just see, there's a great scene where Jeffrey Combs is just sucking this girl's brain out of her eye socket. It's fantastic. Once again, great stuff if you're like a film nerd. I always get all giddy with this shit. Great miniatures, great puppets, and just a lot of
plus,
like really interesting.
Near the end of the movie, how like insane the effects level gets, right? Of all the different things people become and like the structures and all that. It's great. It's great to watch just for that alone. Like the props they built for it and everything.
The performance of Jeffrey Combs, like boss, who's like the main, like Dr. Edward Pretorius, who's just like this kind of weird, like eccentric scientist dude who's just like, I want my pineal gland to fucking explode. And he like gets zapped into another dimension and he is like living in this hellish, like cosmic pit. And he keeps coming back to just be like, I want to have sex with everyone. But every time he comes back, he's more monstrous and he's just like goopy and wet. It's just, I love it so much. Easily my favorite Stuart Gordon film. I love that movie. Moving on to October 13th, almost halfway there. October 13th is another body horror day. I feel like I love body horror. What can I say? Probably the only Eli Roth movie I like, which is Cabin Fever.
That's the only one you like? You don't like Green Inferno?
No, I don't like Green Inferno.
This guy.
Green Inferno, I say no thank you to Green Inferno. Okay. But I do like Cabin Fever. This is another one of those, like, you can tell Eli Roth is just a huge horror fan. I don't think people realize too, back when Cabin Fever came out, this was like a huge debut for him. Like, he got very hyped up. He had Miramax behind him, like pushing him really hard. He was like good friends with like Quentin Tarantino. This was like the start to a crazy career, which, you know, he catapulted that into the success of Hostel, which whatever you want to say about Hostel, that movie blew the up too. But Cabin Fever is just, it kind of, like I said, it's a love letter to other horror films of like, you have some like influences of Deliverance with the weird karate kid who's like, I like pancakes or whatever, and he does like the flips and shit. Very reminiscent of like the incest like redneck kid who's playing the banjo in Deliverance. The idea of just being trapped in a cabin with an infectious disease is just awesome. And I think that he really plays into the kind of comedy and the kind of like very campy aspect of, you know, all the characters, just like very eccentric, weird, tropey characters kind of stuck together. But then when it gets to the actual horror, it's just gruesome. Like, it's very gross. This is a super, super gross movie. There's a scene where a girl's in a bathtub and she's shaving her legs, and she basically just shaves off the skin of her legs with her razor. And it's just, oh God, the sound effects are disgusting. I was so, like, almost got sick. Like, their friend gets sick, so they're just like, I don't want to get sick, throw her outside. They just keep her in a shed outside on this disgusting mat mattress, and they're just like, you know, it's like a kind of like, oh, we're getting away for the weekend, and I hope I get to have sex with my girl. There's like a scene where she's like swimming. It's like infected water, and she's swimming in the water, right? This girl that our main Boy Meets World actor guy likes this girl, and he's like, you know, I think I like you, and she like smiles at him. She's like, don't be gay, and she swims away.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Classic.
It's a lot of fun.
Oh, okay. Hopefully anybody trickling in now realizes how much I appreciate him because I was fucking banned off Twitch. Nice little late night stream though, huh? It's been a while. Been a while since we've done the stream. In the new year, I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to be doing weekly streams. We're actually going to keep up with that because I like streaming with y'all. What's Twitch? Listen, dude. God, you just sounded so old right there. Yeah, it's a place where us young, hip kids hang out. And we pump crypto scams. And we play World of Warcraft. Y-Band showed his nipple. I'm not sure, though. Okay? I'm not sure. Good day, Papa. Hello. Procrastinator. Thank you for the join the meat family, man. The fuck you do? Guys, listen, I showed my asshole on... I'm just gonna get this out there. I think I just gotta face this thing head on. Listen. Here's what happened. I dropped my pants and I took a full shit on stream, and you were able to see my asshole a little bit. Not entirely. I think the ban is a bit of a stretch. I mean, I showered, I bathed before that, yet here we are. You know what I mean? And I'll be the first to admit it, right? I'll be the first to admit that my asshole could have been a little more clean, right? It's a little gray. You know, I've told people that my asshole, it looks like kind of like when you leave ground beef in the fridge too long. You know, it has that nice gray hue, but that's, you know, that's neither here nor there. And you know, I'm happy to pay the piper. All right, because usually I'd be streaming over there right about now, but instead I'm here. All right, in my home. You know, you see my little drawing table over there. You know, faults and all. All right. Okay, don't say I show hole. All right. That's, you know, that's where we're at. You know, that's the fact of the matter. Give Wendigoon back his mustache. Why don't you go fuck yourself? How does that sound? The mustache is glorious. Don't, you know what? Here's another thing I want to set up here in a rule for this chat today. We're not talking about the mustache at all. All right. It's a very sore subject for me. So I just want people to know that, I'm not going to be addressing the mustache anymore. Okay. And the guy who said gay, I'm guessing you're referring to my mustache, and I would say, how dare you? Okay. It's because you sang the Nazi anthem while you were asleep. It was the spirit of Hitler took over. Just kidding. Well, Giovanni, thank you for that hilarious joke. I think it's disgusting what you just said, but thank you for not mentioning my mustache. That's all I got to say about that. The shirtless chicken sandwich was my guess too. Okay. Once again, we don't need to talk about the band. Here we are. Listen, guys, we're in a nice... Okay, it might have been us playing Leisure Suit Larry. I'm not entirely sure. All right, but I'm here to answer any questions as a man who has been exiled, right, from a platform. That's how it feels. Show your hole that it didn't happen. You think I'm going to make the same mistake twice? No, thank you, sir. Okay. Can't even have a shit slip in 2024. What is the world coming to? You know, I agree. You know, it kind of becomes a thing where it's just like, I don't know, man. It's like, really, you know, is this what the world's come to, that we can't even that what I can't make on my own stream. I think that there should be, you know, I've heard of other people who have gotten banned for using quote unquote the restroom, right? And you kind of just sit there, and at least for my own sake, I think to myself, what, it's my stream. If you come into my own stream and I can't make my own then what the hell is this? All right? If I want to spread my asshole wide open and have it look like a 53-year-old woman trying to kiss you on the lips, you know, like one of these, then that's my God-given right. All right? Just want to put that out there. Okay? But apparently we don't live in that fantasy anymore. All right? We don't live in that perfect world. Thanks for making great videos, Hunter. Me and my wife. Nice, man. Watch all the time when I'm home from work. Can't wait to watch you eat more food out of that oven. That's what my life's become, man. I'm one of those quirky people who does food reviews now. And you know what? I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Because Margaret, she's my queen. I love her. All right, dude. Don't say sad Freddie Mercury. I'm Freddie Mercury if he gained 6,000 pounds. Because I'm pretty sure Freddie Mercury was 2'4" and weighed 37 pounds. Oh, joining the membership here for 2 months. Verde Games. Thanks for the Meat Radio call a long time ago. Took your advice and helps a lot. Not giving a fuck. Attaboy, buddy. Girl, you got banned from Twitch. Oh my God. Katie, or Katia, whatever the fuck your name is. Don't you ever come in my stream and start saying shit like that, okay? Also, I'm not your girly. I'm a man. Okay? But I did. I did, and those are the facts. You're correct. And that was a very hostile approach to that. I'm sorry. You know, I'm in a very vulnerable place right now. I refuse to notice the change in facial hair. Here, take this sloppy $20 bill. Slop all over it, probably. Just to prove I will not acknowledge it. Well, thank you for not acknowledging it. You know, thank you so much. All right. Probably you're smarter and better than Twitch. Well, thank you. You have actual talent. Okay. You're an actual artist. You don't need to Twitch, dude. Go find a series, movie deal. You have 3mm built-in fans. From one writer to author to another, love you, bud. Thank you. Sorry, I'm dyslexic and I hate myself. You know what? To shame all of Twitch as such, I think is wrong. Because I think if I can get a nice I in chat, say I if you think Twitch is full of talented, beautiful people. Can I get some eyes in chat? Roll it in, boys. Come on. Look at that. Send that to your favorite Twitch streamer. Send that to your favorite Twitch streamer, huh? And say, you know what? How about we help Hunter get unbanned? How's that sound? Why don't we send that to our favorite Twitch streamer? Can we at least start talking about who's our favorite Twitch streamer in chat? Streaming is so hard. I want to start talking about Twitch streams. Can we please? Please, someone. Our generation's John Candy is back. Okay. Okay, come on. Twitch can suck me. That's unnecessary. That's unnecessary. Hunter Jeff the Ghost says he misses you. Asks when you're coming back home. I'm never coming back home. BBL Season 2 win. Backyard Baseball has been requested a lot. Okay? We've gotten a lot of requests. And it's probably just not going to happen. Okay? Not a big video game guy. That was a lot for me. So I don't know. I think at the end of the day, it's probably just not going to happen. If I'm being completely transparent. Dear God, why isn't anyone doing anything? Can't you see this man can control fire? Love you, mate, man. Thank you. You know, I've burned down several houses, and I'm not going to say which ones because they're looking for me. Probably would we crowdfund you into making a feature-length film over the course of 2 years? You know, here's the thing. I don't want to do another Kickstarter. I have done a Kickstarter before. Also, Dirty Bird, thanks for joining me, family man. I have done a Kickstarter before. I think it's fine. I think people that have done Kickstarters are good. But I think if I'm going to do a live-action movie, which I would like to, a horror film, I feel like I would like to try and find funding myself. I don't know. I just feel, you know, when I did my Kickstarter, it was for an animated series, and I feel like I kind of proved myself for animated content. But I think if I did a live action, like a horror movie or something, I think I'd prefer just to try to find the funding myself. Just because I haven't really ever proved myself that I can do that thing. So then if people like look at it and they're like, this is a piece of shit, I'd rather somebody say that over, you know, just seeing it and not having contributed to it. You know what I mean? So you'd watch? Well, I'm glad you watch. You know, I need that. I need to know people would watch.
25 cents is all it takes.
Thanks, buddy. Did your wife finally take the studio on the divorce? She did. This is me. I'm at a Motel 6 right now. I don't really want to talk about it. We needed Huck to a Matatum merch, please. P.S. The statue is giving arsonist. Okay. Well, Leanne, don't you ever fucking talk to me like that. But you were my favorite streamer? Well, not anymore, bitch. You look like Dr. Disrespect. Or maybe a fat Dr. Disrespect. Matthew and a Squiddle Boy, thank you guys for just throwing in some donos, dog. But yeah. So we'll see. My husband and I love you. Please tell Dylan I love him. He needs it. Dylan, I think somebody loves you. I heard you need it. Hopefully that helped. Got a bit of photo stash going on. You know, just because a man has a mustache does not mean... Can I not have a mustache? Does the mustache look that bad? Here. Does this look bad? Does this look bad? How does it feel being this close to me? Does it feel like I'm talking to you in a coffee shop right now? Yeah, that oat chai latte is mine, right here. Care if I get some caramel drizzle in that? I think it's a damn fine mustache. I don't think I think that's fine. I think that me having a mustache now is perfectly fine, and if anybody doesn't like that, then you can all burn in hell. That's where I'm at now in my life. That's how I feel. You look handsome. Thank you. Just want to be able to say thank you for sharing all your horrendous creations in Team Papa for Creepcast. No problem, buddy. No problem at all. You know, here we are, living La Vida Loca. Am I right, boys? Can we at least be living La Vida Loca? You know what I mean? Sometimes I feel like I just want to be living La Vida Loca.
Living La Vida Loca.
What did you call me? I called you a son of a bitch. That's what I called you. You need glasses with that hot stash. What kind of glasses would that be? I've tried to find nice Coke glasses before, but I feel like I never get the right ones. Sunglasses are hard to find, or hard to accessorize with. I feel like I'm bad at getting sunglasses. You know what I mean? For Tugboat, thanks, man. Exquisite mustache, I may keep up their great content. Thanks, buddy. The mustache is 100 out of 10. Well, thank you. Windy89, thanks for joining the Me family, buddy. Sign the Dead by Daylight collab? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is Dead by Daylight? Thank you for all the amazing videos over the years. Whenever I feel too bad, I watch Blue Clue. Some of your best writing. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. Derek, thanks for joining the Mead family. Do more streams so we don't get ignored. Maybe I want to ignore you, dude. I want to fucking ignore you. Big time. Can you say, put my wife's cookies down as Arnold? Put my wife's cookies down! Something that keeps me up at night is what Steve 1998 turds must look like from the ancient MREs he eats. I don't know what that means. You can't ignore napkins. They're everywhere. That is true. You look at the host at a trailer park fight club. Well, that's fine with me, man. You know what? I'm gonna take all these insults on the chin, and I'm gonna quit a lot of this to you guys being extremely jealous. Okay? I like to think, okay, don't say I'm slow stroking it. Don't need that. I will say that, you know what? For people rolling in, there's a lot of people trickling in. And I just want to say that, you know, a lot of people asking why I got banned. And it's unfortunate because I don't know when I'm coming back. I was shaving. I was doing a Manscaped advert. I was kind of shaving down there because in the creator like document, you know. Sorry, getting kind of choked up. It's hard to talk about. Basically, in the disclaimer of the video, it's a new device that they wanted for basically something to shave your taint, which is I personally wasn't super comfortable with at first, but they did kind of, you know, I signed a contract. I'm not going to go into all of it, but I will say that I was shaving it. I had to pull down my pants, and then people saw my taint. My taint hair is extremely long. Had to go in there with some Nair, get it all cleaned up, and you know, I think that the actual showing of my asshole, my balls, and my taint wasn't necessarily the thing that got me banned. I think it was more so the color of it. I had a Twitch representative. Contact me afterwards, and they said your taint when it's bald is as orange as a Wilson's basketball. So I just think there was a lot of disrespect on that end, you know, and he's not wrong. You know, basketballs have those little bumps. That was something. I had razor burn on my taint. Not Manscaped's fault. I'd say it's more so my technique, but now here I am and I'm banned. So I don't know. You know, I really don't know. I missed it. Why is he banned? You know, I don't really want to have to keep reiterating why I'm banned, but I pretty much perform fellatio on a Puerto Rican hooker. There's no really way for me to kind of say these things. So once again, I just want to say I'm sorry. You know, I'm not going to keep going into this. But I just, you know, I sometimes just think that we're a little too sensitive online, I think, if I can be blunt enough, right? So I don't know. You didn't even pay her. Trust me. I did. Okay. You look like Ron Jeremy. You're banned. And in New Year's resolutions, maybe not showing your taint on stream. Okay, Keith, guess what? You're banned. My New Year's resolution, there's a couple New Year's resolutions that I have right now. I think that one thing that's not necessarily a resolution as much as just an appointment is I am getting my asshole bleached. I'm sick. I don't feel good. But at least we have new merch. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we are going to be talking about Boy Scouts! Yes, sir! Hoorah! Yes, sir! The scouting movement started all the way back in 1907 in England with the goal of creating good citizens and outdoors savvy youth. Young scouts could earn merit badges, hold leadership roles, and become valuable members in their communities. Thank you, Boy Scouts. I imagine at the beginning people were like, that's kind of cool.
I didn't know it was from Britain. I thought it was American.
The UK. Our boys need to go out and fatty do a little something in woods, huh? Aye, sir. Yes, sir. Let me help you with your bags, ma'am. Also, can I whittle you a knife made of wood?
The ultimate goal was to become an Eagle Scout, an award given to those who contribute to their communities through a service project. Fast forward to today, the Boy Scouts are a worldwide phenomenon that has been going relatively strong for the last, century or so. Relatively. Some people might say the Boy Scouts not as cool as they used to be.
No.
They wouldn't know, though. It's relative. Many who have joined speak highly of their experience and encourage others to join so they can learn the valuable skills offered. Not everyone had the same experience and despised the Scouts with every fiber of their being. And for good reason, as you'll soon find out. Yeah, not going to be a positive video by the Boy Scouts. You clicked on the wrong channel. Giving preteens knives can be dangerous, and those on the outside judge heavily for joining. In recent years, the dark underbelly of scouting has come to light, as thousands of boys who were sexually abused by their leaders have come forward with their stories, leading to a lot of scouting drama, you know. Kids coming forth and talking about their sexual abuse and stuff. All the guys are like, it's just drama. This doesn't even include all the injuries and dangerous adventures that have occurred on troop outings. So put on your sashes and grab your compass as we navigate the crazy world of Boy Scouts. How much of this document is men raping boys?
We kept that to the end, so.
That does not answer. I mean, to be fair, you can't talk about the Boy Scouts without bringing up, it's a problem. It's just drama. Relative drama. Most people think that Scouts is just merit badges and campouts. That's what they think the Boy Scouts are. But little do they know, it's also filled with cult-like ceremonies. You think that it's just going out and you pound around, maybe getting touched by your scout leader, or going out fishing.
My dad was my scout
Easy.
leader.
Did you hear the last thing I just said?
Well, I thought
getting touched by your scout leader, and Nick's immediately just like, my dad didn't it?
No.
Let's just hold on a second. Let me get to where I was going. Because people think that joining the Scouts is just peeling potatoes with knives, fucking making those stupid ass cars that you do the race cars stuff with it, or it's fishing. I was in the Boy Scouts for a small period of time, very small period of time. Even when I was a kid, I was just like,
yeah, it wasn't very fun.
the fuck is this shit, dude? Really? What the fuck? It's like, because also all of it, almost every Boy Scout meeting we had was held in a church. It was very culty. It's a cult-like thing. Just odd.
Mine was held in my house, and then one of the kids was humping my couch.
The Order of the Arrow is an honor society within scouting that only a select few scouts are inducted into. To be selected as a candidate, you must camp at least 15 nights and have been in the organization for 2 years. Now, here's the thing. That criteria is not crazy, okay? You have to camp 15 nights, whoa, and be in there 2 years? What do you think that tells you about the turnaround rate? It is a revolving door. I think I want to do this. Nope, just kidding. So those motherfuckers that last the 15 nights and are able to do it for 2 years, that's a boy I don't want to... But that's a boy I do not want to fuck with, all right? After those requirements are met, your peers then vote you in as a candidate. The ceremony for inductees is insane and very theatrical. All of the scouts are brought to an open field or lake in a line with a massive campfire in the center. Does that feel, what does that also remind you of? Like a satanic ritual? Does it remind you of some kind of fucking Ku Klux Klan? Doesn't it? Yeah, we're gonna put on some spooky ghost outfit, guys. We're scouting. Ceremonial drums and chants can be heard in the distance as a man in a Native American headdress gives a speech. After the speech is over, 2 other Native Americans, are these real Native Americans are doing this shit? There's no fucking way.
These are men dressed as natives.
Okay, so after the speech, 2 other men dressed as Native Americans begin running up and down the line, stopping at the candidates, and either yelling at them to run to the fire or yanking them out of line. Once all candidates are gone, the true trial begins. For the next 24 hours, they are prohibited from talking or bathing and are only allowed to eat very light rations. They must sleep on the ground in the woods and do manual labor projects.
Gotta toughen them up.
I don't want to get too much into the graphic shit, but does this not read like, I guess we'll have to strip you for clothes and you'll be, they're weak from not eating, they're delirious, and you can't speak to anyone, can't yell, and you can't bathe, which is just a guy being like, make them stink, make them build up a sweat, and they can't bathe. Put that in there. If any of the scouts fail to adhere to these guidelines, they'll be instantly kicked and allowed to retry the following year if they are elected into this role again, which good luck, buddy. Otherwise, if they complete the trial, they are awarded a sash and a feast. After you become a member, there are tons of events where Order of the Arrow members gather. One of the biggest is the National Order of the Arrow Conference, where they rent out a massive stadium and treat it like a monster truck rally with pyrotechnics and explosions. This is Boy Scouts, by the way. You went out and you fished, you camped, and then I don't know what else happened, but this is you get rewarded. But to come in, you can't bathe, and you can't say a word to anyone. Let's go sell popcorn outside of a Walmart. Come on. But don't. Okay.
Can I get my badge later? Yeah, you got this one for the glizzy. I don't trust these motherfuckers one bit. The Order of the Arrow is an organization-wide ceremony, which most people find to be an extraordinary experience. However, not all ceremonies are the same. One camper talked about how during their ceremony, the runners came by with a knife and cut all their hands with the same blade. I feel like there's an emphasis on the same blade. If I feel like somebody was infected or something. Yeah. They cut Marcus and they cut me. And that's why I look like this. He was then forced to do hard manual labor and was not allowed any food for over 24 hours. Did you not get the fucking quota? That's what happens. Right? Isn't that what happens to everybody? Which getting cut up is not usually the same experience that, you know, it's not the regular occurrence for 99% of the Order of the Arrow members and is seen as extreme. And sadly, it's not the only rigorous ceremony in scouting. Throughout the hundreds of summer camps, there are more local rituals only done at specific locations. So it's like, yeah, they're the ceremonies, but this location, they do this. This is what they like. Don't bathe.
Stinky.
Can I come inside?
Can I get a glizzy?
I want one glizzy, please. This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Breaking bad habits can be hard. Maybe the stress of the holiday season is making that harder? Why don't you let Fume help with that? Fume is not a vape, it's not an e-cig, it's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere. With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and no toxic chemicals. And on top of that, Fume is an award-winning device that puts you on the path towards being free from bad habits. For my money, Fume's best flavor is crisp mint, but they have other great flavors like peach, blush, and grapefruit. Another huge plus is how compact the device is. I can take it anywhere or keep it here at my desk without it taking up any space. Fume is also there for when you're feeling anxious. Keep Fume by your side and find your calm with the satisfying clicks and snaps of the device, wherever and whenever you need to. Over 700,000 people have already made the switch to Fume as part of their habit change journey. And for a limited time, if you order the Journey Pack using my code PAPAMEAT, you'll get a free Fume topper. So if you've been thinking about changing your habits, this is the perfect first step. Go to tryfume.com/PAPAMEAT or scan the QR code on screen to grab yours today. Thanks, Fume, for sponsoring the video. Back to the video. The Piper Stone ceremony at Camp Allengen is another secretive ceremony that requires scouts to undergo multiple trials and tribulations, and at the end, the scouts are given a pipe stone to wear.
A little hieroglyphic.
Are we in Egypt? Of these who have endured the ceremony, many have reported extremely harsh conditions. One of the trials involved running through the woods by torchlight while wearing a loincloth and being yelled at. And if you fell behind, you'd be kicked up or picked up off the ground and forced to continue. Up! Go! Do not bathe! Many boys have reported being handled roughly, shoved, and kicked, which resulted in injuries and induced vomiting. And what made the experience even more traumatic was the fact that you were not allowed to speak about the abuse because we were all sworn to secrecy. I can't or else the ghost will attack me. That's what they told me. Others have reported being choked, punched, and forced to hug poison ivy trees and much, much worse. What? You hug that thing. Go there and hug it. Despite all of this being well known, many deny its existence and say that the scouts are being soft. You got soft hands. No legal action has ever been taken against the camp, and the tradition carries on to this very day. And for over a century, the Boy Scouts remained, for the most part, drama-free. It wasn't until recently that they got involved in a little scouting drama. In 2018, the Boy Scouts of America made a controversial decision to allow girls into the organization. I thought this, hey, what? That's what, but we're boys. This is Boy Scouts.
Gotta be gender inclusive.
Is that, well, I don't think it's gonna be gender inclusive. I think they see that. The Girl Scouts are making some fucking money, dude. The cookies. Boy Scouts, you can't see those motherfuckers selling cookies. They'd be like, you better step off our turf.
So, okay, hold on. Here's a question. Do Girl Scouts do anything besides sell cookies? Because it sounds like the Boy Scouts are like, that's like boys club. You go out and get stinky and you're in the wilderness. And it seems like the girls just sell cookies because they're cute.
Why can't it? That's a good point. If there was a thing called the Cookie Scouts and it's like we just raise money for our, which I guess, do they raise money for the Girl Scouts? And if so, what are they spending money on? It's like, how do you think we fucking make these? We gotta have money to make these cookies.
They, it's only the organization, the Girl Scouts, make the money. Or like that's what I'm saying. I don't know what they do. Do they go camping?
I don't know. I've never been in it. I've never thought about that conspiracy of how do we know that they don't just have a costume and they're just making like, it's a cookie business it's child labor. And it's a cookie business where, yeah, people are like, it's the scouts. You're going to be by this big oven. Take him out. Do we have mitts? Bare hands.
The Boy Scouts should start selling cookies on their off season.
The Boy Scouts need to do they need to sit outside and they need to grill. Do burgers.
A glizzy?
Yeah. Oh, well, actually, a hot dog stand would go hard, I feel like. Then the Girl Scouts immediately filed a trademark infringement lawsuit claiming that the terms scouts and scouting were wrongfully marketed to girls. This, they argued, confused both potential members and their parents about which organization to join. Which I'd be like, what the fuck what are you so confused for? Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts? I don't know. Which one is it? I'd say I don't fucking care. You want cookies? Yeah. Then go to that one.
You want to get stinky?
You want to get stinky? Oh, yeah. You better believe it, Mom. I'm going to roll around the mud. The Boy Scouts responded by saying their claims were utterly meritless and that all the new girl members were joining because they wanted to. Dubbed the recruitment war. Both organizations fought with each other to get new members while claiming that they are the rightful owners of the term scouting. This lasted for over 3 years until it was settled in court after all claims were dropped. The whole reason why the organization changed was because for not evolving and being a mostly white and anti-gay organization. All right, that's what the Boy Scouts, a little white boy, little Nazi club. That's what I mean. You know what I mean? Can I join? When they do comply with demands, tons of people and institutions call them out for being woke. No winning. All right, fine. Get on in here, gay kid. Yay. Woke. All right, get out. Aw. That's the same kid, just back and forth. It's not just the public that is abandoning the organization, but the Church of Latter-day Saints has also dropped its support. Remember what I said earlier on? This fucking Mormon churches, that's all they were in. It's fucked up. For the majority of the existence, the Latter-day Saints Church has been the Boy Scouts' biggest donor and supplier of new scouts. Starting in 2013, when the Boy Scouts started being more friendly towards atheists and eventually allowed gays, the Latter-day Saints Church loyalty was shaky. What do you like them boys? Why them boys? I don't know. We just want new people coming in. We need good boys in there. Bad boys. It wasn't until they allowed girls that the line had been crossed. Gays and atheists, people that are completely opposed to their beliefs, whatever, they're like, I don't know. And it wasn't until, welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about internet scams, baby. Roll the Patreon plug. See what I did there? You know, scammers have been around for so very long. Even before the internet, people used to do phone scams. You ever see Kit Boga?
Do not redeem! Do not redeem the card! What?
No.
Cancel!
I wish I was an Indian dude who was just calling old women and getting Google Play gift cards. You know? Is that racist for me to say? I mean, it's mostly Indian guys. I feel like the more than backtrack, I'm like, oh my God, wait, did I just... Hold on. People have been trying to scam their way into getting money since probably the beginning of time. Someone probably scammed Jesus. Judas. Whether it was the snake oil salesman in the 20th century or the counterfeit cash dealers in the 19th century, there have always been people willing to take advantage of gullible people for their hard-earned cash. People like to prey on people's gullibility. But not only that, but with the rise of AI and internet powers that be, it's easier for the average Joe to create a realistic scam that'll have an unsuspecting victim forking over thousands of dollars of cash of their stimmy funds. But sadly today, scamming people has never been easier. Really letting people know that you could scam people and get away with it. That's not what this video is trying to be. You used to have to leave your home and risk getting your ass kicked for conning someone maybe in the streets, right? But now it can be done from the safety of your home with a stable internet connection. Well, we're really promoting this. I don't know. It's hard times. Maybe they're stimmy funds. Are we getting stimmy funds round 2?
I hope so.
I don't know. Almost threw up. So come along with me as we look at some of the internet's biggest scams. See, this is where we redeem ourselves. We're letting you know all the bad scams so you don't get fooled. Let's ride.
But sign up for our Patreon for the good ones.
But no, seriously, I will say right now that our Patreon isn't a scam. And that it's one of the coolest things that we have on the internet. And that, you know, you get to see behind the scenes content, you get to support me and my team, so if you want to do that, feel free. It's not a scam.
Where'd that barn money go?
let's talk about some of the old school internet scams from back in the day, right? These are some of the Hall of Famers from the early days of the internet where people, they didn't know what the hell was going on, right? I still feel like in a way we're still kind of in the Wild West age of the internet. I think that we have more of an idea of what's going on, but way back in the day, the internet, you have to realize, was a barren landscape. It was like the Book of Eli. I'm gonna fit in the Book of Eli thing somehow. It was like a dystopian landscape where people didn't know where to run and hide, and people were kind of just journeying around. Thus, the perfect place for internet scammers to come in and attack unsuspecting victims. So first, we have to go back to the classic internet scam that everyone's probably heard of, which is a classic, the Nigerian prince scam. Love that one. I'm a Nigerian prince, please, sir, help me. This is pretty much how it worked. A random person is emailed by someone that claims to be a high-status individual, Nigerian prince, like a wealthy government official or a successful businessman. After telling you how they have temporarily lost their wealth due to some sort of unfair circumstance, they ask for your help in order to regain it, promising a sizable reward. These lies can range from unfairly sent to prison or needing bail money to having their children kidnapped and the fear of their own life. They're trying to emotionally manipulate you, right? My kids are fucking kidnapped, sir, please help me. After taking advantage of the victim's greed or generosity, they transfer the money, sometimes giving out important bank information, you know, that kind of stuff. Really, you know, stuff that nowadays you'd be like, why do you need my social, dude?
To run a credit.
Dude, it's a credit that... Please, sir. Their money is taken and the scammer disappears entirely. We got an example of one of the texts that is usually from one of these scams, and I can't wait to read it. It goes, "Dear beloved friend, I know this message will come to you as a surprise, but permit me of my desire to go into business relationship with you." Already nowadays, you would be like, you're not doing shit with me, dude. What the f are you talking about? But I feel like people would be like, what are you, okay, what? I am Miss Blank, a daughter to late Blank of Libya.
I like how they protected the internet.
Yeah, why the f do they have to? I can't tell people the fake name he gave me. Whom was murdered during the recent civil war in Libya in March 2011. Before his death, my late father was a strong supporter and member of the late Muammar Gaddafi government in Tripoli.
Gobbledy.
God! Meanwhile, before the incident, my late father came to Cotonou, Benin Republic with the sum of USD $4.2 million, which he deposited in a bank here in Cotonou, Benin Republic, West Africa for safekeeping. I am here seeking for an avenue to transfer the fund to you in only your reliable and trustworthy person to investment the fund. I am here in Benin Republic because of the death of my parents, and I want you to help me transfer the fund into your bank account for investment purpose. Please, I will offer you 20% of the total sum of USD $4.2 million for your assistance. Please, I wish for to transfer the fund urgently without delay into your account, and also wish to relocate to your country due to the poor condition in Benin, as to enable me to continue my education, as I was a medical student before the sudden death of my parents. Reply to my alternative email. Beep. Your immediate response would be appreciated. Remain blessed. From Miss Beep. Nowadays, once again, I feel like you would look at this and be like, bullshit. This is also with the context, though, that people would probably tell you, hey, watch out, you're gonna get scammed online, right? Imagine you're the first person on the internet to see this. Do you know how jazzed you would be? It's like a fucking movie. And you wouldn't ask yourself the question of like, why am I the only reliable person? You don't even know me. You'd probably be so wrapped up in the fantasy.
Scammers purposely pick dumb people, so it's like they make it seem outlandish because it's like if someone believes this, they're gullible.
Oh, dude, if I was one of those people, I would be gullible enough to do it. For one of the first people, and like you've never heard of this kind of scam before, I could see myself being like, really? Okay, what do you need to know? I'll help you. I'm sorry you lost your parents. You know, that's what people say too. They go back on the email, oh my God, I'm so sorry to hear about your parents. And you get like, it's always funny seeing the response backs from the scammers, and they're just like, yes, it's tragic. Please give me the information. Sometimes the same groups will send anonymous emails to those who were just tricked, claiming they are part of a scam victims group that are owed a settlement from the government, only to be scammed again. Double dip, which to be fair, pretty smart. Dude, I can't believe it. I got totally fucking ripped off. Oh my God, me too. Yeah, put in our information again, whatever we're getting a refund. You'd be like, oh, thank God, right? A saving grace. Well, it can't happen twice, right? Lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot, Nick. And they're just like, just got you. Tricked. At that point, seriously, I would jump off a bridge. I'd be like, I don't even know what's not a lie anymore. Or I would just be like, I'm never using email again. One man received a strange spin on the classic scam. This time, a Nigerian astronaut named Dr. Bakar Tunda claimed to be stranded in space after being left behind on a Soviet space station. That's awesome. Apparently, he was still getting paid while being stuck in space for 14 years, resulting in the accumulation of $15 million. $1 million a year stuck in space like, someone pick me up, please. To access the trust fund and receive a massive reward, the Nigerian astronaut asked for $3 million for a flight home. What do you mean? If you have 15 million, like, to be fair, awesome setup. I am currently typing to you from space. You're like, oh, a Nigerian guy. You're like, where the fuck? I can't even see this guy. But if a guy's like, I'm up by the fucking moon, every night you're gonna be like, motherfucker's up there. I guess you're just kind of fishy. He's probably mass sending these out to where he's just like, you're gonna find one guy who just has $3 million. You never know. But move on from those kind of scams. Those are that's an old classic. We've all heard of those before. Let me get you something that is near and dear to my heart, and I'll fill you in here in a bit. But these are romance scams. Sometimes, in order to cloud an innocent person's judgment, scammers enter a full online relationship with people to gain their trust and take their money.
It's a big freaking joke. Yeah.
And the first example we have are the Yahoo Boys. It's a great name though, huh? In Nigeria, just Nigerians, man. In Nigeria, there is an infamous group of scammers known as the Yahoo Boys, a group of cyber criminals that have successfully scammed thousands of people through elaborate schemes, namely the romance scams. Little motherfuckers got silver tongues, dude. They're sitting there, they're sweet talking you and all that kind of stuff. They operate out of what they refer to as the Hustle Kingdom. In reality, it's a dark, compact room filled with members using piles of computers and phones to enact scams. It's pretty much just, like a regular room, and everybody has like a gateway computer turned on, and it would look like a LAN party, a fun LAN party, but instead they're like sexting old women and stuff like that for money. I do like this picture here. They all have their face masks on. Like, one of us is definitely sick. They extort people through dating sites and social media by impersonating attractive women and men. And after chatting and flirting for a while, they're able to convince women and men to send them money through various means, right? Which the men part would probably be the easiest. You're some fucking like big-titted woman, and some guy's like, hello, princess. Good morning, darling. The person's just like, hello, did you go to bank today? I'm on my way. That guy feels like he's on top of the world too.
You know how you prove that these women are scammers? If they message hello first. Always fake, because they're desperate to get your money.
What are you talking about, dude? Are you talking about women never text you hello first? Are you like a bitter?
On Tinder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never. I've never had a real person text me hello.
It's gonna be a lot of women being like, I have definitely said hello first. Dick's like, nah.
Unless you're on Bumble, and even then they don't, because they had to change it that men can now message first, and now the CEO left because the company's failing.
I'm glad we don't put a camera on you, dude, because he is ranting and raving. He's moving his arms around. Look at me. You're stomping and huffing and puffing. According to one of the romance scammer kingpins tracked down by CBS, Americans are by far the easiest in the world to scam like this. You're a perfect. Have you ever been on the dating websites? You talk to Chinese guys all the time.
Wow, they're Asian women.
Well, but they're Chinese guys.
Well, they're guys.
It's a picture of women, obviously, because you always say there's like a breaking point where it's like,
Well, they ask for pictures, and then so you send normal pictures. They're like, no pictures of your thing down there.
Oh, do you think they're trying to extort you? So they're asking nudes for you or blackmailing you or something?
I don't think it's blackmail. It's literally just, I think it's gay men probably just like want nudes. So they're like...
Oh, so you don't even think this is a financial scam? You're saying that this is like people who are like, I just want to see your cock and jack off to it.
I did get scammed out of Ethereum one time though.
What?
It was only like $400, but...
That's a lot of money. So how did that happen? Was that from a dating website too?
No, it was on Reddit. I was being stupid. I was trying to buy like a chemical from a company. You have to have...
What? Like you're like kind of going back to what?
So
chemical?
There's a website.
Yeah. I get that there's a website for the chemical.
The chemical.
But what do you need the chemical for?
It's basically just a preservative. You put it in so like your food or something will last longer.
So, hold on. You went on a website and they asked you for crypto to buy magic dust, apparently, that you throw on your chicken and it makes your chicken last longer? Well, first off, why do you need these preservatives? How long are you keeping things?
Because I was just like, oh, there's a market for this. But then, like, the problem was the preservative you had to buy from a science company, Irvine Science. And so I was like, I don't have a login for this. So on Reddit, I was like, hey, does anybody have a login for this? Yeah, man, I got you. So he's like, I was like, okay. And I was like, this is how much I want. And he's like, okay, my fee is like 10%. So then I gave him that, and then I tipped him. Give him like an extra $100. He's like, thanks, bro. Anyways, he sent me these screenshots, and I like looked at them again, and I realized that he just put them in the cart, which anyone can do. And then I was like, oh no, he scammed me. And I was like, well, I'm out of money. So
I just want to say too, what I decided out of that too is that you didn't even say your scam. So in my head, you are still, you didn't put it out there so someone else couldn't do it. You're still holding it on the back burner in case you do come across this preservative. You didn't even tell me what the preservative is for or anything. It doesn't matter. We're going, which Yahoo boys, who gives a shit? They're scamming people. That, I just find out that Nick is plotting something. I don't know. Watch out. That's all I gotta say. Or we could talk about a woman who lost 120,000 pounds in a romance scam. Linda Young had recently divorced her husband of 24 years. Good woman. Because her children had already graduated and moved out of the house, she found herself lonely and in need of a new relationship. The birds are out of the nest, and now she's in this place where she has a lot of free time. She's looking for a new love. Who hasn't been there? This led to her joining a dating site for people over 50, where she met a charming and attractive man. They were talking all the time, whether it be over email, text, or even phone calls. So she was starting it off on Gmail. And then she's texting. And now she's even calling. And see, that's how they get you too, is they're like, well, call me. That's how you know it's a real person. You know, well, I mean, like in a way you're like, oh, this is a scam. But then you call, hey, I'm real.
I do that. I'm so paranoid of it. I said, you want to get on FaceTime?
To the new people you're dating?
I do.
This is a very revealing video. I mean, this is about internet scams, and this is, you're blossoming like a little flower right now. In an article from the BBC, she recounts her feelings, and it goes as follows.
I just couldn't stop the adrenaline rush. It was addictive. Every time my phone buzzed or a text came through from him, me whole world just lit up.
Okay, she sounds beautiful. After 6 months, she was completely obsessed with this man. This ended up clouding her judgment when he eventually asked for a large sum of money to invest for both of them. She was promised that this money would come back to her since they were going to undoubtedly have a future together. See, this is the long con. 6 months too. That's not a fucking, little weekend thing. This guy's been putting the time in. You know, people are doing that too. They have to be doing it to like 20 different people. And it's like things that are just,
they're on their phone. They have 12 phones.
Yeah, a bunch of different numbers and yeah, 100%. Unfortunately, she decided to go for it, transferring 120,000 pounds to the man, only to be ghosted and abandoned completely. That's very sad. Linda admitted,
It took me a long time to work through the shame.
what a sad way to end that. When you go through one of those scams, do you think that you would ever want to go through like an online dating website again?
Well, I said that, and I still use online dating.
Well, to be fair, you never got online scammed. You just asked for like a mystery chemical to put onto something to scam people. Well, I want to see something.
Hello?
Hello, mother.
How's it going?
Hey, I'm doing a video on internet scams right now, and I was wondering, can you talk to me about that guy at all?
Oh, God, yes. Well, it was on a free dating website, but it just started out as a friendly thing, just somebody like online to talk to, and they suck you in. And when you're looking back, it was kind of like a romance novel kind of talk, like women like, but it's not a normal conversation per se. But just all these nice little innuendos and things, and then just goes into what he does for a living. And then it was always some kind of like looking into it, some kind of oil rig. You're in another country. You're working for the military. It's secret kind of vibe. And
how serious?
They're making tons of money, probably tons of money, but it's very secretive.
The girls, he's like, yeah, maybe. I don't know, probably. Fuck.
This kind of ends like a kind of open-ended.
Yeah, it's very much. He's like, listen, we could split hairs all day. She's like, it's a yes or no. He's like, tomato. Which, once again, Big Jacob, come on in because we're moving into the elimination round of this episode. And this time, Brett's suit is a tiger suit jacket. It's very, very nice. We don't know if it's tiger skin. It's tiger print.
Looks like it.
He's skinned a tiger.
Would Brett cheap out? Are you saying?
Okay, that's true. If he's already getting fenders from China, you better believe he's getting fucking tiger skin.
Yeah.
Man, come on. You know what I mean? If you can get a chinder, can you get a...
You can get a tiger.
Chiger.
Chiger, yeah.
Yeah, can I get a chiger? All right, with a surprise, he has Big John send home Rodeo almost instantaneously.
Oh, no. You couldn't even eliminate her yourself.
Brett sends her home with dignity. He's basically just like, go see your baby boy. But she's like, I don't know if I want to leave, Brett. Whatever, and he like basically walks her out to, he hasn't walked any girl out to the door. He walks her all the way out the door, gives her a kiss. Go ahead. Put her up on the sloppy seconds board. Oh! Even before it's done.
Oh yeah.
You don't even know who's getting done. Who else is done? Because the next person is Brandy C. He sends Brandy C home, which I will say, Brandy C. No. Rodeo's better. Brandy C has the worst voice in the entire show.
It's true.
Hey, my
It's like Gypsy Rose. Come on, Ryan.
Brett! But you know what? How did I miss it already? Where did it go? I was there. I was there. But I want to hang with him now.
It's not gonna happen. Are you marrying the girl or fucking her? Because
Sometimes, man, you don't have any ounce of human. Like you're just like such a deplorable person sometimes. God damn. Brandy C is sitting home with Every Rose Has Its Thorn playing in the background, of course. I mean, we got the copyright. We might as well have it. Go ahead and take her, put her up.
I guess I'll keep her on the wall.
Are you still keeping Rodeo?
I'm gonna keep Rodeo.
That's probably a good call.
Yeah, she's been around.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Which by this time too, it's funny. At the end of every episode, usually they hand out drinks. This time it's water. He's like, my liver can't handle it. He's like, I need a break from my liver and my diabetes. But we move on to episode 5.
So how many girls we got left?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 girls. This is where I'm saying. This is where, you know what I'll do? Because episode 5 here, we were going to go from 3 to 2. I did not know Rodeo was going to get hit out. So what we're going to do now is, I feel like episode 5, I should commit to 1.
You are running out of time to commit.
I just feel so personally attached to Jess for no reason. But I feel like the better strategic play is Heather. Also, mind you, we're watching these episodes in between each of these recordings, so that's why it's getting a little progressively a little more drunk. All right? So, who... On my winner board right now, I have Heather and Jess. My heart says Jess, but I feel like strategy says Heather. Jess really hasn't... They're not giving her a lot of screen. I feel like she's going to get knocked out soon.
Is there no one left on the board that you would like to add?
No, I can't. From episode 2, I had to... This is my solidify. This is who I think are going to win. Right. So I need to see which one's going to lose or leave. Which one do you guys think?
I like Jess.
You just say it like such a creep, dude. I think it's just because you're hiding on the camera. Also, your last comment of like, were you married him or are you fucking him? I'm going strategy and I'm picking Heather. I hate to say it. Listen, all is fair in love and war, but I think Jess is too pure. For me, I would be I'd send everybody home. But for Brett, I think Heather is the name of the game right now. So into episode 5. The morning after the elimination of the last round, the girls find a bunch of football uniforms and a note from Brett on the pool table. But one thing I want to say here is that Big John is absent, and it is very noticeable. Where the hell is he?
It's a big void.
I like that. I like that a lot. It is a big void in the show, isn't it? This is the first annual Brett's Mud Ball game. They're going to do mud football, and Brett is going to be the quarterback, basically. The winning team goes on a date. So the whole thing is like, it's 2 teams pitted against each other, teams of 4. Whichever team wins gets to go on a date with Brett. But the MVP of the team gets a private date with Brett, which will be the first single date of the show, which is more important. The episode does immediately redeem itself when we find out that Big John is the referee. Thank God. I don't know why they even played with it. Have him drop off the rules and then have him put on the referee outfit. Right. This is 20 years ago. I'm not going to hold a grudge. Isn't that crazy? 20 years ago? Holy fuck. But when they get there, you can tell none of them know what the fuck's going on, and you can tell Big John is just having a great time. I feel like Big John's the only person where they're just like, I don't think anybody told him like, hey, play into it. He's just like watching these girls be completely fucking stupid, and he's just like laughing his ass off. It's a good time. But I never understood why old dudes always want chicks to mud wrestle. Well, there's one thing I don't understand. You see that a lot of
covered in mud.
Yeah, be covered in mud. I don't know what the appeal is there. I remember when I was 14 and the movie Stripes came out with Bill Murray. John Candy has that scene where he's mud wrestling those women. I remember my dad was like, this is awesome. Who cares? And even like their 90s, early 2000s, like old school, you know. I don't know what the obsession is, but they love it. I think it's just because it's like they're dirty and they're wet.
It looks like poop.
Yeah, it looks like shit. Ah! But one thing here is Jess pretty much takes out Lacey, and I'm pretty sure she fucking breaks Lacey's ankles. It's awesome. Because Lacey's a dog. I feel ashamed that I even considered her for the winners award.
She pushed Jess in the pool, right?
She pushed her. It's retribution, Nick, is what it's called. And honestly, so far in this episode, I'm like, I should have left Jess up on the board. She's my girl. I love her. All right? Still think strategically, Heather's the right move. Heather and Jess are impressing Brett to no end. Everyone else just needs to get the fuck out of the way. Because this is their game. But since Lacey's taken out, the Sweethearts have to sit one of their players, but whoever they pick isn't eligible for the date. Brandy chooses to sit out because she's too hungover. Brandy's sitting there, she's fucking worthless. Once again, I can't believe, I'm like, should never even put her in the winner's circle. That's not winner's mentality. You have to rally. Brett's the quarterback during these plays, though, and goddamn, dude, none of these bitches can catch a football to save their life. It's fucking... But to be fair, though, too, if I'm being honest, Brett throws like he's a fucking, I don't know, like a Make-A-Wish kid or something like that. It is absolutely fucked. I mean, he has diabetes, though, so we can't...
That's true.
We can't fault him too much. He has diabetes. Hard to throw when you have diabetes. But Heather scores the tying touchdown for the Fallen Angels while her pants get ripped off in the process. Not gonna lie, early 2000s stuff, if I was a guy, if I would have seen this in time, I would have been like, yeah. It's awesome.
At the time, yeah, not 10 minutes ago, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when we watched it, I'll say I was just like, nice. Which in this era too, I haven't said this once yet, and I don't know why, but in this era of television and pop culture beauty standards, it's insane to me that that's what was acceptable back then. Not because, and this is what I mean by that. I mean, people wanted giant inflated fake tits and no ass, and everybody basically wanted to be drunk fat all the time. Like no one's toned, nothing. And like, listen, I get it. I'm a big fat piece of shit too, but I'm just like, in terms of like, this is sex appeal, because now it's like huge asses and you have to be ripped. Like I go to the gym and you can see my ab, it's like insane. So back in the day, it's like, it must have been much easier. I was born with this, shove plastic inside of them. And I'm gonna drink gin and vodka all day. That's what the bodies were. It's very impressive. But Brett loves seeing mud on Heather's ass and cheeks. You know, he's all hard again. You know, once again, you have to cut to him in the room being like, that's a turn on. That's a turn on.
There she was, crawling around butt naked in the mud. It was a good sight to see.
From there, Jess gets the winning touchdown for the Sweetheart, and Brett throws an absolute dime. A bomb! And Jess, perfect. I mean, it looked like fucking... it looked like, I'm gonna say Ocho Cinco, but I don't really like that. Larry Fitzgerald, there you go. That's a better one. Jess looked like Larry Fitzgerald, except not 6'8" and black. That's... I should have won my fucking gut, dude. God damn it. Heather, I will say, played a good game. She got robbed, but Jess does win the fucking MVP, and she's the first person to get a solo date. I do think that psychologically that has an impact. Does that not? Would that have an impact? It would. But Big John escorts Jess to her date with Brett, finally getting close to a potential mate, right? John is walking her along. He's just like, you know, hey, if this doesn't work out, don't worry. There's other fish in the sea. There's another fish in the sea. There's another shark in these waters. I would not count Big John out at all. Do not count Big John out for a millisecond in this competition. Lacey overhears Aaron on the phone with her boss saying that Justin Timberlake is going to be at the club the next night and that Aaron would have been the one serving him. So now she's sitting there and Aaron's like, oh my God, Justin Timberlake. It's 2007, Justin Timberlake, wow. And now Heather is writing a letter exposing the other girls. And I want to say this, Heather writing a letter exposing the other girls, exposing Aaron. You know, she's just like, oh, she really cares about Justin. She doesn't give a fuck about you. She wants to go see Justin Timberlake, blah, blah, blah. I think Jersey Shore stole this in season 1 when Snooki and JWoww wrote a letter to fucking, who's Ron's girlfriend? Who's Ron? Huh? Sam. They wrote a letter to Ron or Sam or somebody being like, hey, Ron, or they wrote a letter to Sam. Well, they wrote a letter. Exposes something. And I think that they stole that from Rock of Love. I think they stole it from Rock of Love.
I would need to see the timelines.
Rock of Love came first by years, by 2 years, I think. Wow. No one else is blown away by this. All right, but Brett in his solo date plays an extremely sexy song for Jess. We don't really hear it because I think it's bad and I think people would judge him, but it is sexy and it's hot, and Brett's likable. If the show was just called Bret Michaels Has Charisma, I think it would have done well, because he does. Which every acoustic song that he's playing here, it's just the G, C, or Jacob come in. Big Jacob come in. I don't play guitar. What was the whole thing? Because Jacob had a big old stink this episode. Complained to them about the song of the guitar.
All of Brett's acoustic stuff is just the same like G, C, D, C like chord progression, which is like just the most common like songwriting progression if you want to pick up guitar real quick and write a song.
What's the problem with that?
Well, I don't know. It worked on Every Rose Has Its Thorn.
This is the problem with you. When you have a Big Jacob kind of character. Because he's sitting there, he expects everybody to be fucking Alexia Leo.
I'm not saying that.
Writing songs. He's like, this is sounding like Bodum, dude. What should he have done?
I don't know. Something different.
Math rock.
Math rock?
Yeah, math rock.
He can't do fucking Mars Volta or some shit?
Yeah, he can't do Converge. All right, fine. All right, get the fuck out of here.
All right.
But the next morning, Brett wakes up and reads a letter from Heather, and Brett is pissed. pissed. Brett's pissed. And you don't want to see Brett's bad side. I'm sure John has plenty of times. Big John has definitely had to weather that storm many times, but God, it scared the shit out of me. I backed into him and I looked over and there he was. Did we get a close-up on him dying in the hospital?
We do now.
I think it was his heart or something. Was it the Beatus that got him? Where am I at? Later on, Big John is back delivering a letter from Brett, scurrying back to his... Okay, whoever keeps writing these fucking cave comments, you're fired. Is this you, Nick?
No.
Who is it? Jacob! Big Jacob! Well, see, he's jealous, that's why. Later on, Big John is back delivering a letter from Brett, and he scurries back to whatever fucking den he lives in, I don't know. They don't even show his room. Isn't it kind of fucked up? You can't just show Big John's room, him like waking up. Oh. Like one time. But the rest of the team sweetheart goes on their date with Brett, the rest of the football team. So he had the MVP, now it's the regular team. And they go to a shooting range for the date, and Magdalena, the fucking Polish spy, doesn't miss a single target.
I shoot Brett.
I shoot Brett, I kill him.
Yeah, were they shooting pictures of him?
I shoot. No, they're shooting bottles.
Oh.
That'd be so weird. Shoot these pictures of me. I kill Brett in his sleep. I strangle him with bare hands. They sit down for lunch and Brett asks the girls about Heather and finds out that she fucked Vanilla Ice.
Whoa.
I don't know if that's... In 2007, is that a...
Well, I guess it was on some other reality show.
You know what, though? See, that's again, I heard that and it was like...
You're stuck.
I'm fucking stuck now. Fuck. It's probably okay. He didn't really seem to mind it too much, though.
One thing I know for certain is Brett Michaels, will not be played.
He was like, awesome. I love Vanilla. He's a good friend of mine. Maybe we can Eiffel Tower you later. But the show is constantly getting these chicks to say shit behind each other's backs. You know, gossipy reality show stuff. You're getting a lot of that. If you like that, you're going to like this show. And Brett comes into the elimination looking fairly normal. Brown leather duster with a dragon patch on the back. Pretty classy. Big Jacob, come on in. So now Brett chooses all the women, but this time, who's on the fucking chopping block? It's fucking Heather and Aaron.
Mm-hmm. Whoa, Heather?
Yeah, he's on the chopping block. And I think it's because she's being a little too scoundrelly. She's being a little too gossipy.
Snooty.
Yeah, all that kind of shit, right? But luckily, Brett tells Aaron, it's Aaron, gets eliminated.
Yeah, it's Aaron.
He says your tour ends here. I was trying to find a way to say that. Take Aaron off. And Aaron says, while she leaves, which is the least classiest thing we've heard so far, she says that she's had bigger and better stars than Brett Michaels.
You know what? I have plenty of men waiting for me back in Chicago. And really, I have had bigger and better stars than Brett Michaels.
Cool, dude, you're a whore. Congratulations, you're a fucking whore. All right, Aaron's up on the board now. So now Big John, I mean, look at this this treasure trove.
I might pick off Brandy C here.
You're just double dipping now from the fucking elimination. All right, he's got Brandy C. Get out of here, you pug. On to episode 6. Actually, I need a refill. Really should have had the Chipotle before this. I'll tell you what, though. So far, at least, Heather, she was on death's door. She's still here. I still think she's going to win this thing. So now let's watch episode 6. All right, we just got done watching episode 6. New drink. You're pouring these stiff, aren't you?
No.
That was... Could you have been...
Just how I normally pour them.
No. The next morning starts off with Big John bursting into Jess's, Mia, and Brandy's room, waking them up. Because everybody sleeps till fucking probably 4 p.m. because they're like, all right, so we're filming till 6 a.m. and you're drinking heavily. They're like, okay. It's like noon. He's like, get up, lazy bones.
This is rock and roll. It ain't rock and sleep. Get up. There's no sleeping in rock and roll. Let's go.
But see, that's Big John's way. Brett talks about how he wants these ladies to let down their guard in his solo interview, which I think by this point, I think he's probably fucked most of them. Maybe not on camera, but I think by this point, I think Brett's gotten in there. He's the star of the show. He's the star of the show!
Brett will like you more if you do this.
Fuck. The challenge this week, which is also Brett's birthday, is a rock tour related challenge. Basically, he's going on a small tour. In each stop, 2 girls will have to compete against each other. The one that loses is gonna have to leave the tour bus, which they must have had $30 for the production of the show because they literally drive in a empty parking lot. And they're like, Detroit! And it's a fucking porta potty. You're like, man, the production value on the show is insane. I think it's a bunch of guys with like DSLRs or some shit. It's fucking crazy. The winner gets a killer, and I mean killer, solo date with Brett. See, now he's handing out solo dates like it's fucking, left and right. Really making these bitches fight for it. The bus itself doesn't look too bad. It's a nice, tour bus, but it's really cheesy. Rock of Love logo on the side. I think it's awesome. I would love to have that parked outside my studio permanently. If anybody has the Rock of Love tour bus, Let me know. The first stop at this city is Magdalena versus Jess, my queen. I think she's gonna pull off here. Well, I don't know. Magdalena is a big old girl, Amazonian. And the challenge is who can stuff a bunch of Brett's clothes in a suitcase and zip it up and shut it the fastest. It's insulting. Who can pack his clothes and get the hell out of Dodge quickest? It's like, why do you need to leave so quickly? But after going through, Magdalena's giant stature gives her an easy win over Jess, my beautiful queen. I don't think she has long to last. It's unfortunate. She's the hottest, but I think it's like, you gotta have a bit more grit. I don't know. So the entire challenge is held in this really shitty parking lot, like I said, and the different stops have city signs next to them. The next challenge is Magdalena versus Sam. It's whoever can change into a slutty leather outfit the fastest, and they have to do it in a porta potty. The porta potties are totally covered in shitty toilet paper, and I think that like the crew actually wiped their asses with it. It's fucking disgusting. It's pretty gross, I'll be honest. Like I'm like, this is disgusting. Big John carefully inspects the outfits as they come out, and then he's just like, Magdalena, you didn't wipe your ass, you didn't tie the back of your laces like a little lady. So when Sam comes out, you get duped. Sam's actually the winner. I like Sam.
That's my girl.
I didn't give her enough credit at the beginning of the show. I like Sam a lot. I'll say it. I like her. By the way, whenever you lose, they just leave you in the parking lot. You just sit on a fucking chair, they just leave you. So there's fucking Magdalena, the Iron Giant herself, just sitting there alone. And the next stop, it's Lacey versus Sam, and they have to dig through a rotten dumpster to find Brett's lucky guitar pick. Whoever finds it first wins. While, of course, they jump in the trash can, of course, this is a time where they're like, we can play that song that he made. Which one? One of the three? Talk Dirty to Me? Of course! So they're playing that, and they're just like going around, but they're actually digging through like filth. It's pretty fucking gross.
Legitimate waste.
It's like baby diapers and fucking like old cat. It's disgusting, and they're covered in like slop. But luckily, they're going through. Sam wins again, and she finds the lucky guitar pick that Brett has definitely never used once in his life. And it's funny when they cut back into the tour bus, it's funny, Sam, they make her stand, or they like have her sit on a towel, because like, this is a rental.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, if you look at it, she's like standing, and they're like, you smell like shit, you cannot sit. At the next stop, it's Heather versus Mia. There's 2 amps and 2 guitars. It's basically like whoever plugs the guitar and is able to like make the guitar work wins, but they both look fucking stupid because they're setting it up and they're acting all crazy, and Big John's just sitting there like, because they're both fucking idiots and they didn't plug in the amps, so of course it's not gonna work. You know, the guitars and everything, it looks so cheap. It's just odd to me. It's like, could you not get like some sick Marshall stacks?
Right.
And I'm not saying that Bret Michaels is the richest man on earth, but I'm like, I know for a fact Bret Michaels, who has been touring with Poison since the 80s.
Yeah.
Because then if anything, then people are like, you know how expensive, you know what I mean? Like, just a little something for the show, whatever. Big John has to remind both of them to plug in the fucking amp. And Mia eventually is the winner of the challenge. And the next stop, it's Mia versus Brandy. And sometimes on tour, Bret gets drunk and forgets the lyrics to a song, so.
All right, ladies, out on the road, sometimes Brett gets drunk and forgets the words to even his biggest songs.
Which I would love a video of that so much, but basically they have to rearrange the words to Every Rose Has Its Thorns, I'm pretty sure. So then it's basically just like, do you even know his music? So then you can tell Mia's like, oh shit. Brandy's the winner. And then finally, in our final, it is Sam versus Brandy. I'm rooting for Sam, I love her so much. And the final challenge is whoever can hurdle 3 velvet ropes, get through security, which are just tackle sleds from a fucking college football team, and get to the back to the bus first wins. The tackle sleds have giant pictures of Big John's face on them, and once again, I would love that. It's literally just a photocopy of his face. It's pretty great. But after through the triathlon, Sam is very small. Brandy wins. Brandy wins. Wish Sam would have won. It is what it is. Afterwards, the girls make these happy birthday signs for Brett that look like a 3rd grader, or not even a 3rd grader, like maybe a fucking 2-year-old made it. And Heather and Lacey form an alliance to get Sam out of the house. They don't like Sam. Protecting her. Protective shield. Brett comes out later in the night, and everyone gets hammered on cheap booze once again. Even though they have Grey Goose Vodka as a sponsor, you never see anybody actually drink it. It's pretty funny. They're like, I want the cheap stuff. Which the next morning, Brett talks to Sam about her trust issues and basically how she needs to be more comfortable with him fucking different chicks every night on his tour. Okay, it's not a big fucking deal, Sam.
In order to make any relationship work, there's got to be some level of trust. And I think Sam is harboring some severe mistrust issues.
I was in an abusive relationship.
It's just a kiss. Hello? Yeah, I'm gonna have anal sex with other women. That happens. You can't get pregnant in the butt. Sorry, Sam. That's just like, that's rock and roll lifestyle. Brett and Brandy's date is in a VIP lounge at the Mighty Ducks game. It's actually kind of sick.
It did look really fun.
I was like, I would actually be fucking sick. In Anaheim, California, go to a Mighty Ducks game. Come on now. Brett leaves a note on the table asking the ladies back at the house to list reasons why each one of them should go home. Which is great. That's great reverse psychology. All right, which of course, naturally, this gets every girl to basically start talking shit about every person and why they should go home, etc., etc. Chaos ensues. Lacey is confident she's picking the other girls off. She's like acting like she's some kind of like wizard.
These girls can't take me down. That's a no-brainer. Nice try, girls. But I'm gonna get back up, and when I do, you better watch your back.
I fucking really hate Lacey. She's my least favorite character on the show right now.
Yeah.
That night before elimination, Brett talks to Sam because he's tired of her being bipolar.
I really, really like Sam a lot, but she's kind of bipolar.
He's basically just like, are you gonna be a bitch about this or what? Like, I fuck other girls, it happens. They have a little conversation, but Brett shows up for the elimination in a very loud red leather jacket and Affliction shirt. It looks very good. Big Jacob, come on up.
Who am I getting today?
Which at the end of the tour, Brett gets his pass, and it is Magdalena, whose tour ends.
Oh no!
And this time, Magdalena comes up, and it's just funny watching John just kiss Brett, watching Brett kiss all these girls. John's sitting there watching all these girls kiss Brett, and he's just like, so now we get to see Big Jacob sloppy seconds here. But still, what I'm saying is that people are going to be deceived. I think it's cool. I'm just saying, Brett, you're not fooling me. The challenge is they have to impress Brett during the show somehow, and then the winner gets to stay overnight in his hotel room. So it's like, you're so lucky you get to win. You get to win, and I get to fuck you. That's your trophy. Brett takes the stage in a very sick cutoff Affliction shirt, and I actually think he still wears the same one. He does, actually.
The same one playing? I think so.
All he ever does is wear Affliction, or he wears cutoffs mostly, because the dude's always had a good body. I mean, look at Prime Michaels here. All right? Even in a hospital bed. That's Primo Michaels. Those are good abs. I'm pretty sure he's on a thing called, like, Party Gras.
Really?
That's his tour thing, so he always wears Party Gras cutoff shirts. Fuck. On a shirt, you know, you see it sometimes that like Sam in some of the previous episodes, she's worn a Motorhead shirt, but you can't, she has to tape over the Motorhead name. But on all the amps at the show, they're all taped over. So it's like, yeah, we don't know which amps these are actually.
Yeah. These are Bret Michaels band amps.
Which the girls are on a weird side part of the stage while everyone gets to see them dancing, but it's like very performative. Like there's a crowd there of like very obvious Poison Bret Michael fans who are like, oh, this is sick. But then it's just very obvious, like, and it's lit in a way too where you can see them and all the girls are like dancing and shit. It's just odd. I don't know. I was a little grossed out by it. After the show, Brett goes to get changed. He's like, I'll change. I'll come right back. And the girls start partying with the band. Mostly Lacey starts partying with the band. And it's definitely like a Red Rocks band. It's not Brett's band for sure. But she's like, hey, he gives her Jaeger. Kerry King special. He's like, put on these Oakleys. It's bright in here. Yeah.
You look hot.
You look so hot drinking this Jaeger and wearing these Oakleys. Do you like Slayer? She's like, what? You ever hear a guitar solo that sounds like a panic attack? Yeah, that's Kerry. He's awesome. Jeff Hanneman didn't definitely write all the best stuff that Slayer ever put out. It's okay. He's dead, so who cares? Lacey and Brady get completely shit-faced, and I think that, like, I wonder if the people that were on the set at the time, like the producers on set, were just like, keep drinking, you're in Vegas. I'll give you $200 chips if you fucking drink and we play blackjack later. Really? Yeah, it's like that kind of stuff. Brandy cuts a really stinky fart on Lacey. It's like not even real. They use sound effects, but the whole thing, she's like standing there and she just like shits herself. We were all like watching it and we were all just like what? But you know, Big John busts in the room to get the girls up to dinner, and he yells at Lacey because he's just like, you're fucking drunk, you stupid bitch.
Lacey,
yes.
Shut the fuck up and come on.
John has to carry Lacey through the casino up to dinner, finally getting his paws on all the women. He's Big John, which it's really cringy. Lacey's like sloppy drunk. I will say this episode captures that feeling of like, you know when you're in college and your buddy gets drunk and you have to like stay with them and like, you know, make sure they get home okay, all that stuff. It's like that vibe because she like gets up on the bar and then she falls on all of the bottles. Oh, I felt so bad for the bartender. I was like, oh God, such a pain in the ass. Hopefully they tipped him well. Did the bartender get tipped well? Hit us up, let us know. If anybody has any info on production of Rock of Love, put it on our subreddit so we can see, please. I desperately want to know. The bar that they go to, it's all in Brett's room, but it's like this huge fucking, he has his own bar with his own bartender. But he's climbing through, she falls on the bottles, it's fucking gross. And Brett tells all the girls to shut up. Yeah, it's pretty funny. They're all like yelling. He's like, would you just shut up? Shut the fuck up, shut up. And Lacey blacks out and pukes at the dinner table. It's pretty gross. And fucking Big John, our soldier, has to carry her all the way back down. He carried her up, he has to carry her back down. Jesus Christ. Brandy pukes at the dinner table too. Ugh, it's fucking horrible. Everyone's like, ew! And Heather's just like unfazed eating oysters the whole time. Have you eaten an oyster before? It's fucking gross, man.
Oh, I like them.
Of course he does. You like raw oysters? Not cooked?
Yeah. I just recently had some.
Why? How?
Well, it was a couple months ago, but that was the first time having them.
I originally had them 4 years ago. Remember like it was yesterday. It was awesome. My favorite thing I've ever eaten. Now Big John, even then, he just gets back from carrying Lacey. Now he has to fucking carry Brandy back to her room. Britt's pissed now and wants to spend the time with just Jess because she's not drunk a mess. And Heather fucking being a weird fatty. Way to go, winner. Fat bitch. Gets a bunch of leftovers. She's like, well, yeah, what? Fine. She can hang out with Jess all he wants. And fuck Jess. I'm gonna just eat these leftovers. Like, you had 95 oysters. 95 oysters, dude. Jess spends the night with Brett.
Do they?
Oh, they definitely fucked. He sends her back to LA first so he can spend time with the other girls. It's like weird. In this episode, if he likes a girl, he sends her back early. It's odd how they do it. But the next morning, everyone's super hungover and Brett plans a day where they all get massages and it's kind of like a spa day by the pool. After talking to everyone, Brett decides to send Brandy back to the house and have dinner with Heather and Lacey and try to figure out if Lacey is actually insane. He basically punishes Brandy though. He's like, you should go. Because at this time too, there's like a weird turmoil where she's like, yeah, I don't think he's right for me. She's like says on the show, like, why would you say that out loud, you fucking idiot? So then they're like, yeah, she said you wouldn't be a good fit for the show. She's just like riding the coattails of the show. I don't know. They're by the pool, they're drinking still. Dude, we've been through an entire season. I've had 2 drinks. Granted, I haven't eaten anything yet, but still, like, god damn, like that would be fucked. Every day, and you're traveling, oh my god, but they're drinking so much. At this night, Lacey gets to spend the night in Brett's room, which I thought was weird. I was like, how is Heather not primed up for a night fucking with Brett? I am so unsure of my pick. She's still here, but I don't know. But here we go. Big Jacob come back because we're in the elimination room. And you know, Brett shows up moderate, he's dressed up moderately. I wouldn't say anything impressive. It's a nice suit, but it gets down to where the last couple ones to be knocked out are Heather or Brandy to go home, which I thought was fucking insane. How does Lacey not be on the chopping block here? But it's just because Jess and Lacey fucked him that episode.
Right.
Jess, he fucked her the night before. He fucked Lacey the next night. So he's like, Lacey, come on down. But inevitably, our winner is safe. Brandy is the one who gets sent home because she can't let her guard down.
And she farts.
Brett gets mad because he's like, why the fuck didn't you just tell me that you don't want to be here?
Yeah, she's just like, you're not
She's like, I don't know, I just don't want to be here. And he's like, why wouldn't you just say this weeks ago? I could have had another girl here.
Right.
So he kicks her out. I would say this is the worst one so far. I would say so. Yeah. Who are you gonna choose?
I don't know.
It's a little fucking little pig trough full of stuff here, huh?
Can beggars be choosers?
It's like watching Wilbert from Charlotte's Web fucking sift through something good.
Might try.
Take Lauren, the mute.
Oh, if you say so, Brett.
Give her some love, dude. She didn't say a goddamn word this whole time. Lucky dog. Lucky dog.
If anyone knows if Lauren is actually mute, please let us know.
Also, whenever Brandy leaves, I'm sure she says, have a good life. It's like, fuck off, dude. I love how whenever they're done too, they show the girls crying outside. I'm like, there's no way they give a fuck that much. Heather, she's safe. I can't believe she's been on the chopping block now twice or 3 times. I don't know. She's still in the winner's circle. We still here. There's 3 people left. Heather, Jess, and Lacey. No way Lacey stays. No, if Lacey wins this, I'm killing myself. I'm not even joking. I'll kill myself today. But I just want to say, I had all of them in the winner's circle at one point. And also, I even had Jess in there too. So as we go into episode 10, just know that I'm fucking getting, I'm pretty good. You got an eye. I got an eye. Let's go watch episode 10. Anyone else think episode 10 was the worst episode of the season?
Ugh. God.
Fucking brutal. It was brutal because the episode is based around everyone's parents coming in to meet Brett. It's so odd. First off, Heather's parents rule. The dad is like this weird guy who lives in Florida. I love Heather's dad. This episode made me like Heather more. Glad she's on my winner's board. Jess's family was pretty cool too. Lacey's family, abhorrent nightmare. Her dad's a piece of shit. Fuck that guy. It's kind of weird too. Lacey kisses her dad on the mouth after she just sucked Brett's dick. It was kind of weird. So she just kissed, I don't know. The dad's just like, yeah, we were actually on a flight together.
And I actually showed you a picture of Lacey on that flight, and he said, gee, she's really pretty.
Aww.
Could I date her? And I said, she's way too young for you.
It's just really awkward. Both other families are cool. I don't know. And what's weird too is that Lacey's closer to Brock's age, but her dad's being a stink about it. I think Jess is almost 20 years apart from Brett. It's odd. Whatever. Which Brett takes Heather and her parents to Saddle Ranch Restaurant, which is just like the shitty place in LA. He's like, it's a local's favorite. It's like, stop, you're from fucking Pittsburgh. Like, calm down. No, it's a local's favorite though, for real. Seriously. They have a bull riding machine, okay? Brett's stoked that her parents are alcoholics like him. They're drinking like fish. He's like, this is perfect for my touring lifestyle.
And she kept saying, I don't know who it is. This guy keeps farting.
Points for Heather. I hope she wins. Next is Jess and her parents. Brett takes them to a rock clothing store to get her dad rocked up because he's like a dude from like Minnesota or some shit. He's cool. I don't really mind him. But they get him the most gaudy like Affliction shirt that I'm sure cost like $60 at the time. If everybody shopped at Buckle. God. Later, Brett takes Lacey and her family out to eat, and Lacey's dad like won't stop grilling Brett. He even like there's that crunchy part in the show where he's like, "Do you actually have hair under your?"
Can I ask you another? Sure. Do you have hair underneath that hat?
What in the fuck is up with Lacey's dad?
I don't know. I fucking hate this guy. He said Brett would need to sign a prenup if he got married to Lacey. I'm like, you think Lacey has more money than Bret Michaels?
I hope you know there's going to be a prenup involved.
Are you fucking kidding me?
He's like, yeah, she works the stock market. I'm like, really? Later on in the night, Brett has everyone eat together for dinner. It's like super fucking awkward. It's like a bunch of really tense and like all the girls are kind of throwing, or at least Heather and Lacey are throwing jabs at each other. And Heather and Lacey are getting into it in front of their parents. And Lacey is like lying to their face. And she's just like acting super cool. I'm really, by this point in the show, I'm totally bought in. I'm like, dude, she's fucking lying. We're all talking to each other like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? She's lying.
How do you not see this?
Dude, Brett, watch out! Lacey's dad does not like Brett, so he ends the dinner early. Brett gets up and he's just like, peace, I'm fucking leaving. Love Brett. Brett, love you. You and Big John, carry the show. The next morning, Brett is hitting the bag out on this deck patio, and it's like he has a picture of himself out there in like a Steelers jersey. Like, I don't know what the set designer was thinking, but it's like, he's like, well, he can't act too hard because he has a diabetes.
That's a good point. Good point.
But he's doing his whole workout in Affliction jeans, buckle jeans, which I think is pretty cool. And he's getting his frustrations out. He has to get his frustrations out. Am I right?
Yeah.
Lacey's dad's too much. He's fucking stressed. And they keep playing clips of Lacey's dad talking down to Brett while he's working out. And I'm getting pumped with him. It's like fucking Rocky Balboa getting ready to fight in Rocky IV or whatever, getting ready to fight the Russian. Lacey comes out to talk to Brett while he's pumping some iron. And it's just in the smallest corner of this like weird wooden patio. And Lacey's doing the same thing she's been doing this whole season. She's kind of going up to him. She's just like, yeah, I think it's like weird that she's like talking shit on the other women. And it's odd because by this point in the show, you're like, who the fuck are you to talk about any of this stuff? Your family sucks, dude. But Heather overhears what Lacey is saying from the deck, and she like completely fucking blows up and freaks out on Lacey. And Brett is like so exhausted. Like she's just like, hey. The girls are fighting, and Brett's just sitting there like, he's like, oh my God, only one more episode. Only one more. They all get into a huge argument in front of their parents, and Heather's saying Lacey's done all the sexual stuff with Brett, sucking his dick, and all, which is true. It's true. And Lacey's dad comes down and he says, like, maybe since you sucked Brett's dick, maybe he ought to talk to me about it.
I just had somebody yell at me that I need to be concerned that my daughter sucked your cock.
Lacey's dad says to me one of the worst things any rock star wants to hear.
He's pretty much just like, whoever does sexual stuff with whoever, it doesn't matter, but it seems pretty unclassy to talk about it in public. You're on a VH1 show with Bret Michaels. Like, gauge the room, dude. But he like goes to Bret's face and like, once again, it's just like, it's Bret's hell episode is what I would call episode 10, is like him being stuck in a fitness corner, being berated by people. There's even one point, it's kind of funny, he's getting confronted by these people and he's just like, I'm thinking, where the fuck is Big John right now? And it cuts to Big John, and Big John's just like napping on a couch. It's awesome. Jacob, come on out. We're going to the elimination. Just skip to the fucking elimination. He's very modest again. Black jacket, white button up. Looks good. The parents are standing by the kid, the contestants, kissing their dads. And as they turn, Lacey turns to her dad and says, I'll call you with good news tonight. But little did she know, Lacey is the person that finally gets beat out in episode 10. We all cheered. There was an applause when it happened. Get her off. Actually, you know what? Take it off and throw it. Get the fuck out. Now go pick from your trough. I'm still giving you that option.
Thank you.
Look at him sift through that, dude. Ever see whenever like they're sifting gold in the bucket and they're like looking for gold flakes? That's what you look like, dude.
I'll take Brandy in.
Yeah, there you go. See, he likes fresh kills.
Yeah.
He loves fresh kills. There you go. There you go, Big Jacob. I also resent that hat. All right, the last episode. Episode 11, the finale. Holy shit. It's literally become between the two people that my gut action was Jess. I put my bets on Heather, and it could pay off. I'm curious, so let's watch it. All right. Should have gotten another drink before this. The finale. We've been through a lot. These episodes are like an hour long. We've watched 11 hours of Bret Michaels' Rock of Love. Just want to say that. But for the finale, Bret is taking the final two, Heather and Jess, to Cabo. And they take a private jet that Bret has probably owned since 1988, when Every Rose Has a Thorn was probably #1 for 4 weeks straight. Man, to have a hit back then.
You live off it.
Like pouring money. God. But they arrive at the hotel and there's a group of dancers and they all start dancing. Everyone's completely hammered already. People are already fucked up. How people have not died of alcohol poisoning, I'll never know. I might. At the table, the girls don't say anything at all at first. You can tell it's like it's competitive.
Trying to get their man.
They're trying to get their man. Thank you. The girls don't even eat because they're arguing. It feels like all a producer's move, you know? It's like they're not eating. It's like, don't even touch your food. You're too upset to eat. You gotta stay skinny for Bret.
Bret will like you more.
It's true. But Big John, he probably gets to eat all the scraps, so it doesn't matter. The girls are by the pool in the morning, and Big John drops the note off from Bret. Basically, they both get a private date with Bret. The first off is my choice as a winner. Heather drops off a note, and Heather gets to go on a date with him, and basically they're going to ride dune buggies in the dunes at Cabo.
Does sound fun.
Sounds like a date I'd want with Bret Michaels. You kidding me? At Cabo? I'd be like, Bret, can we also do jet skis? He's like, don't be greedy.
Don't be greedy, my diabetes.
My diabetes. Which they're riding around, and Heather's like, I want to drive. And Bret's kind of like, they put a big emphasis on, Bret's having like a diabetes attack or something. Like he's like, oh, I feel real sick.
I started to feel really, really sick again from the diabetes.
And Heather doesn't really give a shit. She's like, cool, can I drive?
What, are you all right?
Let's go eat.
I want to drive.
He's like, oh, okay, I'll power through. And they finally get to have like a picnic on the beach, kind of rehashed from Jess's date from before. Just want to say that. But that's just so he can have something to eat. He's like, I gotta eat. He's saying that, dude, calm my diabetes, I gotta eat. And that night they have a poolside dinner on a couch that's like, it's like a weird, it almost looks like a hibachi grill seat or something. But it also feels like maybe they shot a couple porn there. I don't know. It's whatever. And after all this time, it gets sucked off. 2 weeks straight, Bret is still like, I just really need to know these girls. That's my favorite part. Is he's sitting there this is the finale of the show with two people, and he says, I just really need to get to know these women. It's like, you had time. Also, maybe don't use a reality love show as your fucking way to get a new girl or new relationship. But Heather tells Bret that she's in love with him.
Wow.
Not bad. Winner circle. And, he just stumbles around and doesn't really say anything back. He's like, cool.
I don't even know what to say. I'm beyond...
That's the way I feel, I have to be honest with you.
Which is kind of weird because Heather literally got his name tattooed on the back of her neck. Hello? He's just like, awesome. Imagine someone's like, they get your name tattooed on the back of your neck. I think I'm falling in love with you. He's like, okay. That's why Bret's king, though. He can do that. Which, of course they go back after a nice romantic night. And of course they get a nice night of fucking going. He fucks her, which is kind of weird too, because they hold the microphone up to the door, because you can hear Bret being like, oh. The moans. Kind of weird. The next morning they go back and Heather comes down and there's a new note from John. And it's Jess's date. And they kind of have this weird thing where she's like, enjoy my sloppy seconds, bitch.
Sloppy seconds, baby. Oh!
Power move from Heather. Oh, yeah. I feel very confident with her performance here. But for the date with Jess, they go on a yacht. They eat and make out for an hour. It's just them laying around and just making out. He's like... And for the dinner, they have a private reservation at another resort. But once again, Bret's diabetes starts kicking in again.
I start to realize that something with me in my body, my diabetes, is not right.
And he's feeling the crunch.
So the crunch of his...
I don't know what the fuck that, he's just like, I feel the crunch.
I realize that something's wrong with my body, and I'm feeling the crunch of my diabetes.
I've never heard anybody with diabetes ever say that, so there it is. He shows Jess his EpiPen and tells her to put it in his ass if he's having a diabetic shock. He's pretty much just like, honestly, if I go into a diabetic shock right now, I need you to put this in my ass. And she's just, okay. Imagine saying that and there's 50 people behind a camera. Seriously, it's you. I swear, it's you right now. Which, she's just like, of course I will. She's a lot more understanding than Heather.
Yeah.
Afterwards, everyone goes back to the house in LA. They had their fun in Cabo. Now it's time to make the decision. When they go back, there's a nice red carpet rolled out. There's candles everywhere. It's very romantic. Come on, Big Jacob.
Time for the big one.
This is the final. Brett and Big John are sitting in Brett's room talking about the girls, and then Brett decides that he's made his decision. It's weird because like they're talking about it, and then like he's like, I'm gonna make this decision on my own.
I think this one I gotta make on my own.
You got it.
Thanks, buddy.
So it makes it kind of seem like, was Big John making the decisions before? Was Big John just back there just being like, Brett, I'll take care of it.
I'll take care of it, yeah.
Maybe he was. It's Rockstar living. I don't know. But the elimination round is decked out in flowers. You know, there's curtains and too many candles. Fire hazard. If I know anything about LA, fire hazard. Heather and Jess have matching flying V necklaces. There's been one flying V in the show. Don't know why that's important. Maybe it's just rock and roll, you know?
Rock and roll, yeah.
But Brett shows up in his finest outfit. Best boots, a velvet jacket. Looks amazing. Zoom in on him. Zoom in on Big Jacob. I did. But look at the camera.
I was looking at
No, but don't smile. You performed that very well. Good. This is the biggest gamble of the show because during the finale, Brett gives us his greatest draw yet. He says, I don't know who to pick. Would you both be down just to be my co-girlfriends?
Is there any way both of you would be my girlfriend?
So stupid.
No, it's so awesome.
That is a king move.
And of course, during this time, it's kind of weird because he presents it, and it's this thing where now that he asks the girls. So Heather says, absolutely, I'll share you with another person. I love you. And then Jess says, I just don't think I can share you with another person. I just, that's just not who I am. And that's when Brett makes his decision, and he chooses Jess over Heather.
I'll be taking this one.
I should have went with my fucking gut!
The other night, I was having a really tough time with my diabetes, and you were there for me, and that meant everything to me.
Brett chooses Jess. Heather is fucking pissed. I would be too. You got his name tattooed on you, dude. Unfucking believable. Absolutely. That's, I would take that in a heartbeat. Jess is the overall winner. I'll move her over. Actually, you know what? You put her up. I don't even deserve to touch it. Jess is the winner of Rock of Love Season 1, and she deserved every second of it. Round of applause. It's funny because doing some research after we watched this episode, we had some time in between. You find out that season 2 of Rock of Love was filmed almost immediately after. I don't know what happened with this relationship or if, whatever happened with it, but this was a roller coaster. There's only 3 seasons of Rock of Love. Only 3. He could never get it figured out. But I got to find out some more stuff soon. So I will say, with the end of this episode, we will be covering season 2. I can promise you that right now. It's so good. I love it so much. We love you, Bret Michael. We love you, Big John. I love you, Jess. Congratulations to the beautiful winner. Who was all of your picks? Big Jacob sloppy picks. He's not even saying their names.
I just got so many. We got all of them. I kind of rattle them off one by one. Jesus.
All right, we're done. Bye, everybody. Rock of Love. Be your Rock of Love. There you go. I would sing that, but we would get absolutely fucking railed. And it don't get better than this. Look at him sifting through. There's so many things to choose from.
I might take Magdalena, honestly.
Oh, you're climbing a tree. Mm-hmm. Well, there you go. See, he just likes fresh kills. All these other girls, they're stinking it up too much, aren't they? It's dead meat. It's rotten.
I'm done. I'm done with him.
Well, good theme song too, huh? Let me be your Rock of Love.
Did he write that song?
He did. I'm pretty sure.
Nick, you make me want to fire you so many fucking times. It's unbelievable. Did Bret Michaels write the Rock of? Yeah, dude. Yes. Let me be your Rock of Love. 1, 2, 3. Rock of Love. Do it again. 1, 2, 3. Rock of Love. 1, 2, 3. Rock of Love. Yeah, monotone boy. 1, 2, 3. Rock of Love.
I can't.
I like how insecure he is.
Immediately.
I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what it is. I can't. Can you guys just start over? We're going to episode 7. Holy shit.
Here, Jacob.
God, it's a Thursday. Shit. I'm getting wasted. Get wasted. All right, episode 7. We just watched episode 7. Luckily, my winner pick here, Heather, is still in the race. She's doing great. Granted, you know, Sam kind of growing on me. She's kind of become my favorite right now. Jess is still, I think, the hottest, best person. Lacey, I hope she... Not really, JK, just kidding. But not really. So now we sit here and we talk about episode 7, because this one was a doozy. In episode 7, the next morning, Brett says he has some serious work he has to tend to in the studio, which I love. I have to go to the studio today.
The label's really wanting this one.
The label is really pressing Brett for a new single. So he leaves a note saying that he wants a sexy six. He wants the sexy six to do a photo shoot. Is there? Yeah, there's only 6 people left. Shit. God damn, dude. For like a song, right?
It was an album cover.
Or an album cover. And all the notes, once again, are left on like a sheet of music to where I want somebody to decipher this. Is it actually a song? Is it Every Rose Has Its Thorns? I bet it's Every Rose Has Its Thorns or
Probably.
something like that. They go to the photo shoot and Ivo Lopez, a longtime friend of Brett's and celebrity photographer, is there to take the pictures, which he's probably just a porn shoot. I think he's just a porn photographer, if I'm being completely honest. He's like, so what, you'll have Brett come here and take picture? They're like, no, we're here for the show. He's like, okay, I had no idea. You take top off, you squeeze asshole out. And it's like, what is that? Excuse me? The idea is to take a mock album cover for Brett. There's 2 teams, Jess, Lacey, and Sam versus Mia, Heather, and Brandy. And there's 1 creative director on each team and 2 models. So it's like 1 person gets to be the person who comes up with it, and the other 2 get to be models, which seems kind of weird where it's just like 1 person's the creative force and the other people are just like look pretty, I guess, I don't know. And on the winning team, the creating director gets a solo date and the models get a double date. So I feel like whoever's just the director, you get a better deal there. Might as well be the fucking director.
Why would you not volunteer for that?
Yeah. Which Lacey and Sam do an angel versus devil theme or some shit, something weird like that. I don't know. Lacey looks like a fucking demon anyway, so it's probably good. And they pick out the trashiest outfits and pose in a bed. Evo's having a great time looking at them. He's like, this is awesome. She's like, what if I'm over you like this?
I think that you should get under the sheets. Should I do like a caressing her face kind of a thing?
What if I'm over you like this and I'm looking at the fucking thing? And Jess, my beautiful queen's just like, just get the fuck out of the way. She's like, why do I look like this if I look like a troll? The theme for the next team is like, Heather is dressed like a stripper and Brandy is dressed up as a man that's like a mechanic posing on the car. And I have like no idea really what the fuck is supposed to be going on. I think they're trying to be clever and cute, but it's just retarded. And back at the house, the girls get prints from their photo shoots and Evo leaves some notes on like, you know, just being like, what are you saying here? Basically the Lacey and the devil thing, they're like, that's kind of unoriginal. It is what it is. But then with Heather and Brandy and all them or whatever, it's kind of funny. He's like, are you saying Brett's old? Because she dresses in like a gray wig.
What is going on with this photo? Why is Brandy a man? Is she supposed to be Brett? Brett doesn't have gray hair. Are you trying to say he's old?
She's just like, are you like making fun of him? And they're like, that's not what we meant. I don't know. But Brett returns from the studio because he's been there all day to judge the photographs. Evo's with him as well. Mia, Heather, and Brandy's album cover, Bret Michaels' Broken Road, is it's not a hit.
That's it.
Let me tell you, Bret Michaels' Broken Road, which is even more insulting. Brett was probably at the studio for 9 hours today, everyone's like, this is terrible. And then he gets there, and all of a sudden the women on the show that he's supposed to be fucking are just like, yeah, Bret Michaels' Broken Road. But Jace and Lacey and Sam's album cover, Bret Michaels' When Love Dances with the Devil, is a huge hit.
When Jess revealed her cover, I was like, wow, this is hot. A little girl on girl. Ow!
Evo gets very riled up about it. He loves it, which Jess and them win, and Jess gets another solo date with Brett. I don't think Heather has even had a date with Brett yet. Why the fuck? I shouldn't. You
fucked up. Locked in.
I know, fuck. Lacey and Sam get the double date later. Lacey talks to Brett privately about how Jess didn't actually do anything and that she deserves a solo date. Jess hears about it and then she goes to Brett telling him what a lying bitch Lacey is. It's a bunch of gossip where I'm just like, dude, who gives a shit? Just fucking roll on with it. And yeah, Lacey, she does some shit. She's just like, I don't think you really did anything. I think it's mine. And then it just keeps cutting back to these like headshots where you're like, oh God, just move it on. Drink more and fight more, please. On the double date with Brett, he takes Sam and Lacey to Neptune's Net. Oh, classy. It's not fast food, but it's pretty much just like, it's like a Chili's on a beach. He's like, this is a local's favorite. Getting cod and fries or whatever. While Brett is gone, Heather and Brandy decide to redo their photo shoot basically naked because they're just like, yeah, you think this is saying, how about this? Just shaved pussy and fake tits and no ass. It's awesome. They get done with the deal. I'm pretty sure Sam pretty much talks shit on Lacey being like, no one likes her. She's a fucking psychopath. And Brett's like, word? Really? Are you serious? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious? And he's like, all right, anyways, are we gonna make out or not? But then Jess and Brett get their private date and they ride along the coast of Brett's motorcycle with his beautiful wig flowing in the wind. They stop and have dinner on the beach. And Brett loves sucking face with Jess. He's like, oh, I love it.
We got the suck face, which is always a good thing.
When they get back, Brett finds the nude pic taped all over his door. He's like, okay, this is awesome.
You know Big John had a good time looking at that.
Big John definitely beat his cock at the door, came all over. He's like, I'm not cleaning it up either. He's like, uh-oh, stinky glue. Then Brett cuts back to Brett in that room, and he's like, huh, that's why we call Big John Elmer. For the elimination, Big Jacob come back in. Brett appears in a beautiful bedazzled snake skin jacket. It's a beautiful jacket.
It is.
It's a beautiful jacket.
Shiny.
Maybe I'm just noticing it now, but Big John has 3 bandanas on and a hat on top of it. Yeah, dude, it's volume. It's cool. But on this one, on the chopping block is Lacey and Mia. You know, is Lacey the one who's going to finally be the one kicked off the show? Everybody fucking hates her. That's the last 2. Lacey's even like, why am I here? But unfortunately, it's Mia. Mia is gone.
She wasn't really doing shit anyway.
Yeah, it was kind of writing on the wall anyways. When you're watching the episodes and you notice that she didn't do shit, you're just like, what are you going to do? All right. Oh.
That actually works out. Aaron.
This literally does feel like sloppy seconds. He's like, which one fell off?
Don't matter to me.
Come here, butterfly. This birdie clipped her wings. All right, there you go. Feast on it. Now we get to go watch episode 8.
Thanks, Brett.
I know it looks like I'm disappointed, but actually this is sick. This show fucking rules. So on to episode 8. Oh, damn. Episode 8, ladies and gentlemen. Still, just want to point this out, Heather's still in it. My winning, do I get anything if, do we do anything for me if I win?
You can get a drink.
Yeah, we'll make you.
We'll make you a drink.
What happens if I lose?
It'll make you a drink.
Okay. All right, so there is a win and lose option. Episode 8. The next morning, Big John very sternly drops Brett a note off of the girls. I don't know if he had a bad day, but he does. He fucking basically throws it at him. Here! Drops it. He's a good man.
He's got shit to do.
He does. Brett invites 3 super fans that are all girls, Amy, Kai, and Allison, to come and basically judge the girls. This makes no sense to me. When we were watching the episode, I was so confused why you would do this. Imagine if Dream had a dating competition, and he's like, I'm gonna have my 3 biggest super fans judge who I date. What the fuck are you talking about? You're watching these girls come in, and it's very odd because it's like 5 years as super fan, and I'm like, you became a fan in 2002? She's like, I didn't start listening to Poison until the towers fell. I really don't think I ever in my life I've met anybody who's like, dude, Poison, favorite band. Favorite band, Poison.
I've never met one person that was like, oh, I love Poison.
I've never met a person who's like, I like Poison.
Yeah, dude.
Even like. And I'm not gonna deny they have hits, but I'm like, super fan, really? Whatever. But the challenge is that the super fans are going to interrogate the girls one by one and see what their real intentions are. They'll tell Brett their answers and take one winner on a solo date. So now basically the challenge is impressing the super fans, right? Yeah. The interrogation room is a totally dark room with one bright spotlight on their face when really it's like it's a guest bedroom in the house that they threw curtains up in. I cannot emphasize really how cheap the show is. It's unbelievable. After they drill the girls, Sam goes to her room because she's emotional, and Brett comes out of his hole and they start getting hammered. She's like, can't believe that happened to me. He's like, cool, let's drink. Brett takes the superfans back to his room and they talk about the interrogation. What I love about this is that they drill people and they get won over by some. But one thing I love is that they all absolutely fucking hate the gargoyle that is Lacey.
All right, let's go to lovely Lacey.
No. And she's very wrong for you.
But finally, Heather wins the solo date. My winner. Huh? And it is looking good, boys. The solo date is at a tattoo shop where Heather gets a tattoo of Brett's name on the back of her neck because during the interrogation, she's like, yeah, I'd get a tattoo of Brett's name on the back of my neck. Fuck it. Like, I don't care.
Would you get a tattoo tonight?
Yeah, I'm gonna get Brett on the back of my neck.
You're gonna get his name tattooed on your neck?
Yes, I am.
And she does it. And that's the date. He's like, lucky you. Brett says he gets aroused getting a tattoo.
It just kind of gets me aroused. I've had some of the best sex ever after getting some tattoo work done.
Probably popping a stiff stiffy in the chair while I sit there. He's like, baby, look at me, baby, look. Also, back of your neck's not bad. Fuck off. If she dropped her hair, you'd never see it.
Well, it's really funny because Brett just gets an old tattoo touched up.
Yeah, he's like, can you actually just touch it up?
He doesn't even get like a new one. To be
No.
like, oh, I got this with you.
No, he's just sitting there. He's just touching up his old one. He's like, all right, awesome. All right, babe, let's defile your skin forever with my name. I hope you win, by the way. I hope you win. Good luck, babe. Back at the house, the superfans continue to grill Lacey and Brandy. It's not looking good. Brandy, she's falling pegs for me. At first, she seemed fun. Now she seems kind of like, I don't know, just an obnoxious drunk. Lacey's still the worst, though. I'd take Brandy over Lacey any day of the week. When Brett and Heather get back to the house, the superfans go back to Brett's room to discuss elimination and tell them, they beg him, get rid of Lacey.
I don't believe she's your girl. She's the one that should go.
And I'm like, finally. The gods have answered our calls. Lacey sucks, dude. He kisses all three superfans on the lips when they leave. You gotta get in while the getting's good. All right, I only live once. YOLO! Brett shows up in a very modest outfit this time, of course. Black jacket and jeans, very good. Big Jacob, come on up. Which somehow, some way, I'm gonna throw it right at you. Lacey doesn't go home. I know, what the hell is this?
They begged her.
I know, they begged her, and I can't fucking believe it, but this is where Sam's tour ends. Sam leaves.
My girl. I'm not even taking her over there.
Don't even put him on the board. That's a good man. That's a good man. Is that your most valuable sloppy second so far?
My queen. My muse.
Honestly, I'm at a point now, too, where I'm like, I kind of wish Sam would have won, too. I like Sam. She was good.
She's a nice girl.
Well, we can at least go watch episode 9. If Lacey doesn't leave this episode, I'm going to put a gun in my mouth. Actually, this is pretty interesting. So now we have left is Brandy, Jess, Lacey, and still Heather. I called it. You got to call that porn thing. I'm guessing Lacey's lasted like a cockroach. If I had to make predictions, I don't think she's going. Well, you know what I'm gonna say? Actually, I think episode 9, I think she gets booted then. I think Brandy's gonna hold on. I don't know. Episode 9, let's get it. Episode 9 was a doozy. Okay, episode 9. The next morning, Big John looks a little hungover. I think he fucking had a little party of his own that wasn't recorded. You don't want to record a Big John party. He hands a letter from Brett off to the girls, and the girls are going to Las Vegas, I like this, for free to a Bret Michaels concert. I like how they have to specify it's for free. It's like, well, I'm on a show.
It's a free show.
Well, it is a free Bret Michaels show, and they get to go for free. So they're just like, you have to fill this place up. You have to fill it up. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. When they get there, they get on a Gibson VIP tour bus, which I was like, I'm surprised that Gibson and Fender both sponsored a show. Seems odd. I think I'd rather have the Gibson.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Well, you say definitely. I think a lot of people would prefer the Strat.
Well,
come here, Big Jacob.
A Chender?
Come here.
They want a Chender?
make a case for Gibson over Fender.
I'm just
no. Don't look at me.
Saying.
Don't look at them. Make a case for Gibson over Fender.
I'm just saying. It's just a preference.
But why?
I like Les Pauls more.
Don't look at me. Look at them. They're the one you're talking to. Hey, buddy, you don't have to convince me.
I don't.
You're Big Jacob. You gotta lay down the law here. Why do you prefer the Gibson Les Paul over the Stratocaster?
It sounds better. It sounds better. Duh. Everyone knows this.
Don't look. You stop looking at me. You're on a chopping block right now. All right, fine. I agree. Ever since I watched Metalocalypse, when there's the episode where Pickles goes to the guitar shop, he's like, he went up to that guitar shop and he got himself a gold Les Paul, a gold top Les Paul. I've been hooked on it. Also, every kid who grows up and they don't see Slash and see like a sunburst Les Paul, fuck off. I like John Mayer. John Mayer's cool too, though. And also, I'm pretty sure Stevie Ray Vaughan used it. Doesn't matter. Pretty good guitars. But Big Jacob says Gibson, so any guitar nuts in the chat want to battle that, feel free.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm more of a BC Rich kind of guy.
Now we're getting into the real shit.
I'm more of a BC Rich kind of guy.
What about a Yamaha?
Shut up. You know what I am? I'm more of a Dean guy.
Oh, the Kerry King Dean?
No, Kerry King BC Rich. I hate Kerry King. Big Jacob and me used to complain about Kerry King all the time. Then all of a sudden one day Big Jacob was like, I think he's pretty cool. I think actually he's rad.
I didn't say that.
Motherfucker doesn't. He's like, he's sponsored by Jägermeister and Oakley. I'm like, could you have gayer sponsors? Yeah, dude, I fucking love Kerry King. He's awesome.
I never said that.
Yeah, he has a sweet skull tat on his head.
Never said that.
Fuck you, Kerry King. Everyone, Nick, say it.
Fuck you, Carrie King.
Harry! Tell Gary to yell it out.
Harry. Yell fuck Carrie King.
Fuck Harry King! Big Jacob?
I refuse.
Anyways, this is a good episode. I'm a big Vegas guy. If anyone knows me, I have buddies in Vegas. I go to Vegas a lot because I have a buddy named Trevor that lives out there. And I like to play, I like to gamble. But anyways, Brett is playing at Red Rock Casino, which is the locals casino. It's a nice casino, but it is like the locals. It is not on the strip. When you think of Vegas, you think of the strip. It's miles away from that, all right? You can see the strip from there.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. I am talking to you today about Velma. If you've been living under a rock, or if you haven't been on Twitter, God bless your soul, then you might have missed the tsunami, the absolute tidal wave that has been the first reception of the new Scooby-Doo spin-off show, Velma. I don't know why I decided to wait till basically 3 in the morning. It's 4 o'clock now, and I watched the first 2 episodes, but I don't know why I waited till this time to watch it. But, I was just thinking to myself, is it as bad as people say? Is this show as bad as the public wants you to believe? 1.6 right now. The rating system out of 10. That's a big stinky. That's a full diaper. That's a big stinker. So I decided, you know what? Why not now? I'm staying up anyway, so I thought I would just give my quick thoughts and ask the question, is Velma as bad as they say?
And in today's overcrowded market, in pop culture,
On TV shows?
every teen show ever,
In teen movies?
minorities on TV,
Television actors, so help me, Shonda Rhimes.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's hard to not get caught up in the whirlwind of hate when our show comes out. You have things like Callisto Protocol, where it's like I've bought that game, but since it was released, I haven't even touched it because I lost interest in the show because of how bad the reception was of it, right? Same thing with you remember that show Thundercats Roar? Everybody was pissed off because it was in Cal Art style. That's another thing. I've never checked it out. I probably wouldn't have checked it out anyways, but still, it's just another thing where it's like you hear it's hated, so it's dead. It's dead in the water. But I wanted to take time to be like, you know what? This is kind of an interesting idea. I like Scooby-Doo. Who doesn't like fucking Scooby-Doo? Are you kidding me? Come on. And it's like HBO. It's supposed to be for an older audience. We're attacking more serious things, and we got rid of this talking dog. This is like a true crime person's wet dream. Velma's thick pussy walking around with Daphne's thick pussy and Thread's big old not even Shaggy, this new guy named Donnie or Norville. So I thought I'd give it a try, and my God, first off, I guess I just want to say the positives very quickly because it's kind of a shorter list. The visuals. The show is animated beautifully. I think the style of the show is very fun. It has a very, oddly enough, it kind of reminds me of a Harry Partridge cartoon. If you guys like Harry Partridge, it kind of gives me similar human designs to that. Beautiful animation with horror sequences and stuff. And just visually, it's very nice. All the artists that worked on it should be very proud because they did a lot with, just very simple Scooby-Doo setup. Just wanted to take time and say, artist, I see you out there. I appreciate you. You guys rule. I'm sorry that the next part is pretty much bad. It's all bad after this. Which leads into basically the writing. And the thing about this show is that we follow Velma, right? It's the name of the show. We're not going to follow fucking Norville. They're not going to get people asses in seats over Norville. Should just call the show Not Shaggy. What? That was terrible. I'm very tired. Basically, the biggest conflict and the biggest like draw to the show, I would say, is that Velma, who historically has loved to solve mysteries, in this show, she still loves solving mysteries, except it plagues her. You know, her mother started giving her mysteries when she was a kid. That's how they bonded. But her mother is gone now, and it's the biggest mystery of all because Velma's solved the mystery of where her Christmas presents were, and then her mommy left and never came back. So she has like a Christmas gift that her mom left in the car, and it reads a lot like that scene in 8 Crazy Nights, that Adam Sandler animated movie, where Adam Sandler's character feels horrible about his parents' death, and he never opens up a Christmas card from them. And I thought that was weird. I was like, this is like some 8 Crazy Nights shit. I don't know. Because of her mother's disappearance, every time she wants to solve a mystery, she has a heart like failing panic attack, and she hallucinates all this horror stuff. And it's done very well. Like, I think that's like the funnest part of the show. And in the first episode, you get a little bit of it, and then the second episode, I think it happens like 1 or 2 times. And I was like, why don't we do more of that? That's fun. But that's the biggest conflict is, you know, she has all these mysteries that she has to solve, but they might kill her. That's a fun conflict. I like that as a setup. You could run with that and make some very interesting, you know, choices in a series. Why not? But the show is so suffocated by its poor joke telling. It's almost as if they did their absolute hardest to make Velma the most unlikable character that I've seen in a long time. I would say, to me, and I hate to put this out there, but this show feels like it's on par with Hoops. If you haven't seen Hoops and you want to feel like, if you want to experience what Snowside is like, watch Hoops. If you want to know what it's like to really like have a near-death experience, try sitting through the first season of Hoops. That's about as close as you'll get to meeting Death himself. He's right at your door. They're doing this thing where it's a lot of meta humor, and it feels like just the industry standard right now, no matter what, especially a lot of people who aren't in animation will copy what's just the most popular thing, which is Rick and Morty right now. So Rick and Morty was very much meta humor, but it kind of served a purpose where it was like, oh, Rick's a huge narcissist. He's like talking down to the characters in the show, and he's talking down to the audience. It does make sense. As much as you want to like slam your fucking desk and be like, Rick and Morty, it has purpose. You know, you can bitch about the formula you want, but it's pretty good. It's good stuff. They're copying, it feels like they're trying to do like a Rick and Morty thing where everybody just feels very pretentious and very like, you like that? Well, what are you, an idiot? You're such a stupid idiot for liking that. Also, Steve Harvey, and they throw in pop culture references. So like, oh, white people are, Fred's gonna do this because he's a white rich guy, just like, and you're like, you just feel like you just got blindsided. And it's weird because I see a lot of people online saying it's like, oh, this is woke comedy at its worst. But the weird thing is, I don't even think that the show's trying to be woke. I just think it's really, really bad writing. It's bad writing because I feel like they're trying to say a message, or maybe they're attempting to be woke, but they're not really saying anything of value. There's rehashing things that we've heard in like the 2015 presidential election type stuff. I mean, there's a hashtag joke.
I'm also hashtag the owner of Spooners.
In 2023, there's a what? Did a 73-year-old woman write this? Which, if that was the case, that'd be hilarious. Because then it's like, oh, it's funny because all the jokes are untimely. And that would be very interesting, but it's not. It's from people, it's from Mindy, what's her name? It's not Mindy Lewis. Kisling or like Keeling or something like that. Mindy, whatever. Put their fucking name up on the screen. I don't give a shit. It's Kelly from The Office. She was a big writer on that show. That's like that's probably like the most successful show of all time. And it just feels so odd that it's like, did you learn nothing from that show? Like, it just feels so oddly tone deaf and like weird and not funny. And the weird thing too is like, you know, comedy is subjective. You can sit there and have the strongest opinion about something, but at the end of the day, your opinion doesn't matter. You're just a regular fucking person just like everybody else watching something. So if you like something, right on, cool. If you don't like something, whatever. You can bitch online, do whatever you want. But with this stuff, it was just like, it was like I was at like a 9-year-old stand-up comedy special. Like if a bunch of 9-year-olds came up and they were decided to do stand-up comedy. It was just kind of like very basic stuff like that. It was just, it's odd. Like Norville, who's Shaggy in this, he doesn't do drugs, and they make a point to have him say,
it has something to do with drugs, which I hate.
Isn't that hilarious that he doesn't like drugs? Isn't that so funny? And then also he talks about weed humor. You know, I've never been into weed humor, but if I was, whatever. And then Velma is just like, oh, well, the only people who like that are
adults who still watch cartoons.
Which it's like, you're a cartoon and you want people to watch it, so are you shitting on people who are watching your show? Like, it's like a bully in school who is like, I don't know, by their parent. I can't probably say that. It's like a bully in school who's just like, what are you, a fucking loser? Dude, I'm just joking. You know what I mean? He pushes you in a locker, he like breaks your back and throws you into the lockers. He's like, dude, I'm just joking around. That's how the show feels. It's just like Velma's just constantly shitting on everybody and like learning nothing along the way. It was very obvious that they're trying, like I said, they're trying to do like a Rick Sanchez thing. But even in Rick and Morty, Rick is the biggest douche ever. He's an asshole, he's selfish, whatever. But even if they don't show in the episodes, there are key moments in the show where you see Rick and he's like miserable. He's not a happy person. No one is like, I want to be Rick. And if you are saying that, you're 9 and you don't understand the emotional complexities of like narcissism and depression and all these kind of things that, you know, Dan Harmon and Justin Roiland have propped up in the show. And it's like the same reason why it's just like a little list. It's like Larry David and Curb Your Enthusiasm. Nobody is watching Curb Your Enthusiasm and being like, you know, this Larry guy's got his head on straight. He's insufferable. He's annoying. annoying. The biggest one that I feel is comparable is Kenny Powers, Eastbound and Down. Kenny Powers is a lot like Velma. He's abrasive. He thinks everybody else is stupid. He only looks out after himself. But there's moments in the show that cause Danny to be human. He gets humiliated. You feel sympathetic for him because you can tell that he's like, you know, he's just a guy who's trying to find acceptance and respect from all these people. There's these just little human moments with other characters in the show that so far, and I know we're only on 2 episodes in, but it's like you haven't had one little nugget of like, oh, maybe I need to change as a person. Right? And there's a moment in the second episode where we find out Fred hasn't hit puberty or something, and his dad's like, oh, if people find out, you'll make fun of you. And it's like, who cares? I don't know, dude. Like, hey, sorry, I can't control how fucking fast my balls and hair come in. You know, like, I don't know. It's just weird. But it's like obviously like a very shaky issue. And then she kind of just like spoils it for everybody. And she like insults him so much in the court. But it's prefaced in a way where she was like,
unfortunately, I was wrong about Fred.
And it's like, oh, this is a character moment where she's going to admit that she judges people too much, and she just kind of states all the facts that Fred says and insults him so much that Fred puts himself in a position to where he like looks like a maniac that's gonna kill somebody, and then he goes to prison, and that's how the episode ends. And you're just kind of like, what? Huh? Why? It's odd. Another thing that's kind of a glaring issue as well is the voice acting in the show. Glenn Howerton, who's Dennis Reynolds, is like an amazing actor, but it's like they chose so many bad takes from him, and I think they like put a little high pass filter on his voice, so it sounds really weird on Fred, but there's just some spots where it just sounds very emotionless, but I would say Mindy is the worst. Like Velma just...
Oh God, my heart!
Is so one note, and it's like she's incapable of going over this register, so there's like no real emotional resonance when she's yelling and she's being like, I'm not the killer! It'd be like, I'm not the killer! Imagine that. You're being framed for murder, and my response would be like, murder? I didn't fucking murder anybody! I didn't murder anybody! And then Velma, it's kind of like, what? I didn't murder anybody. Don't put my dog down! Yeah, he bites people, but please, he's my best friend! Don't put my dog down. Please, he's my best friend. I don't know. It's just my opinion, but I'd rather have maybe some professional voice actors in there. That's just me. But I will say that, you know, I'm also biased because I did make a little scene for the show. They asked me last year, they saw my tunes and stuff, and they were like, and this is real. This is real. I did have a very small stint with HBO Max, and they asked me to come in. They asked me to like write this scene, and it was in the second episode that it aired, and they didn't, you know, obviously I pulled my name from the show, but it's after the scene when Daphne kisses Velma. Oh yeah, they're gay, by the way. I wanted to have a scene after that where Velma comes back to Daphne's house. So I'm just going to show it here since it's technically mine. So.
Daphne, I'm going to cut to the chase. I feel a panic attack coming on, baby, and I think the only medicine is a taste of that stinky jinkies. You know what I'm saying, baby? Come on. Wait, hold on. Just wait. I mean, that kiss earlier today, it's got me thinking all kinds of crazy things. Things I'm a bit nervous to say. like how I bet your bean is bigger than a Scooby snack. You know, little beanie baby down there, huh? Bet it looks like a middle-aged man's thumb. Come on, give me a hand. Oops! Oh, man, I'm so clumsy. Like what you see? Bet you're wondering if I got an Arby's beef and cheddar between my legs, huh? Well, there's only one way to find out. I know that tongue's as flat as an old hound dog. Use the tools you got to solve this mystery for the both of us, huh? Wait, hold on, come on! You know, I don't need my glasses to see that you and me, we're a great pair. So why don't you drop this attitude and let me get a peek at Vernon Troyer's head down there? Come on, but the panic attacks! That's cool. I got mysteries to solve anyways. But if I had to put money on it, I bet it's as bare as a silverback's belly. I'll find out, baby. Just you wait.
And there it is. You know, I was really upset when they said that they weren't going to use it, and I think creatively, I was just like, we're going to have to split ways, because this is just not going to work. The only thing that could break Velma's cold heart is Asian Daphne's power of love. My sworn nemesis is actually somebody that I want to bang. That's gonna stop my panic attacks. So I don't know, you know, in conclusion, I guess I just wanted to come and talk about the show because it's like, I don't know, man. Sometimes shows are just so, it's just subjective. Like, if you like the show, like the show. Don't let the mob mentality totally skew things that you like. You could watch this and be like, I love the humor. That's fine. I just wanted to give you my opinion on it. The biggest thing is, like, I'm very curious to see where it goes. I will be watching the rest of the season to see if it gets any better, because they've already renewed it for a second season, which is insane after the backlash that they've gotten so far. Because usually that shit happens, they will cut that shit quick. You know, I want to check in again after the season is over to see how it is, but, you know, I can't even really recommend the show. I feel like a lot of the watches people are getting is just the curiosity of, like, is it as bad as people say, and people are just hate watching it, you know? It's just odd. But I just wanted to come and, I guess, give my 2 cents about it. I really wish there was a scene where Velma, I hope there's a scene where Velma eats Daphne's pussy, for sure. Wait, how old are they? I'm going to retract my statement of wanting Velma to eat Daphne's pussy on camera. So there it is. Velma, season 1, episode 1 and 2. I give it a 4 out of 10. I'm tired. I'm going to go to bed. I'll probably rewatch them again too, and it might be lower. 4 out of 10 is very generous. I'm mostly giving it a 4 out of 10 because the art's very good. And the people who worked on that show should be very proud. And it's unfortunate whenever writers of shows fuck up this bad, and they fuck up. They fuck it all up. And then everybody says, oh, that show sucks, and nobody can appreciate the small little things of even how the show probably took a year and a half to film and millions of dollars. It's a shame. So, you know, watch it or don't. I don't give a shit. Goodbye.